you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Tuned to the issues. Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Good morning, Nigeria, and welcome to VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chupuma Okoro. Thank God today is Friday. TGIF, as usual. I get to rest over the weekend. I'm always happy on Fridays because, it's my rest period. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you, Prof.
Beautiful people, good to have you. Good morning, Otumba. Good to have you this morning.
Oh, yes.
All right, well, in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through very interesting stories about what happened in Nigeria, politics, insecurity, economy, and all of that. Let's start with it. Akpabio, accused of forgery by colleagues as electronic transmission of results, is dropped off in new electoral reforms. Away from that, terrorists successfully operated and killed several people before military arrived after 10 hours in Kwara village. Head laments. That is the head of the village is the one that said, look, we had to wait for 10 hours after we informed the military before they arrived. And by then, damage had already been done. And in party politics, no factions in PDP. We are taking over party secretariat on Monday. Samuel Anyang declares. Well, these are the major topics of discussion. And you agree with me that they are very, very interesting topics. But we also have other trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of this show. Please come along with us as we get into all of it.
All right, come along with us. Yes, I'm Moses Humphrey. Now let's look at one of the conversations that Nigerians are having. Nigeria's troubled refining sector may be heading for a controversial shakeup as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, confirmed it is in advanced talks with one of China's biggest petrochemical firms to revive its moribund site-owned refineries. A move disclosed by the Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Julari, at the Nigeria International Energy Summit in Abuja. Now, the deal, which involves selling equity stakes to foreign operators, is part of NNPC's strategy to end decades of losses and underperformance across its 4 refineries with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. Officials hail the talks as a breakthrough that could finally reduce Nigeria's crippling dependence on imported fuel, while critics, on the other hand, argue it amounts to selling off national assets under the guise of partnership, raising fears that ordinary Nigerians may still face high pump prices despite foreign investment. Okay, so here is my take on this one. And now, the company that Mr. Ojulari approached for, on behalf of NNPCL approached is not made known yet. And I wonder, because talking about, now, I don't have a problem with selling off NNPC as it were. Nigerians have said, oh, some are saying it's national asset. I mean, it's not it's not some monument that we need to, build a fence around. It's something that should serve. So if it's not serving the people, then we can as well give it to those that will make it work. All right. But the statements coming from Mr. Bayo Julari seems a little confusing. He comes in, initially he says, oh, we can actually make this thing work. And then later he says, oh, this cannot work. In fact, we've just been paying salaries and there's nothing that can be done. And now we are hearing, oh, it's time to sell. I mean, it feels like selling was what the intention was from the get-go. But selling to Chinese, I understand that at some point, Mr. Aliko Dangote tried to purchase this, but, we all know what's happened. And then, don't we have other Nigerians that might be interested in purchasing higher stakes in NNPC, as it were? Because, if Nigerians purchase it, then we can have a balanced market, because we have Dangote Refinery producing, and then we have NNPC operated largely by Nigerian investors with the government of Nigeria. And then other Nigerians can also buy stakes in it, buy shares in it, and the money will just go round. The money will circulate within the economy. I think that's what they do in other climes. In China, you would rarely find an American going to invest in, such an industry in China when they have Chinese that have the money to invest. And that, we should stop pushing out, what should ordinarily benefit Nigerians, and then let other nationals take advantage of us. And Chinese are not, I'm sorry to say this, but Chinese are not the best people to do business with. We've seen how they handle the workers in the industries that they've established in Nigeria, the factories and all of that. We've seen how they run these things. It was the other day we saw some Chinese nationals giving monies to policemen, and it was embarrassing. And how far that went showed that we've embarrassed ourselves as a nation. And now we're bringing the same Chinese. It's troubling to me to think about. But another thing is, will this solve the issue of fuel prices going up? I don't think so. Because it's going to be profit. That's just what would be the intention of whoever is going to invest in this, making profit. And it might just be at the detriment of Nigerians. That's my take.
Well, every investor is interested in making profits.
Oh, yes.
At the detriment of the people.
No, he doesn't care. Investors don't care. So long as they deliver value, if they deliver value to you and they take their money away, that's all that they want. I agree with you. The Chinese are not the best people, to deal with in terms of business. They are, even in diplomacy, they are very, very cunning.
So
yes, that is it. And they don't make it, they don't hide it. It's very clear. If you like, if the Chinese people are doing their business here in Ikeja, and here where we are, and there is a war going on in some part of Festac, they don't care. It's not their business. They continue with what they are doing, so long as they are not affected. That's who they are. That's the way their politics is structured. Now, that said, we talked about the NNPCL yesterday and the number jumbo it has become over time. I think the Nigerian people, the Nigerian government has not managed the NNPCL well right from inception. Right from inception up until this moment. I think Dangote happens to be one of the luckiest Nigerians, alive. He paid some money for the refinery at some point. And he was refunded.
It was refunded.
I think it was good for him. Now that he has his own private refinery, government said they invested they have equity stakes in that business. Up until this moment, we don't even know how much. We are still holding a debate about how much was paid, how much was allotted, and all of that. But the issue is that Dangote owns more than, the 50% or about 80% of the interest in that refinery, and it's good for him. Talking about Bayo Ojulari, like I said yesterday, if I were the president, I would ask Bayo to step aside because he has clearly told me that he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know his onions as far as that job is concerned. The refinery has become an albatross to the extent that you sell is a problem. You return it is a bigger problem because you have officialdom, managing director, chief executive with the executive directors, general managers, senior staff association, everybody that goes to work every day and they get paid. They even attend overseas training. And I ask myself, what are you going to train them? When you train them, when they come back, what do they do? Because the refineries are not working. Refineries are not working. But I would like for us to also know that there are some companies within the NNPCL that are working, the people that are into exploration and the downstream sector people, they are working. But we are focusing on the refinery. The refinery has become like an albatross. What do we do with it? Is it to sell or is it to keep? If you sell, Moses was talking about how many Nigerians that can buy. Nigerians can buy, but who is interested in buying what is more like a scrap? Some of the equipment there, the OEM are no longer there. The original equipment manufacturers are no longer there. The Port Harcourt one, I understand, was built in 1965. That's about how many years ago? About 61 years ago. Oh, yeah?
Yes.
61 years ago. So, I mean, some of those equipment, they cannot be maintained and all of that. But we also are told that, well, somebody might just buy, not because of the carcass, but because of the land itself, the asset, the property assets to it. They can use it to do another thing. It has proximity to the ocean, in the one that is located in some parts of Eleme. Eleme is very close to One in Port Harcourt, and so people might just buy because of the land, the property there and all of that. But for refinery, I think the earlier the government, I don't even know what to say, but the government should just, find a way, the lasting solution to the refinery problem. I heard that we are talking about it every other day, refinery, and we are even still talking about importing fuel.
But Mr.
When we
Okoro,
have the raw materials.
Mr. Okoro, I don't think that this is a problem that we might see a solution to very soon, because just like both of you rightly said, as long as these refineries remain moribund, monies will be made. So I think, for me, I don't think selling it off to a new investor, a private investor, even to the Chinese, and you said they are very shrewd and very cunning businessmen, I don't think that will even solve the problem. As far as the politicking, the corruption, and every other thing that ensures that broken down refineries make money for them, as long as those things are not fixed, I mean, selling it off, for me, is as good as just transferring a dilapidated property to a new landlord.
No, when you sell, you said both assets and liabilities.
Okay,
so the person that is buying, buy both assets and liabilities.
But we still have a structural and systematic issue that has ensured that this thing doesn't work forever. And just like you said, I've grown up hearing about refineries, no, and it's also, let me just say this, and it's also very sad that for an oil-producing nation, we are still importing fuel.
That is the worry.
I think
it's
that's
even
the
more
irony.
concerning.
I
it's
think
more
that's
concerning
the irony.
that we have refineries, about 4 of them. We have 2 in Port Harcourt. We have 1 in Warri, and we have 1 in Kaduna.
Yes.
I think the one in Kaduna is a petrochemical estate. We also have a petrochemical plant in Eleme, somewhere in River State, and all of that. It's disheartening that in all of this. And the argument, that we always prefer sometimes that, look, well, government has no business in business. It's an African thing. It's not African, it's a Nigerian thing. Yeah. Because we'll talk about companies, government-owned corporations that are doing well. Petrobras is government-owned. Aramco is government-owned. Statoil of Norway, they've changed their name to something. State Oil of Norway is government-owned. Kenya Airlines is government-owned. Though we understand that there is private investment in all of it.
Ethiopian Airlines.
ETA, government-owned and all of that. South African Airlines.
I grew up meeting Nigerian Airways. Right now, we don't even have a national carrier. So that's even another...
So it's quite unfortunate. Well, let them know what to do with the refineries. Let's get into the next topic of discussion. The high-profile trial of former Kogi State Governor Yaya Bello over alleged diversion of 80.2 billion naira has taken a dramatic twist as an EFCC witness, a compliance officer from Access Bank, testified in court that no transaction records directly link Bello to the funds in question, contradicting the prosecution's narrative. Well, Bello's legal team, led by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Joseph Daudu, seized on the testimony to argue that the case is politically motivated rather than a genuine money laundering prosecution, accusing the EFCC of conducting a political trial designed to tarnish the ex-governor's image. I like that. The EFCC, however, insists that the patterns of payments from Kogi's local government accounts amount to stealing by these guys, maintaining that Bello orchestrated the alleged fraud. As proceedings continue before Justice Emeka Nwite at the Federal High Court in Abuja, the case has become a lightning rod for public distrust in Nigeria's anti-corruption war, exposing the deep divide between political loyalty and institutional credibility. When I heard this story, I just laughed. That's the way
laughable.
It's laughable. That's the way we roll in Nigeria. Meanwhile, I think it's a different case with the monies that were paid to the British school. The school because I mean that money has been returned. You know,
part of it.
Was it part of it?
Yes.
Okay, part of that money has been returned. When EFCC was running after who, I think, okay, when they were running after Alam Yesia and Daria and all of that, I had a friend, I was in Port Harcourt then, I had a friend and he said, we read it in the newspaper that EFCC is politically motivated and all of that, that they are running after him, that is, that they are not following due process and all of that. You know what my friend asked? My friend said, did he eat the money following due process? That if he didn't eat the money following due process, that they should go after him without due process. So in all of this, it's laughable that I don't even know what to say on this matter. I mean, EFCC witness has come out to say, well, that there is no, the compliance officer in Access Bank has come out to say, well, there is nothing, linking these funds to Yaya Bello. I think it's all politics.
It's all politics, really. We've seen, I saw this coming. I saw this coming with the way Mr. Bello has been hobnobbing with some other people in the APC, and there are talks that he might be getting into the Senate very, very soon. So all of this is clearing the way for him to get into the Senate. But I feel bad for the people of Kogi State. I feel bad for all Nigerians because that's the money. Money is belonging to the people of Kogi State. I think to the tune of 110 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Everything put together. And now I will fault the EFCC in all of this. EFCC hasn't done well in terms of investigating and prosecuting offenders. When an agency as the EFCC is described as or is seen to be politicized, then we have a big problem on our hands. If the agency is independent, agencies are not independent, but if they were, they will conduct investigations properly. You conduct investigations, you finish up your investigation, hard proof that an individual is guilty. And then when you now arrest or invite the individual, there'll be no way to wiggle out of it. You by the time you lay the evidence before the individual wouldn't have a choice but to just, and that's how it's done abroad. That's how it's done abroad. Before we talk about Epstein files and the rest of them, investigations have been concluded. What the conversation was whether it should be made public or not. All right? Before we talked about WikiLeaks and the rest of them, they were, investigations. It was known that crimes were committed. Espionage was committed. In this particular case, monies were stolen. Monies were diverted. If you want to use that word, if you don't want to say stolen. Monies were diverted into other things. How much proof do you have? And now we are having, a witness from EFCC debunking what EFCC said originally. And I wonder where this puts the chairman of EFCC, who said, look, if I don't prosecute this man, I will resign.
Yeah, but he's prosecuting him.
Yeah.
This is law, right?
But he sounded so sure. Look, that he had proof.
Okay.
But now he doesn't feel like it's hard proof. And it will be embarrassing. And you see why? This is why a person like Mrs. Diazani Allison Madrikwe would want to come to Nigeria.
To Nigeria,
be
to
tried.
face trial,
trial,
you
yes.
know, to face trial.
She wants to come and be tried here. Because she knows that here, you can wiggle out of it.
Yes. But you know what they say in law, that your case is as good as your evidence. The strength of your evidence determines whether you win or lose the case. And on most occasions, you know, what we hear is that, well, there was lack of prosecutorial diligence in pursuing the case. And most of the time, the case is just struck out. They just strike it out because of lack of evidence. Technicalities and all of that. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court, I think it was Tanku that warned lawyers to desist from using technicalities to win their cases. Because some of them will just sit by and watch you. A little sleep, they will latch on it, you know. They will dwell on it all until the judge will say, well, for lack of prosecutorial diligence, we are striking out the case, and technicality is based on that. But we are not seeing more of that now. But the police has not been very, very diligent in investigations. And if you just bungle the investigation, the case is gone.
Yeah, I also agree with you. I also think that this is one of those cases that just reminds all of us as Nigerians that our justice system is skewed to favor the politically connected and the rich. You started off by giving, you cited the example of the amount of money he paid. I mean, there's an evidence to that.
Evidence to it.
And for me, I've lived almost 40 years of my adult life in Nigeria, long enough to know that, we even confirmed it yesterday, that Nigeria is a country of anything, anyhowness. Anything goes. Anybody can do anything. In short, the more politically connected you are, you know, the easier it is for you to get off the hook. And again, in saner climes, people like this should even not have any business being like opening their mouth or even talking about the fact that they're aspiring for public office. But because this country, and in fact, the longer a court case lingers, we just know that this one is just one of those cases.
That's what
EFCC, the anti-graft agency will talk tough. They won't do anything.
They won't do anything.
So
let's run into the next banter briefly.
Okay. In an interesting turn of events that has comforted some Nigerians, the last batch of abducted worshippers seized during a brazen attack on 3 churches in Kominwali, Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State have finally regained their freedom, weeks after gunmen stormed the community on January 18th and whisked away over 167 Christians in broad daylight. The police initially denied the incident, sparking outrage and disbelief, before later admitting the mass abduction that indeed occurred. While 80 worshippers were released on February 1, the remaining captives were quietly freed days later and handed over to the Kaduna State government, pending an official announcement. This release, though a relief to families, underscores the deepening insecurity in Nigeria's north, where communities continue to live under the shadow of armed groups and where faith gatherings have become targets of terror. We are not new to all of these rhetorics by the Nigerian police and the military. It's really sad that, you know, they keep playing politics, keep trying to minimize the extent of, you know, carnage and all of this. When I read this earlier today, I felt really sad because it seems as though it's just a cycle. These things happen. Yesterday we talked about about the fact that not that we lack intelligence, but the fact that it's either there is complicity, which we all agree to, or there's just the lack of, you know, political will to do the right thing. And, you know, when we see this, because we know that it will only get worse, it just shows that nobody is holding anyone accountable. Mr. Okoro, what do you think?
Jen, I don't even know what to think again. It's heavy for me. It's a lot. But, well, we understand that the rebellion kidnapped people have been returned.
They say quietly freed.
Quietly freed. Okay, we thank them very well, you know, for letting them go. And we hope, we are even pleading with them, please don't take other people, don't kidnap people again. So that we can have peace in this our country. We are tired of every morning somebody is killed, every afternoon somebody is kidnapped, every evening somebody is freed and all of that. Please, enough of all of this. Can't we live as decent people in our own homeland? Can't we? It's disheartening. Okay, that's the Christians that were relieved, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. I'm sure if you look at them now, some people will be begging to be kidnapped and released. So that, I mean, you understand, when this thing happened in Kwara, we saw them, you know, we bespoke uniforms and all of that. And people are like, oh, then the government is doing well. Meanwhile, before this kidnap, people were kidnapped. They don't even do anything for them and all of that.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the nation. It's embarrassing for I don't know. It's really embarrassing. And you see, the way we've tried to cover these kidnappings. I mean, we're making kidnapping look like it's a thing of it's a fun thing. I mean, it's a thing to just play with. These are people's lives. Some of these people might be traumatized.
They would be.
Now, I understand from the look on their faces, they didn't just leave the kidnappers then. They've been away for some time. They've had to, be sensitized. They've had to treated, gone for treatment. One of them obviously seems to have difficulty walking, and he had
That's
to
a
be
little
assisted.
child.
No. There's another young man
No,
who seemed to
I'm
have.
talking about the mother with the child.
Little
So
child.
obviously the child too was abducted alongside the mom.
This is traumatizing, and the fact that our politicians, it's not the first time they rescue victims of kidnap, and then we see them dressed in uniform attire. Is it Ashwebi? Why are we playing with lives of people?
Everything is optics.
What is this?
Everything is optics.
Wearing t-shirts and cap and the same wrapper and the rest. What is this? The other time it was they would always show the same. What is the what do we try to portray? That they are well dressed.
Maybe it's for
That
identification.
they were well taken care of.
By who? The kidnappers or the rescuers?
By the government.
By the government. You know how much, the budget for this?
This is
That's
another
the
budget
thing.
again. This is
another
somebody's
budget.
contract.
Yes.
It's huge. It's going to be huge.
Exactly. This is embarrassing for a nation. It's embarrassing. Oh, well, let's move away from these conversations. Nigerians will continue to share their thoughts on it on social media. You can also check us out on social media at VOP TV Live. And when you have these pictures there, you drop your comments underneath. Let's keep the conversation going on across social media. But in the meantime, let's run to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us now. I do have Daily Independent, and the big story here reads, flight safety at risk as Nigeria's jet fuel black market booms. Flight safety at risk as Nigeria's jet fuel black market booms. Trouble. All right. So, okay. Anyway, we'll talk more about this during this newspaper review. Find out where airlines are getting their fuel from, their jet A1 from. If it's not provided by the government, who then is providing jet A1 for airlines? Can we trust it? Is the relevant agencies, the NCAA and the rest of them, are they looking at the quality of the jet A1 that airlines use, since it's not coming from, government sources? I mean, the black market. Okay. Independent newspaper unveils Silver Jubilee Awards nominees Monday. Kwara killings offend our humanity, faith, shared values. Tinubu. Some of the headlines here. Trump sports Remi Tinubu at U.S. prayer breakfast in Washington. Describes her as respected Nigerian pastor. Electoral Act. Senators reaffirm passage of clause on e-transmission of results. Kaduna governor receives freed worshippers abducted from churches. That's the one we just saw on our screen. Opposition blasts Senate over rejection of real-time e-transmission of election results. Public trust major hurdle for Nigeria's new tax laws. Report. Tech alone can't fix Nigeria's voting crisis. INEC registers 2 new political parties. Kwara, Katsina, Benue killings. Nigeria now a killing field. Atiku. Those are the headlines on the cover page of the Daily Independent newspaper.
And on the front page of the Punch newspaper, the Kwara State massacre is a big story. UN condemns killings as Turkey pledges support. Tinubu meets governors, northern senators, demands security overhaul. IG deploys tactical team. PDP crisis. Makinde camp fumes as INEC recognizes Wike bloc. Respected woman. Trump hails Remi Tinubu at U.S. prayer breakfast. So those are the major stories on the Punch newspaper Morning.
All right, so we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll look at the first conversation, which is about Akpabio accused of forgery by colleagues as the e-transmission of results is dropped. Well, let's talk about that when we come back from this break.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Now, thanks for staying with us. This is VOP This Morning. Let's get into our first major topic of discussion. Nigeria's Senate was plunged into controversy after opposition lawmakers accused Senate President Godswill Akpabio of forging official proceedings to remove the clause mandating electronic transmission of election results from the Electoral Act. Well, the move, which effectively blocks real-time result transmission, has sparked outrage across the political spectrum, with Senators Eyinaya Abaribe, Aminu Tambuwal, Natasha Action lawmakers saying that the electoral reform bill that was signed was not the version approved by the Senate. Here we go again, insisting that the electronic transmission of results must be retained. Well, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar described the Senate's action as a setback for electoral reforms, while Peter Obi blasted it as a direct assault on Nigeria's democracy. Civil society groups and opposition parties, including the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and the PDP, have warned that tampering with the act undermines public trust and risks plunging the country into deeper political instability. The backlash has been fierce, with PDP spokesperson Debo Ologunagba warning the Senate not to take Nigerians for granted, while activist Ma Odi declared that the chamber has finally murdered Nigeria's democracy. Well, a former Kaduna lawmaker urged citizens to resist what he called a deliberate attempt to rig future elections by weakening transparency. That's a lot. Well, we've been joined in the studio here to help us make sense of it by a seasoned reporter and political analyst, Mr. Dele Fonimo. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for joining us on VOP.
Good morning, Chukuma. Jane, Moses.
Good morning to you.
Okay. We'll also be joined virtually by Barrister Eze Eluche. He's an attorney at law and public affairs analyst. We also have Barrister Asim Adams, a legal practitioner, a constitutional lawyer for that matter, as well as a political affairs analyst. And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Destiny Enabulele, former executive chairman of Ovia South local government area, former member of the State House Assembly, and he's on this show in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence on VOP this morning.
Chukuma, for having me.
Beautiful.
And good morning, viewers at home.
Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen, we appreciate your presence. Let's get into it. Then I would like to ask you, the Senate. Yes. Before I ask you the question, the backlash. There's a video that Eyinaya Abaribe, the Senate minority leader, sometime. I'm not sure if he's still the Senate minority leader, but he spoke about the dropping of the real-time electronic transmission in the electoral reform. Say, well, this is not what we signed for. Here we go again, like what happened in the tax reform bill. So let's take a listen to it.
Those who are before you are distinguished senators of the Federal Republic, and this is those who are among those who are very concerned about the reports in the media that we have all seen, and the media has been awash with it since yesterday. So we felt, those of us who are still around, that it would be necessary to make a clarification of what happened yesterday, to put the records straight. Yesterday, the Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And each one of them imbues in himself or herself a public trust, a trust that has been handed to us by Nigerians to do the absolute best for Nigeria. And when it now appears that we have been misunderstood in any way, that's why we said we will come here, each and every one of us this morning, including those that are not here, a vast majority of the senators, to say that this is exactly the process that we passed through to get to this point. First, there was a joint committee of both the Senate and the House, made up of members of the electoral committees in both chambers. These joint committees had several retreats, both in Abuja and elsewhere. And each of those retreats was done with both INEC and the CSOs. Everyone agreed at the end of the retreat that electronic transmission of votes was the way to go. And that was reflected in the report, both in the House and in the Senate. Now, there was public hearing, there was everything, and this was a, what they will say, sine qua non. Nothing else but that. And I think the Senate President reiterated it yesterday, that the committee report was brought. The Senate also set up an ad hoc committee to review this report, electoral report, and report back to the House. And it was the report of that Senate, of that ad hoc committee led by Senator Adegbomire, that we considered when we went into a closed session. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the ad hoc committee of the Senate, and also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes, electronic transmission of results in real time. I think 65, I think I have it here. I'm going to bring it when we finish and distribute it to you, what we passed. Now, at the plenary session yesterday, we also passed it, but because there was a whole lot of people walking around and people talking, so it now seemed that something was wrong. We went back individually to find out from what exactly was done, and we were reassured. And the Senate President, while sitting, and I'm sure you have the videos yourself there, confirmed that we passed the electronic transmission of results. And I will show you what we have here. Now, the Harmonization Committee was set up also yesterday, because when the House version and the Senate version differ, because there were so many other things, including timelines, that now differ, you set up a harmonization. Those harmonization is what you use to make sure that you come to one single document which the president will now sign. So that is where we are at the moment. But I need to add one further thing so that Nigerians can rest assured. After our session, plenary session yesterday, we adjourned, but did not come back to pass the votes and proceedings. And that is our rule, and you all who are here, you know it. the Harmonization Committee cannot meet because the document they will use to go to the harmonization is the document passed by us and ratified by the votes and proceedings. So there's still one more step left by the Senate to take. After we pass the votes and proceedings, in which we are going to insist and ensure that what we passed, which is electronic transmission.
There you have it, Senator Eyine Abaribe addressing the media on behalf of his fellow senators that stood beside him there. Oh, well, Mr. Delefonimo, let me come straight to you. How do you react to the accusation by some members of the Senate that, well, what we saw, that what Akpabio said, it is wrong, based on, I think he outlined the process from the joint committee between the Senate and the House, the Electoral Committee of the Senate ad hoc committee, the closed session, the plenary session, the Harmonization Committee, and all of that. That, look, what we passed is the electronic transmission of results. Real time is the way to go, but we have something different coming out to the public. How do you react to this development again?
Well, the position of the minority in the House is in tandem with the position of an average Nigerian. The only way to ensure transparent, credible, free and fair election is to have results transmitted through electronic device. Now, it's a case of once bitten, twice shy. Even lawyers didn't know that IREF and BVAS were essentially operational tools before last election. And so Nigerians were ambushed and we couldn't go to seek redress in the courts. And so the plausible thing is, like I said, once bitten, twice shy, is for us to find a way out of that logjam and ensure that another round of election will not be dogged by this same process. And the only way to do it is to go to the National Assembly, which the National Assembly took up as a matter of responsibility, as a matter of obligation on behalf of their constituents and said, look, we want electronic transmission of results. And they took the steps as enunciated by Senator Abaribe without missing any step of the process to the point of plenary, which is the last stage, where every input would be ratified by the whole chamber. And it was apparent there was something that went wrong, but because we are emotional about it last year, and that is what is playing out again here, which is these voice votes.
Okay.
10 people can be rabble-rousers and drown the voice of 99, because there are 109 members in the Senate. 10 people strategically positioned in that house can drown the voice of 99 if mischief is to be done.
Okay.
And that was exactly what happened yesterday.
Yes, because I noticed, did you notice when Eyine Abaribe said that, but during plenary yesterday, a lot of things happened. Too many people were walking around.
That's what I'm saying.
And, you know, he more like parried that area. He didn't tell us what happened.
Exactly.
So what happened? Was
and that was voice vote. It was through voice votes that these people manipulated. But the backlash from Nigerians made the Senate president to turn around and give excuse, which was ambiguous.
Okay.
It was neither here nor there. Okay. But this had put more clarification to the position of
in the
members of the Senate.
All right. All right, and thank you very much. Now, let's run to Barrister Asim Adams. I would like for us to have this conversation once again, because Barrister Adams, I spoke to you on this matter on my show, Political Lens, and you were very clear then that, look, there is nothing like discretionary when it comes to the real-time transmission of results, that it was part of, the Supreme Court said it was part of the guidelines and not compulsory for INEC to use it. I want to know, with what is happening now with this development, how much of your position has changed? Because at that point you said, well, there is nothing. In the electoral law, it is a law. There is nothing like discretionary at that point. Now, how much of that has changed? Lead us into all that you understand. Hello.
Sokoro, good morning.
Good morning, Barrister Adams. Good morning. Thank you.
Can you? Yes.
I can
you
hear
see,
you.
the point is, the point is, if we want to only talk about this matter, time will not be on our side, because I represent that was in 2023, before the general elections, that there are booby traps in the Electoral Act. And one of the booby traps is this particular section 60, particularly section 60 sub 5. Section 60 sub 5 is where we are talking about today, about electronic transmission. That time, just paraphrase what that particular section. The presiding officer shall transfer, that is, transfer, use capital letter there, capital letter. The result, including total number of accredited votes, in a manner prescribed in capital letter, prescribed. Two keywords there, transfer, prescribed by the commission. I raised the alarm and I said, let me tell you that the moment you now, even if you put transmission there, and you now say that it is the discretion as prescribed by the commission, who is the commission? INEC. For them to execute that particular, whatever there, you have muddled up the whole system. There will be no transparency there. That the word, the last word used as prescribed by the commission should be deleted. To read shall. The commission should not have any discretion at all. That the results shall be transmitted electronically. No discretionary. If you also go to, because people are talking about section 60 or 5 now, but you are forgetting that there's a guideline which is part of the Electoral Act. Section 38 is a replica of section 60 or 5. So if you amend section 60 or 5, are you not going to amend section 38 sub 1, 2, 3 of the Electoral Act 2022 also? This is the question I'm asking. Because it's the same thing, giving the INEC that discretion, the discretion that is as prescribed. It is in section 60 sub 5. It is also in guideline 38 sub 1, 2, 3 of the Electoral Act. These are minefields. And any mischievous INEC chairman or anybody at all, even myself, being a presiding officer, I can lash in on these things. Even if you say I have to do electronic transmission, but at the end of the day, you say that it is the way and manner I choose as prescribed by the commission, then you have left it to my discretion. So that section 60 sub 5 should be holistically overhauled, if not deleted entirely, and rephrased or recast to state, very simple, that voting results shall be electronically transmitted. Full stop. There shouldn't be as prescribed by the commission. No.
Okay. It should be that the results should be transmitted electronically, directly to the IRS. Full stop. Okay, good. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. And they should also do same
to, guideline 38, sub 123, which is part of the electoral act, which gives INEC, gives them the guideline on elections, on how to go about elections.
Then. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. We'll come back to it in the course of the show. Let's run to Barrister Eze Eluche. Good morning to you once again, Barrister Eze Eluche, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Chukuma. Nice to be on your program.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome always. Now, sir, I would like to ask you this question. I want us to move somehow away from the legal aspect of it and talk about the politics of it, the international nature of this problem. Now, I did some kind of check-in yesterday, and I discovered that our neighboring country here, Ghana, West African country, is English-speaking like us, conducted an election last year, and a winner emerged, and in all of this, they didn't go to court. And when I checked the electoral laws, I discovered that it is hybrid. The recommendation by their electoral umpire is that, look, there should be an electronic transmission of votes real time, and where not possible, you should use it manually, more like a hybrid, what we have here. It worked for Ghana. Why is it not working for us? So that leads me to my question. Does it look like the problem we have in Nigeria is with the operators and not with the laws? Which one will it be for you? Where is the problem? Is it with the laws or with the operators?
Yes, thank you very much. You see, gradually we are watching our country descend into a state of anarchy. When laws are made and deliberately falsified by the executive arm of government, messing up the whole process of even legislating, abusing the constitution. And it's, like you rightly said, not just Ghana. Even in Kenya, other Anglophone countries, when they have elections within a space of 2-3 days, the results are known and announced. But in Nigeria, you have people who are out there deliberately to thwart the electoral process, deliberately to muddle it up. I have said severally that the issue has never been with the laws. Never. Because you can never have you can never have it absolutely right. There must be one comma or one full stop. But if the managers of the electoral process are out to create chaos, they will always find a way to create the chaos. And that is what we're seeing now. Whether I had a chairman of the Senate Committee on Media on air saying that there was even when you don't have network in some villages or in some rural communities, it obviates the issue of automatic transmission immediately. Who says that? I mean, even if there are 3 or 4 villages, does that obviate the fact that in most parts of Nigeria you can do that electronic transmission instantaneously? We do funds remittance, we do fund transfers, and it goes from any village. And here we have modern day senators trying to give us reasons why we cannot abide with technology. We have senators who have the best cars in the world, who are one of the most highest paid in the world, and they want to use ancient voting mechanisms of shouting ayes and nays to determine very serious issues. So the issue has not been the law, rather the persons managing it, manipulating it. And you cannot but have what you're expecting, have what we're seeing. Because if the leadership, the president got to power through very skewed means, you can only expect that he will want to maintain those same skewed means so that he can continue to maintain power. But Nigeria should be up and about this, because we are seeing our democracy being eroded. When it happened with the Tax Act, that there was a forgery of the Tax Act, but now we're seeing it happen with electoral matters. Who knows what next will happen? Who knows what other laws will be manipulated to suit the vile wishes of those who are in authority presently? So Nigerians, this is time to say enough is enough, because very soon they will make the National Assembly a helpless, useless entity, and we can't afford that, because the only thing that distinguishes a democracy from authoritarian regimes or from military regimes is the National Assembly. Yes, we know we have faults, they have defects, But those are still the only semblance to democracy that we have in effect. Not the judiciary, not the executive, because even in the worst case, worst military regimes, those two groups still stay. But we need to protect this, we need to abide with this National Assembly. When they give us these signs that the laws are being manipulated, are being forged, that is when Nigerians will say enough is enough. Because already by the 31st, by the end of this February, 1st of March, more than 90% of Nigerians will become criminals based on this forged tax act. And we are keeping quiet. That it doesn't concern us. At the rate they are going, to their mind, the elections are rigged. And we are keeping quiet.
All right. Oh, well, Nigerians are not keeping quiet, actually. Nigerians
so I think we should begin to act.
Yes. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Elichi. Nigerians are not keeping quiet. Nigerians are, Nigerians are troubled. Nigerians are trying to react. But the avenues available to exercise that reaction is what is blurred. Oh, well, let's bring civil rights. Let's bring Comrade, Honorable, I call him Honorable Comrade, because he was once an honorable member in his state. Well, Honorable Comrade Destiny Anabulele, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Now, from the angle, you are a politician. You have, you've benefited from the largesse that is available to politicians. And some have said, oh, politicians want this thing in such a way that they can continue to rig their way into office. But we have some politicians there, Senator Eyinaya Abaribe and a few others there, saying we stand for what is right, electronic transmission of results. But how do you think the ordinary Nigerian will feel going into 2027 elections, seeing what has transpired? Now, I would like us to dwell on the premise of a possible forged act, what they passed, what they agreed at the conference that they held was different from what was passed. That's according to Senator Abaribe. What they all agreed to pass was different from what was passed. How do you think that would make the ordinary Nigerian who would want to vote feel? Do you think this will this will bring about voter apathy? What are your thoughts? You might need to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. Oh, we still can't hear you. Well, I guess we'll give you a minute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moses. I appreciate you and salute my elders at the studio for yet another, timely discourse. For me, I am not taken aback. Though I'm not a prophet of doom. Some of us saw it coming. Some of us never believed. Till tomorrow, in this present crop of persons, from the president, from Mr. President to and his co-travelers, you shouldn't expect anything meaningful. That is the gospel truth. For a president that just assumed office, 6 months or 7 months to his administration, he has started campaigning. And people were expecting something fantastic. They're just daydreaming. We should wake up from our dream. Or rather from our nightmare. This is a nightmare. We should wake up and face reality. This is the reality before us. When they altered the tax law, none of us, the streets were not occupied. We didn't block any road. There was no tangible resistance. And you expect them. You see, let me quickly say this. There's a saying that if elders don't speak, the children will eat vulture thinking they are eating chicken. That's exactly what is happening before us. We refuse to speak during the tax law that was uttered, that daylight robbery on the Nigerian people. And here again, they are repeating it. And they will do more. We should expect more. When Adam Soshomole, they're not becoming massaging a lady from South Africa, said, food, Nigeria is not shouting that food were too cheap. None of us, no tangible resistance, no tangible castigation. It's enough to cost him his office. I visit markets almost every week. Anytime I'm in Abuja, I'm in Lagos. I'm a bachelor. It's only when I'm in Benin. I'm a married man. I'm a bachelor when I'm in Abuja. I go to markets. When I heard that, I looked at and said, well, this nation called Nigeria, we are at it again, at the edge of precipice. Well, with utmost humility. I've said it, I've told whoever cared to listen. That as we all go out to gym, permit me to say this. It's my Nigeria. If I'm opportune, take it or leave it. The reality is staring us in the face. As we all go out to gym every week, we must set aside
Yes, you've said that quite a number of times. We should.
Yes, I said it's gonna be. I'm telling you, giving opportunity to keep on reminding Nigerians. I'm coming, let me land. You see, Mr. Moses, there's a saying in the Bible, it says, faith cometh by hearing, and by hearing the word of God always. I must keep on to remind Nigerians that what we need to do, because if we fail to do what we need to do, that which we fail to do will become the sacrifice. Nigerians, as we go out to gym every week, we must set aside 1 hour to practice madness, Jet towards 2027, in preparation for 2027. You see, what they have succeeded in doing, I was a very active participant, neck deep in the last Edo State governorship election. See, it's on the discretion. They can tell you it's not a law that they must transmit. It's not that they must transmit. And if you look at the ones that were rejected, like the issue of persecuting vote buyers by way of jail or fine, they remove all those clauses of provisions. And we expect utmost humility from that. What kind of humility with this rubber stamp national assemblies? It is quite disheartening for me. Because I'm a lover of the Voice of the People's TV. That's why I'm here, because I have resolved. Because we are not doing enough. I beg to differ from the last.
Well, it's not just about Voice of the People. Well, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate you being here. But as a Nigerian, Honorable,
we are not doing enough, Mr. Moses.
As a Nigerian, you're sounding like you're not bothered about voting anymore.
Sorry?
You're sounding like you don't care about elections anymore, like you will not go out to vote. That's the way you're sounding.
My brother, yes. I will say yes and no, and I will explain.
Please do.
Yes. If we want to see the forthcoming election as a data-driven and a Tea Party or Owambe election, I have told whoever can to listen. The forthcoming election is not an election of you wearing Niger Delta dress. It's an election of you wearing your short or jean. Anyway, you find yourself. As I go and I have a short inside my vehicle. When I finish, I'll change back to short. Because, you see, desperate time requires desperate measure. Next, I've used it over and over. The experience I had in my village when a certain guy, trying to woo my cousin, and she refused, and she tried to assault or abuse her. And I called my friends to go and defend my sister in terms of, say, why should you do it like that? Okay. Got in there, I said that he was a heavily built guy, taller than and heavy. I will show you that. I looked at my friend. I said, bro, this should be suicidal. We turned back because we saw him. He was already ready. If you see, just now. That so Nigerians. You see, when I said.
So basically, are you saying that Nigerians are intimidated, or Nigerians should not be intimidated?
I'm coming. Yeah, let me start with this thought.
Okay.
When the president said election is not serve a la carte, Nigeria should take that, should underline and say, indeed, elections. Any leader or politician that said that the forthcoming election is going to be Christmas, I will not align myself with such a politician. I'm not calling for violence, but if that is your meaning of what I'm saying, so
it's essential that you stated that because we needed to be sure that you're not calling for violence, because nobody.
I'm not calling, but if that is your meaning, so be it.
Okay. Well, let's go over to Abuja, where we have Engineer Kaura Wakili. He's in Abuja. Okay, Engineer Kaura is not in at the moment. He'll join us much later for another conversation. So let me bring this back to the studio. Did he find him more? voter apathy. I mean, I ask you the same question. Do you think Nigerians would want to go out to vote this time around? And what are the dangers if Nigerians say, okay, they have decided? I mean, prior to 2023, we had voter apathy plague elections. But then in the build-up to 2023, there was a lot of campaign and a lot of trust. When they talked about beavers, the introduction of beavers and IREV, Nigerians felt, oh yes, with this one, we can guarantee that when we vote, it will count. But now we're seeing the Senate basically play around with the expectation of Nigerians. Nigerians are asking for something else, but here we are being presented with something else. And it feels like the rug has been pulled from off the feet of Nigerians. Do you think this will take us back to the days of voter apathy? Or what would you advise Nigerians to do, really, at this time?
No, you see, trying to disenfranchise yourself will not solve this problem. I would rather people go out to vote and stay by the polling unit until your votes are counted. And whatever means, see, there is a way you tenaciously hold to certain things that whoever wants to manipulate you will think twice. We are not saying there should be violence. But if you insist that you want to see where what you templated will go, and you have your own party agent who is going to countersign. Another thing that those who are going to contest the election next year should do is that your sphere of voting, your constituency, make sure you have your agent on each polling unit, manning each polling unit. Because if you are not there, you don't know what happens.
Some have said that will not make any difference when
I
it
am
comes
telling
to
you,
because
see,
when results are not transmitted,
you see, let me tell
results
you,
could be altered on paper.
even when the result is not transmitted, you understand, you can do your part by ensuring that at that unit, before votes counted are taken out, there is a Form EC8 that each party agent will sign before you move. But in most cases, where it is very convenient for people to rig is where you just say, I don't need this area, whatever they are doing. This is my area of influence. In the last election, some presidential candidates didn't have agents even in some states, and whatever they do to manipulate, even if you go to court, what are you going to present as facts that election was manipulated against you? Okay. So let the voters also insist that they want to see what happens to what they are doing.
Okay, now more like shifting responsibility now to the voters. I'm not saying.
Wait, you see, why I'm saying this is the starting point.
When I said shifting responsibility, I didn't mean that you are now saying that the voters should be held responsible if the election fail. That's not what I mean. Probably I should have said shared responsibility.
Exactly.
Okay, now I'd like to ask you, let's apply the Rotary code in all of this, the four-way code. Four-way test. Is it fair to all concerned? Because I asked that question in light of the fact that we have also heard people say, well, Nigeria is not yet ripe for electronic transmission of votes. We need a substructure upon which the structure and the superstructure are built. Now, the substructure that we are looking at now is internet connectivity, power stability, real-time transmission, logistics, and all of that. In all honesty, in all sincerity, do you think that Nigeria has reached a stage where we have to exclusively rely on e-transmission of results for elections to be free, fair, and credible? Have we reached that stage? If you consider the substructure that I talked about.
Yeah, you talked about availability of power and
internet
connectivity. You see, all these
and logistics.
You see, logistics have always been there. If you want to, why is it that when they are campaigning, they find their way to the remotest part of their constituency? They also, use logistics. Some politicians in a far-flung area, you can use the motorbikes.
When I talked about
You
logistics,
talked about movement of materials.
not just movement of materials, logistics in terms
And
of
then collation of results.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Why is it convenient for them when they know that they are strong in a particular area, that they ensure that that area is well covered? That's one. Two, internet. You see, in a place where there is no internet, apply the unconventional radio that the military and the police use.
Which is?
Radio.
Okay, radio.
Yes. Build a mast, use radio.
You have come back to building mast and radio. All
No, what I'm saying is
those equipment also rely on power.
When there are some places that you don't require, and what if, with the budget of INEC, what me thinks that we cannot get generators if private sector telecom companies have the power
I'm
generating
not trying to put
cells.
up an argument. I'm just trying for us to break the barriers, to clear the entry barriers
yes.
that we have in
So,
all of this.
you see, the will to do it is what is
areas.
lacking. The will to do it is what is lacking.
Okay.
And because these people are beneficiaries of this flawed process, that's why they won't want it corrected.
Okay, so because the will is not there,
The will is
that we
not
are
there.
ripe. Because we are talking about 704 local government areas, about 32,000 polling units across the
1,000
country.
polling units. We have more than enough money to take care of the uncovered areas.
And you think it's something they can achieve? The elections are barely months away. Do you think this is a very lofty, grand idea? But do you think it's possible to be?
Look,
you know,
what does it
carried out?
what does it take to have solar powered energy? It doesn't take more than 2 weeks. Individually, we do it at home, and once you get probably your batteries, your lithium batteries, once you get the panel, and then in 2 days the light is on. And all this humongous money that they are stealing.
All right.
I wanted to take you. I just want to take you back a bit. You touched on voter apathy. Even the comrade in Benin said the same thing. But if you feel as from Nigerians, it's pretty much like the game is already scripted, and a lot of Nigerians it appears as though a lot of Nigerians have lost faith. And do you think, I mean, considering what happened at the last election that brought this present administration into power, do you think Nigerians will still come out in their numbers in 2027? Do you think that will happen?
You see, I would not hazard a guess, but I would only encourage Nigerians to come out to vote. Because if you don't vote, they will still stuff these ballot boxes. Because they are not there. But at least your presence and your insistence at the polling units can at least restrain them in some places. But if you allow it to go unchallenged, and then finally the Senate should begin process, if it is true that majority said they want transmission through electronics, then they should start impeachment process.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Fanimo. Now let's take this back to Barrister Adams, Asim Adams. Barrister, now I wanted to move away from the legal aspects of things now. Okay, I understand that we only have we only have Honorable Comrade Destiny and Abulede. All right then. Oh well, Comrade. Now, well, basically, my question was for Barrister Asim Adams, so reframing it, But basically, what would be your final thoughts on this one? Let's have your final thoughts on this one. Should we just give up and say, look, let's not even bother about elections anymore, because it feels like there'll be no penalty for those that will be involved in vote buying and selling. It feels like it's going to be, a free day for everyone this time around. And the fact that the optics gives the impression that the votes may not count. So, what will be your final thoughts? All right, we seem to have a We seem to have an audio problem there. Our engineers will fix that one. But let's move away from this conversation. Let's move on to another conversation. Now we're talking about terrorist activities. We hear that terrorists successfully operated and killed several people for hours. They operated for hours before military arrived. And that's talking about what happened in Kwara State a while back. This is coming from the village head. Let's talk about this after this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. Nigeria's worsening insecurity took another bloody turn as terrorists stormed a Kwara community, killing scores, and the village head in a brazen attack that has left residents in shock and fear. In an account-reeling statement, the head of Woro village in Kwara State, Umar Bio Saliu, condemned the delayed response of security forces, revealing that the terrorists attacked this community for nearly 10 hours, leaving scores dead and homes destroyed. Barely hours later, Fulani gunmen unleashed terror in Benue State, massacring 16 traders in a local market, further deepening the humanitarian crisis in the Middle Belt. These coordinated assaults highlight the growing reach of armed groups who continue to target rural communities, leaving families displaced and livelihoods destroyed. Reacting to the Kwara attack, President Bola Tinubu condemned the killings and ordered the immediate deployment of troops to the affected areas, promising that governments will not allow terrorists to overrun communities. Mr. Fanimo, we've seen this happen all the time, and we begin to wonder how can terrorists, bandits, operate in a village, in a community for 10 hours unchallenged and move on? And then we had coordinated attacks as well in Benue State. What does this really say? What does this really say?
After the December 25, 2025 incident in Sokoto, I knew that these guys would change the modus operandi. And the lesson they would have learned from that incident in Sokoto, where they were routed, was that they were static. You understand? And so you can see it's a new development now. What they do is they do coordinated attack, disperse into thin air, and then regroup again, you know. And the unfortunate part of it is, why it's even difficult for our security agents is, they know our security agents, but the security agents don't know them. Because when they perpetrate these acts, they drop their weapons somewhere for those who keep their armory, and then they move freely within the city. You don't identify them by looking at their face.
But you've also said on this show several times that we don't lack intelligence. So you're saying that
No,
our
what I'm
security
saying,
operatives don't know them?
I'm not saying,
Okay.
what I'm saying is individually.
Okay.
That Okada man that took you from point A to B, you never can tell. He could be a terrorist. That sugarcane seller that you go there to buy sugarcane from, or that suya malam that you buy suya from, could be a terrorist. He will just finish his assignment and come back. I've witnessed some of these things in the past where a particular armed robber was arrested in Ibadan. When the landlady of that man came, she was practically fighting the police. SARS, that why did you pick somebody that is innocent? Until the man confessed that he was an armed robber. His own robbery operation happens in the afternoon. It was part of those people that attacked a female newscaster on NTA. Yes. So when they want to go, they wear suits. They go out in the morning and return in the afternoon. Even the wife does not even know. The wife sees, one of them was arrested in Alaba market, and he had, at that time, his shop was worth more than 40 million naira. So how would you know that that person is an armed robber? That's what we are saying. So these people, they have taken a toga that might be a little bit difficult. That's not to say that the intelligence community cannot still do their job. But I'm telling you the level at which they have grown, to the extent that these people may never be caught, except if there is insider, maybe just one clue. And that's why we should be educated enough to know that when incidents like this happen, you don't just mop up the whole area. You allow trained detectives to come and sift through. That's why in advanced countries, they cordon off areas like that for experts to come and see if they, because one minute clue can lead to the mass arrest of these people. But unfortunately, they have taken on a guerrilla operation attitude that may be a little bit difficult for the security agents to grapple with.
All right. Thank you very much, Delefanimo. Let's quickly run to Barrister Eze Eluche, who has rejoined us virtually. Barrister, thanks for staying with us. Now, I'd like to ask you, you understand what went down in Kwara State, over 170 people slaughtered, in cold blood by people that are now termed extremists. There's an angle I want us to look at, and that is the involvement of the United States of America. We were told by General Dagvin Anderson, the commander of African that is African Command in Stuttgart, Germany, that, well, we have our soldiers here in Nigeria, light footprints, a small contingent, and it was an agreement between us and the Nigerian president late last year in Rome, when we met in Rome and we talked about all of that. Do you think that American presence is going to as much as help us solve this problem, considering that, well, they say it's a small contingent? Now we are talking about Kwara. Tomorrow we might just be talking about Zamfara. We are still grappling with what is going on in Borno State, and we are not yet done with what is going on in parts of the Benue Plateau and all of that. Do you think that a small contingent of Americans will help us solve this problem? And is there a likelihood that they might just increase their footprints in Nigeria? And what would that portend for the Nigerian people in terms of America helping us to fight insecurity? What do you think, sir? What are you expecting in the coming days?
I think some of us are overblowing this American presence on Nigerian soil. America has always had troops in Nigeria. Every American embassy or the consulate, both in Lagos and Abuja, have U.S. Marines who are troops, and there has always been advisory in an advisory capacity. They have the military attaché. American troops cannot come into Nigeria without congressional approval for combat operations. So most likely, the ones sent by AFRICOM are also advisory. I mean, they will be in the headquarters advising on strategy and support. So in real time, there are really no American boots on the ground. And we should not even be thinking of having American boots. I mean, nobody is stupid. They don't want to come and have their soldiers wasted by a system that has failed to protect itself. What we should be asking ourselves with all the several attacks that have gone on in this country is, do we have a police force? Do we have a Directorate of State Intelligence, the DSS? Do we have a military? Because I had Mr. Fanimo give a real example that maybe when they attacked them in Sokoto, they dispersed across the country. Is there no intelligence? Is there no military intelligence? Is there nobody that is checking on Nigerians? If we make phone calls, this same DSS and co, they monitor the phone calls we make. And they can't monitor the phone calls of terrorists. This only leads Nigerians to begin to think that maybe the government is somehow complicit in this. You say, what will the government benefit? If there is always crisis, there is people are not able to settle down and even plan their lives. These guys can then read at will, because they have not addressed the insecurity in the country. Rather, what has been happening is that the government has even been fanning the embers of insecurity. When you even allow for local policing, allow the natives to have guns, these kind of rascals will come and start killing 170 at a go. Because when a man is in his house and has guns, you will think twice before even daring to come into that house, no matter the weapons you have, because you wouldn't know where the owner of the house is with his own gun. But we have a system, a very vicious system, that removes the guns, removes the weapons from the citizens. And all armed robbers, all criminals, all terrorists have guns. So what are we talking about in this country? Is the government, and every time these killings happen, Tinubu will, in his well-protected mansion in Aso Rock, issue senseless press releases. I call it senseless with all due sense of respect. Because you can't tell us you care for those who are dying, when every day we know that even to this week, before the weekend, another one will take place. Then Bayo Onanuga and co will issue press releases that the president feels with us. What the hell does it mean he feels with us? If Nigerians can't have guns to defend themselves, then this kind of killings will continue. That is why some of us believe that for not allowing Nigerians the capacity, the weaponry to defend themselves, this regime is in cohort with these killers. I mean, we are discussing this today. Today is Kwara State. Tomorrow, who knows whether it will be in my own community in Imo State? Who knows whether it will be in the Sokoto State? Because these guys are all over the place. And they know Nigerians are not armed. Not too long ago in the Middle Belt, anytime the military comes in for mop-up operations, whereas when they come in to take away the weapons or the Dane guns, or even the cutlasses from the rural dwellers, most people begin to move out of that community because within 24, 48 hours, these killer terrorists will strike. And they know that the people are bereft of any means of defense. And still we have a president who has sworn to protect the lives of Nigerians, and he allows Nigerians to be killed on a daily basis. And he's talking of America. Let us not drag America into this. The Americans are not stupid. They don't want to come and sacrifice their own citizens. When we have a military, we have an inspector general, we have a chief of army staff, we have a director of the DSS, and EFCC, who live in plush residences in Abuja, well secured, and they don't give a damn what happens to the Nigerians. I speak for the people of Kwara because I know it can be my own community tomorrow. And this same military, this same government will issue the same nonsensical press release that they commiserate with Nigerians. Who wants your commiseration? Who wants your pity? Nigerians want to be lawfully armed and able to protect themselves and their families. You can imagine the pain of a father who is in his house. He's able to defend his family, but because he lacks the weapons, even if he has the money to buy it, the system criminalizes him for trying to protect his family. And this same criminal, this same system empowers the terrorists by giving them amnesty, giving them the education and reintegrating them in society.
All right,
and we are discussing this tomorrow. Today is Kwara. Chukma, mark my words. Before the weekend, we will be discussing on that state. And then Onanuga will come and issue another stupid press release. It's unfortunate.
We've had to discuss one. Just earlier today, we're talking about Kaduna and the rescued, kidnapped victims. And, so it's from one kidnap, killing to another kidnap, killing, and the rest. It's unfortunate that we have to talk about this, but the problem persists. And our desire is hopefully one day the voices of Nigerians would be heard, and then something tangible would be done to ensure that all these attacks are, an end is put to all these attacks. But let me take my next question to Barrister Asim Adams. Good morning to you, Barrister Asim Adams. Good morning once again. I do hope that you're still with us.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good to have you still there with us, because I understand that we lost connection to you at some point. Now, this is Kwara State. The attack on Kwara State. A lot of people have hinged it on religion. They look, these people refused to accept Sharia law, and that's why they were attacked. Christians and Muslims alike, to be very fair and honest, were attacked in that attack. But this is not central Nigeria. What does this say about stability in the north central part of Nigeria? What does this say, seeing that the capital of Nigeria is somewhere around there as well?
You see, when Nigeria is being ravaged by terrorists, and Kwara State is not the FCT, as the case may be. So it's a dangerous, trajectory and implication. But what hollow in all about this, why is that people begin to say religion, Christian, Muslim? That is not my business. Whether they are Muslims or Christians, they are Nigerians that are being killed on a daily basis. The Constitution, under Section 14 sub 2B, didn't differentiate security for Christians, security for Muslims. It says that security for all Nigerian citizens. So when we begin to use the narrative, Christian, Muslims, I don't really understand. So if you don't polarize it on religious grounds, the government will not act. These are terrorists.
No,
people attacking whether Christian or Muslim.
We understand.
They are terrorists.
We understand that the governor had to put out a statement that out of the over 175 killed, about 75 of them were Muslims. That's why we are putting out the narrative. But then we've had I'm trying send there. Do you think that will make a difference?
I know. I understand exactly what you are talking about. I am saying that who counted the bodies to know that the 77 are Muslims and the other ones are Christians? Why the different? Why do you have to shade and even give figures of Christian, Muslim? These people, for goodness sake, are Nigerians. The reason why the governor is saying 77 are Muslims is because he wants to whip up sentiments and sympathy. So now, forward that narrative that it is not only Christian genocide that you have in Nigeria. That is the essence. When you have dead bodies who do not speak, you now tell me 77 of them are Muslim. What's my business with that? My business with that, Mr. Governor, is that you have failed to protect these people, whether Muslims or Christians. My business with that, Mr. Governor, Mr. President, is that you have abdicated your responsibilities under Section 14 sub 2B that talks about security and welfare for the people. So I don't want to know whether they are Christians or Muslims. What I know is that they are Nigerians who were attacked by criminals who are terrorists, and you are doing nothing about it. Forget about the narrative, what happened in North Central, what happened to Christian or Muslim, as case may be. Now, let me tell you something. The other day, I advocated, and I still stand by my word. The Nigerian Constitution empowers me to resort to self-defense when I'm attacked. I will not, and I repeat, call on any security situation, agencies. If anybody dare attack me, I have the right to self-defense. And whatever I use to defend myself within the Constitution, I have that particular right. The Nigerian people should begin to imbibe such that when they attack, that particular, the criminal section and philosophy that says that you have the right to self-defense. You don't just hold your hands and allow these people to slaughter and kill on a daily basis. Because the government of the day is doing nothing about it to protect you and to secure lives and properties.
All right,
under our Constitution and our criminal jurisprudence. Yes. Okay. If you threaten my house and if you threaten my property and my life, I have the right to repel. That is what we call self-defense. So let us invoke that and let government begin to implement, not religious or whatever as it may be, that if you are attacked by anybody, invoke your right to self-defense and repel those attacks by whatever means you can. That is the only way we can tackle this thing.
All right,
this government is not serious.
Thank you, Barrister. Let's go over to Comrade Destiny. Comrade Destiny, a lot of people keep saying that maybe we should take up arms, Nigerians should resort to self-defense. But don't you think that this might set a precedent, considering the peculiarity of the Nigerian society? And don't you think we might have some dangerous vigilante movement coming up as a result of this?
Well, yeah, I appreciate you. I think you asking the question, you should know my stand. I must be very frank. I said it earlier. I said desperate time requires desperate measure. I was raised in an environment that say you must defend yourself, you must stand for yourself. Don't be intimidated. My father was a teacher. Later, he became a politician. So there's no way you say in Abulele, Chidi in Abulele, say, that man, it's a fearless man. And that has been my stand. So I have listened that for a Kwara State governor to begin to differentiate which is Muslim and which is Christian, it is an aberration. It is an aberration. They are not talking about Nigerians here. They are not saying they are Nigerians. So that is the problem. I think the last speaker has really hit the nail on the head. You see, the problem is this. We have now come up with religious sentiment to begin to bamboozle, to begin to deceive the people. And tell them so that the people will not leave the real matter, the core of the matter. They are killing our brothers. They are killing our sisters. And here you have some very disgruntled and people that are not fit to manage the local government. They find themselves in the saddle of leadership managing the state. They begin to come up with optics that is not of this world, that is inhuman. So for me, you have asked me a question that yes, we need to equip, we need to defend ourselves. Is there in the Bible? It says in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom will go suffer violence, and the violent one taken it by force. What that means, you must protect yourself and you must defend yourself. Okay. A situation where I'm coming, let me start with this talk. Okay. A situation where the Nigerian state is against its citizen and facilitating murder of its citizen. As you said, the people should not defend themselves. Anybody that rely on this government for security and whatever, the person is equally in a nightmare.
Okay.
Not the dreaming again, it's in a nightmare. Okay, and the person needs to wake up and begin to pray to the ancestors.
Mr.
Because I don't know.
Mr. Fanimo, he painted a very grim picture here in the studio. He said these terrorists know our security operatives, and our security operatives do not know them. What does this say about the structure of the Nigerian security mechanism at this point?
This morning, you see, it is laughable. I think Mr. Eze, he has hit the nail on the head once again. You see,
no, it was Mr. Fanimo who said that. Okay.
Yes, I think Mr. Eze, the man that joined virtually, the fair man, I think before Mr. Fanimo. Yeah. You see, the issue is this: it's simple. I have said it. I think in one sister's platform last week that the DSS has outlived its usefulness, and that's my next campaign. That is my next campaign. I'm using. I have a dossier of evidence, and I challenge them to invite me. From my experience when I was attacked in my village in my local government because the deputy governor gave them the go-ahead. They led a thug to attack me in my voting center. What do you call that? So this DSS, they've outlived the constitutional duty, and they need to be disbanded. And that should be our next, because they ought to be a source of information gathering. But they are no longer doing that. They are in bed. They are either eating jollof rice, or they are in bed with contracts, or they are in bed, they are not becoming the top wing of the APC. I said that openly. They are now the top wing of APC, because I am a living beneficiary of their top wing of APC. But thank God I'm still alive, and I will stand before them, be either before our Lord Jesus Christ or before any constitutional authority. The issue is this: is very simple. As we stand in this country, no security. I refuse to talk about the Nigerian police, because one of our fundamental problem is the Nigerian police.
All right.
They are better. I'm coming. Let me learn with this thought.
Okay,
we have been told that his tenure assist a lot. Even the so-called DSS boss, the Director General, his tenure assist a lot. And you expect something fantastic. They are preparing them for the general election.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Comrade Destiny. We're absolutely out of time, and we appreciate you for your contribution. This is where we have to wrap this conversation up. Yes, the issue of insecurity persists, and it troubles a lot of Nigerians to know that our brothers and sisters are being killed. And the question now is, we hope it doesn't get to city centers, but Nigerians are also calling on government to do the needful, what it has been elected to do, which is protect lives and property. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Asim Adams Esquire. Thank you very much for your contribution, and also Eze Luce Esquire. We've also had Honorable Destiny Enabulele and also Dele Fanimo with us in the studio. Thank you, gentlemen. That's it on the show today. Newspaper review comes up shortly. But in the meantime, I am Moses Humphrey, and my colleagues here, Chukwuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye, will join you again, or we ask that you join us again at 10 o'clock for newspaper review. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for being with us.
And of course, Daily Fanimo joins the conversation as well. Good morning to you.
My pleasure.
Now let's run into the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. This day newspaper has these headlines. Diplomacy. Tinubu plays the Remy card on Trump. Christian pastor, soft power. U.S. president acknowledges Nigeria's first lady at America's prayer meeting. Says his administration hitting terrorists very hard. They actually did describe her as, a pastor, yes. So, other headlines here. Nigeria key into $7.7 trillion global halal market as national economy strategy is launched. All right. I'll take that one again. And I'd like Chukuma to, dive into this one. So that's why I'm calling your attention.
Okay.
Nigeria keys into $7.7 trillion global halal market as national economy strategy is launched. Tinubu assures it will unlock $12 billion economic value for Nigeria. Position nation as halal-friendly tourism destination. Oduwole to chair strategy committee. I might just read a little into it.
Yes.
Okay, so President Bola Tinubu yesterday launched Nigeria's national halal economy strategy aimed at positioning the country to tap into the $7.7 trillion global halal market and diversify its economy. Now, the president described the unveiling of the strategy as a signal of Nigeria's readiness to join the world in grabbing a huge chunk of the global halal economy already embraced by leading nations. He said, the strategy also clearly defined Nigeria's direction within the markets, expected to add an estimated $1.5 billion to the country's gross domestic products, GDP, by 2027. Oh, well. I'll probably get into more of this, but what are your thoughts on this?
Well, my thought is, as it has always been, that sometimes I see these things as sound bites, it's just ordinary sound bite. For lack of what to say, the president has to say it.
Okay, let me take this part. I'm going to take this too. Now, the president added that it is also the product of deliberate partnership developed with the Halal Products Development Company, a subsidiary of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, alongside Daral Halal Group Nigeria, with technical backing from institutions such as the Islamic Development Bank and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. Tinubu's recent state visit to Republic of Turkey further reinforced Nigeria's commitment to developing a globally competitive halal ecosystem. The government said, now, a major outcome of that visit was the signing of an agreement in the field of halal quality infrastructure between Nigeria and Turkey, aimed at strengthening standards accreditation, certification, and quality assurance system to enhance international acceptance of Nigerian halal products and services. Commenting on the unveiling, chairperson of National Halal Strategy Committee, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, said the launch of Nigeria National Halal Strategy was a public-private collaboration that involved extensive interaction with stakeholders. Anyway,
okay.
I guess I'll just...
Basically, that's what it is. Like I said, I'm not enthused because as far as I'm concerned, it's all the whole issue of sound bites. The president had to say what he said, apparently because of, he had opportunity to say that. And let's even start by defining what halal means. Halal has to do with, and the ordinary meaning is like Islamic dietary structure, but at the higher level, it has to do with something that does with businesses with Islamic communities.
With Islamic communities.
Islamic countries and all of that. It is not a new thing. This is not the first time we are doing it. We have been doing sukuk. Sukuk. Sukuk is also Islamic. We also have the Jaiz Bank here in Nigeria that offers interest-free loans. Nigeria is a secular state. There's no problem with Islamic countries coming here to do business with us like halal and sukuk. After all, we also have companies from the Western world, IMF, World Bank, largely Western and Christian-dominated entities, coming here to do business. It's a free space. What we should say is a measure of civilization in all of this. If the potential is there, there is no problem in harnessing it. But the problem, the greater problem people have is that when these things come to Nigeria, it tends to reinforce, the belief, the perception by some people that there is a tacit movement, to Islamize Nigeria. And when the government finds it difficult to fight insecurity, people ordinarily say, oh, you see what we are saying and all of that. So this is what is happening. So when I say it is soundbite, from the president, I mean, tap into what? 7.7 what? I mean, nobody is excited. Have we tapped into AGOA, African Growth Opportunities Act? Have we tapped into AFTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and all of that? So these things are always, we have the Millennium Cooperation Challenge, We have the, if you go to America, America has very well-rounded packages for Africa. How many of those have we tapped into? So it's just about sandbars. Out of that 7.7 trillion naira, Nigeria at the end of the day might get something less than 0.5%. So it doesn't make sense. And I keep saying the only people that can develop Nigeria is Nigerians. And Nigerians. If you go back in recent history, countries that have been developed, talk about China, talk about India, talk about Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia, like Thailand, like Indonesia, like Singapore, and all of that. They are the people that developed the countries themselves. In fact, what they even do is to export talents, like what China is doing. If you go to the UK now, I mean, China is practically taking over the auto industry with companies like Tata doing very well. If you go to Silicon Valley, 65% of the eggheads there is supplied by Indians in every way. And so that is what we have. And we have this asset of population. I keep saying that Nigeria boasts of the most educated diaspora community in the United States of America, Canada, and UK. For every 10 Nigerians you meet in the streets of the United States, 6 are likely to have doctorate degrees. And it counts. And so we pride ourselves in that. So if we keep waiting until we tap into this, tap into that, we even have resources that people should come in, tap into and help and develop ourselves. But we keep running to other people. We practically cap in hand. We have outsourced everything. We have outsourced our military, now intelligence. We have outsourced our judiciary. We have outsourced our manufacturing. We have outsourced our education. Practically everything outsourced. And we live at the mercies of other people. It's not good. Look at how we moved from number 4, from number 1 to number 4. I'm happy that we are inching back to number 3 now. And we keep, it should become sustainable and not just a bounce back. It should be sustainable to the extent that we'll go back to number 1 where we were and reclaim that glory as the giants of Africa. That is what we should be, the most populated black country in the world. And we are just tossing ourselves upside down. We are even running to Hungary. We are signing an agreement with, I told you yesterday, the economy of Lagos is bigger than that of Hungary. It's just that they are organized. And we can do better than them. But we are running to them to sign agreements. And the presidential spokesperson are very proud to say, no, we have signed agreements with Hungary. Hungary is a third-rate European country that shouldn't even compare to Lagos or even River State economy. But here we are. Quite unfortunate. Just sound by as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's nothing much to say other than to add that we are tired of putting up bubbles in the air. Rather, we want something concrete. There are so many things that can be done in Nigeria that other countries will look our way. For instance, the steel industry in Nigeria is so massive. Almost 30% of revenue in Russia is from steel. And this steel industry would attract, in fact, you don't even have to beg anybody to come. They will naturally come. Because the basic economics is nearness to raw materials.
Raw materials, yes.
And so car manufacturing companies will want to come. They will start by assembling and then they will start manufacturing. We have everything that will serve us in good stead to have this in our country. And we have some other things that other countries should look up to. But unfortunately, the way Africa is structured is we are going back to another round of slavery, but sophisticated slavery, where you have large mineral deposits in Africa is where there is trouble today. Talk of DRC, talk of Nigeria, talk of Kenya, you know, almost everywhere where you find those people that have some moment of respite are the people that don't really have much in their soil. And they play out all these things, religion, ethnicity, and all that. Look at what happened to Rwanda. In less than 3 months, over 800,000 people in a country that is landlocked. And look at what is happening to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Up till today, that country has not benefited from its God-given raw materials, mineral resources. And Nigeria is gradually moving towards that. And then somebody is going out to say he's signing the lab. What if you sign bilateral trade agreement and then there is no security here to allow you land? What is the essence of going out to seek some of these things? Because they are not also blind and deaf.
They are not.
They are not blind and deaf.
I'm happy that Dele mentioned something. He talks about the steel industry. Let me just say go a little bit off and come back. You know, there is sometimes I wonder if our leaders actually read. If they read, you know, as in we have very educated people. It's one thing to be educated is another to be well read. We have this book by Jared Diamond. I talked about Jared Diamond the other day, you know, evolutionary biology, second to Charles Darwin by my own assessment. He wrote a book called Guns, Gems, and Steel. Guns, Gems, and Steel. How Europe conquered the entire world, you know. And that book was written in 1982. And you have something like another edition of that book by Ian Morris, you know, Why the West Rules Now. And he talks about steel, guns, gems, and steel. I'm going to talk about the steel aspect of it. The development of steel is what propelled Europe into industrialization. And that book was written in 1982. Look at what is happening recently. And our own steel industry has remained not just comatose, but dormant. Let's go to Brazil. See what Brazil is doing with steel. See what Russia is doing with steel and gas. And these are the two things that we have that we could use to control the economy of West Africa and Africa. Yet we allow it dormant. We politicize the whole thing. Somebody wants to develop it like, you know, the whole issue of Natasha's problem. Is around the steel industry. Steel industry. You know, why would she now take it to the North Central and all of that? Meanwhile, it was situated in the North Central. Because the raw materials because of proximity to raw materials. Do you know what will happen if our steel industry was very well developed? Innocent doesn't need to import anything. Other car manufacturing companies will come here. We are talking about meters. Every component that you need, we have it here. The uranium component for manufacturing meter is here. It's in Adamawa. Everything. We are talking about lithium batteries. Moses, you talked about lithium the other day. There's lithium here. Large deposits of lithium here in this country. Is it? I don't even know where to start. Is it population asset? Is it the ocean, our shorelines, the intellectual base, and everything? We have everything but unfortunately we have turned everything to a cost. So if we, as long as we leave that steel industry undeveloped, we'll keep running to sign one agreement. Look at Turkey. Look at us going to Turkey. To sign an agreement with Turkey. Turkey of which day? Turkey of Kemal Atatürk. The other day. It's disheartening.
Disheartening indeed. But let's move on to other headlines here. We have, we talked about this already, but the headlines are on the daily, so just mention. And if you have contributions if you have anything to add, feel free to do so. Opposition wants democracy on the brink over Senate's refusal to clearly mandate real-time upload of results. It also appears on The Guardian. It says, Senate's Electoral Act, Senate decision triggers outrage, doubts over 2027 elections. And The Punch has the same headline. Electoral Act,
Opposition pushes back as e-transmission faces firestorm. Well, that's the headline there. Well, let's take some of the headlines too. Okay, go ahead. Let's have some there.
Okay, on the front page of the Punch, Kwara massacre, UN condemns killings as Turkey pledges support. Tinubu meets governors, northern senators demand security overhaul. IG deploys tactical team. Respected woman, Trump hails Remi Tinubu at US prayer breakfast. PDP crisis, Makinde camp fumes as INEC recognizes VK block. Electoral Act, opposition pushes back as e-transmission faces firestorm. Kaduna abduction, 183 freed victims recount ordeal. Government pledges rehabilitation. Those are the front pages, major stories.
Speaking about the Wike story, the PDP story, it also appears on the cover page of The Guardian. It says, Wike-backed PDP faction attends INEC meeting with political parties.
Yes, there's even a story that says the other faction is fuming that the INEC has recognized the Wike faction. So, but before we get into the Wike faction, I would like to talk about the outrage that has greeted the Kwara massacre. Outrage, soundbite. You know what will happen? That outrage will die by middle of next week when another set of people are killed in another part of this country. So we'll stop talking about Kwara now. We'll probably move to that spot. And the president will say, move troops.
That's why I faulted these taking battalion to...
And then they say IGP has dispatched tactical team to that place. So by the time, there's another incident somewhere, what we'll hear is the president will say, Minister of Defense, Chief of Defense Staff, relocate to that location. And the moment they go there, they'll strike elsewhere. And we'll keep talking. So it's just soundbite. The outrage will die down. This is Nigeria. We are used to it.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Now, talking about the Wike faction, and when I saw it, I laughed. Wike said, the Wike faction has fixed their own convention. Local government, state congresses for February, and then March 28, 29 for the elective national convention, where they will now elect the national leaders of the party. So.
Well, the writers here on the cover page there's something interesting here. It says the writers are Usman makes history as first female party chair. That's Nanadi Usman.
Nanadi Usman, yes.
Speaking about
the Labour Party. The Labour Party, yes.
Okay, yes.
That's the Labour Party.
IPAC wants elections same day as INEC registers two new parties. Yawada makes case for security personnel, journalists, other voters. Okay.
Okay, so on the weaker part of it, the problem in the PDP is not about... remember that Taminu Turaki is the senior advocate of Nigeria. He said, well, gentlemen, party faithful, calm down. We are going to appeal this case. But I'm surprised up until now, I've not seen that they went to court to obtain a stay of execution. Meanwhile, I hear that Wike and co went to INEC meeting and that INEC has recognized them as the authentic leadership, the authentic faction of the PDP. So when INEC offers the recognition, you need to do a lot of work, to withdraw that recognition. Because you recall what happened with ADC during the Ralph Mosu thing. And David Mark, it took a while, after a lot of back and forth, before INEC had to upload, the names of David Mark. And it had also happened in the Labour Party. Even when the Supreme Court had given a judgment that, look, Julius Abure, your tenure has expired. You are no longer the national chairman of the Labour Party. It took a very long while, and up until this moment, on top of my head, I'm not sure whether it's been affected, that change in the INEC portal. But Nanadi Usman becoming the first...
it's been affected.
Yes, to be the first Labour Party, the first female chairman
of a party in Nigeria.
In Nigeria. It is a good thing. I would like to stay with PDP. Now, Wike seems to be fighting from all fronts. And he seems to be winning.
He's a strong man.
He's a strong man. He seems to be winning. Very strategic fighter, Wike is fighting in FCT. He seems to be winning. Wike is fighting in the PDP. He seems to be winning. Wike is fighting in River State. He seems to be winning. And there's an intel. A lot of people don't know that Wike is in control of the Plateau State PDP and the government. Yes. Because he installed Caleb Muftuan. And he was the one that asked Caleb to move over to APC. That's an information that a lot of people don't have. And well, security information around is that, well, leave those two states for Wike, leave River State and Plateau State for Wike. The issue here is that how our democracies should be structured.
Is that how
like
this we go the day?
Structured? You know, now like this we go the day, because we seem to be making 2 steps forward and 6 steps backwards. Look at what we are discussing. We are discussing electronic transmission of votes. What happened during the tax reforms is repeating itself. Now, nobody's even talking about the tax reforms again. Events have overtaken that one. And yesterday, when I got confused, I ran to Ghana. And Ghana has this hybrid system where it is possible for you to use electronic transmission, please use it. Where it is not, you do manual upload, you know. And the people respected it. And after the election, we didn't hear that Akufo went to court against Mahama and all of that registered. And so 2 political parties by unknown quantities, unknown entities registered. And so 2 political parties by unknown quantities, unknown entities are the ones that are registered. So it clearly shows that if they had waited, you know, for their parties to be registered, they will be caught, you know, napping. Yeah. They won't be registered. So it's all about the politics of exclusion, creating entry barriers, you know, for the members of the opposition to get into active participation in politics. And it is not good. It doesn't help a very strong and stable democracy.
Indeed, indeed. All right. You want to add something to that? All right, then. So let's take...
I'm tired of this wicked honestly. Because...
Let's talk about Tinubu's wife.
Okay.
Let's talk about that.
You talk about it now. You
are the analyst.
We are all analysts. We are all analysts. You are a woman. Soft sports, soft politics. No. You know when they say soft politics.
If the president will not be entertained, as it seems, in the White House, and then the wife can now go there and she's going there.
Pastor.
So you can also send a message to her that she will deliver to the Congress in the U.S. So over to you,
let's take a peep into that story. The prayer conference, Washington prayer conference. Was she in Washington and met on it, or did she set out from here to go and pray in Washington and all of that?
Okay. So U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday acknowledged the presence of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu, as he spoke at the National Prayer Breakfast in Washington, highlighting her faith, leadership, and role in religious life. The annual event, attended by members of the UN Congress, religious leaders, and international guests, featured Trump. And he said, "We are honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, that's the Redeemed, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much." Yeah. And then he goes on, Mrs. Tinubu is an ordained pastor of the RCCG, founded by Pastor Adeboye.
Okay, now I get the meat of the story. I mean, it's ordinary protocol extended to a first lady of a country. You know, I don't know how many other first ladies
National
were there.
Prayer Breakfast.
National Prayer Breakfast. Yes, it's a congressional prayer caucus. They hold it from time to time. You know, so and the evangelicals feature prominently in all of that. So as far as I'm concerned, now I understand the meat of the story. It's just a courtesy, precedence, protocol extended to a visiting first lady, you know, to that country. It's about diplomacy, and you don't expect Trump will not ordinarily go out of his way, the kind of person that he is, and say, "Oh, you are here and your country is this and that." But he avoided all of that and said, you know, courtesy, because maybe it was in a prayer session. If it were,
the maybe there.
It was in a prayer session. But all good. If she was invited and she went to pray, she has called for prayers here too. Yes. One has been calling for prayers. We have been praying for this country. But the Bible that I read tells me that faith without work is useless. I mean, we can pray on and on and on. If we don't do the right things, our prayers will not solve our
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news.
Reviewing, okay, the report says the federal government is in the final stage of reviewing the revenue allocation formula across the 3 tiers of government, as well as the remuneration of political office holders. And we hear that very soon we will conclude. We have done everything. We are just about to finish analyzing the data and bring it before you. Remuneration of political office holders is completed. We have submitted it through the SGF to Mr. President. We hope that very soon this will be transmitted to you so that it becomes law. Of course, your own doesn't require any legislation. It's for ministers and others. We are also on vertical and horizontal revenue sharing formula. We will conclude it this year. That's coming from Shehu of Ramfak.
Yes. So you know, as at the time it came up that time, my position was that, well, it wasn't necessary at that moment, because they were asking us to tighten our belts.
Yes.
And
they keep loosening their own.
Keep loosening their own. You know, as we perforate, they close. You know, so I said it was unnecessary. And my position at that point was that, look, the day they will implement these things, that we will not know.
Yes.
So it's important to understand that it has been frozen all this while. The committee has been working on it, so it wasn't actually implemented. So it's not as if it's a new one. It's the work of that committee that was set up. Now they are coming up with this. And my clear answer to this should be, they shouldn't implement it.
One of the arguments at that time was that civil servants were not earning enough. Minimum wage was, really nothing to write, has been nothing to write home about. And we've been talking, Labour has been talking about wage awards. Wage award was introduced at some point, but Labour has been talking about a living wage.
Okay.
And we know what our politicians take home. Let's even forget salaries. I think they should stop talking about salaries and remuneration.
Because they don't even touch their salary.
They don't even touch it.
They don't even touch
They have other benefits, other perks of office. They have monies flying into their emails and the rest of them. So they don't touch it. So why are they looking to even increase it?
These political office holders, they are more like...
Is this because elections are around the corner?
No, that kind of money will not have them.
Elections were not around the corner.
Well, that was...
It's not that they want to take more. They want to take more. It's greed. Political greed. They want to take more and more and more. And anytime the issue of
where they raise money to
increase in minimum wage, the National Assembly goes
regardless of party affiliations. They all just go quiet.
So it's just about greed and selfishness. When you read this story, I thought you were going to talk about, because that committee is also, Ramfak is also working about, changing the sharing formula between the 3 tiers of government, so that the federal government will take
52.86%
good
to the federal government.
To the federal government. So they are asking to increase it from 52 and reduce that which goes to the states and the local government areas. And everybody understands that local government is the grassroots, the closest, government to the people. But there remain the appendages of the state governors. And what are the state governors doing? The state governors, yesterday, within the week, it was in the news, 9.7 trillion naira shared between the states, and how many? So if the states got 9.7 trillion naira, my mathematics is not very good. So how much will the federal government have received within? It should be in excess of. While we're asking the state governments what they did with the 9.7 trillion naira, we also ask the federal government what did they do with their own? Because even at that, we are still being harassed and embarrassed in our missions outside, because we are owing not just salaries, we are also owing house rents.
It's a big shame for a country like this, for us to be disconnected from power just because we are owing in far away South Africa. South Africa that we were shipping money to some 3 decades ago, trying to fight apartheid and all that.
What we normally do is to export our inefficiencies here outside. I told a story. It's a very short story. Let me repeat it here. When I was doing my master's project, so I needed to reach out to Nigerian commissions and embassies outside. I called. I took Ghana. I got the phone number of Nigerian embassy in Ghana. I called and called and called and called. Nobody picked it. I called the Nigerian embassy in Gambia. I called and called and called, and nobody took the call. I said, let me try something different. I got the number of the American embassy in Ghana. I called. I just want to spam. Someone picked the call. I said, country, this is a country. I tried the same thing. The American embassy in Ghana, 1/3 someone picked the call. I called the UK embassy, the UK High Commission in Ghana. Someone picked the call. I called the UK High Commission in Gambia. Someone picked the call. I went back and dialed Nigeria. The thing rang out.
They're having a meeting at the time.
Okay, they were having a meeting. Can you imagine?
They're probably having a meeting at the time. All right, some more headlines here. Electoral Act, Senate. Okay, I think we've taken that one. Let's take this one. Well, this is on
about the PDP
insecurity.
crisis?
Yes, we've touched on the PDP crisis. After 160 deaths in Kwara, Tinubu holds emergency talks as leaders demand action. Trump says U.S. confronting campaign against religious believers. Northern governors condemn killings, urge decisive security response. DHQ links Woro massacre to rejection of extremist indoctrination. There you have it. Abdulrazak orders emergency relief, confirms deployment of soldiers. Obi decries killings, calls for nationwide war on insecurity. Gani Adams renews call for state police after Kwara bloodshed. Yoruba youth group, Amnesty International, won over rising violence. All right, so I think we've had quite a reaction to some of those. We do have another headline here. This is from the Punch newspaper. It's, there's a table that explains this one. It says, inside Zamfara's 87 billion naira health budget. Inside Zamfara's 87 billion naira health budget. 21.1 billion naira emergency and health system support. And then you have 20 billion naira emergency response fund on health, 1 billion naira purchase of medical equipment to meet the standard of MSP, 65 million naira procurement of quality control laboratory equipment. It goes on. We have 20.3 billion naira allocated for PHC services across 14 local government areas. That's in Zamfara State, of course. 1 billion naira for Shinkafi. These are the local government areas and how the 20.3 billion naira will be shared. 1 billion naira for Shinkafi. 1 billion naira for Bakura. 1 billion for Maradun in Naira. Kaura Namoda, 1.5 billion naira. Benin Magaji, 1 billion naira. Bungudu, 1.5 billion naira. Talata Mafara, 1.5 billion naira. Anka, 1 billion naira. Bukuyum and also Gusau, 1 billion naira. And then the 1.5, we have Safe, you have Maru and Gumi. All of those are 1.5 billion naira allocated for PHCs, that's primary health centers. And okay, well, that's basically the story. 250 million naira basic healthcare provision fund, provision of basic healthcare to rural facilities in Zamfara State.
Okay, now there is a healthcare expert here, so he's going to talk about that. But before we talk about health, Moses, there's an item you read out here, and the item is about the state police. Talking about the state police, I said it before, and I like to repeat myself. It would be a near impossibility to have state police in the first tenure of this administration. And if the president, the sitting president, if he has to bring about state police, it will be in second term. Do you know why? It is very clear to me. The state, the police is the ultimate instrument of state control. When you talk about how strong a state is within, in terms of internal security, that is what you use to measure the strength, or what you use to measure the strength of internal stability is the strength of the police. If you come to Nigeria here, the North is in control of the state police. And the North will not allow you to have state police. Because the moment they lose that ultimate instrument of state control, then that hegemony they are trying to build, preserving, will be lost. It will become difficult, to send someone from Sokoto as the state commissioner of police in Ondo State. It will be difficult to send someone from Adamawa or from Borno State as the state commissioner of police in Abia State. So they won't let it happen. That is why anytime they go to the National Economic Council meeting, they put it in their agenda. They don't talk about it.
All right.
So,
well, before I take your response now, we're being joined by Engineer Wakili from Abuja. Good morning to you. Welcome to Newspaper Review.
Good morning, sir.
Good to have you. Well, I do believe that you've been following the conversation, and you had the headline that we just read out. Let's have your contribution to it.
Yeah, come again.
I said, I do believe that you have been following the conversation, and you have the headline that we just read out. That's on primary healthcare centers, Zamfara State. This basically speaks to what the government of Zamfara State has earmarked for primary healthcare centers in the state. It goes to the tune of 21.1 billion naira. Well, the headline is Inside Zamfara's 87 billion naira healthcare budget, and how the monies will be spent and spread around the different, the 14 local governments in Zamfara State. What's your reaction to that headline?
Thank you once again for being part of the conversation. I remain Engineer Kaura Joseph, the advocate of senior advocate for the persons with disability, and I remain the chairman of Joint FCT. With this analysis that just the first and foremost, I want to know the percentage given to allocated for persons with disability in Zamfara State. Is there anything, a number given the persons with disability to be benefited in the Zamfara State? Because you have just said that how the money will be spent out. Now, how will they spend it? Are persons with disability come along? This is what I want to.
Well, that's I was hoping that you would tell me if persons with disabilities are carried along in this regard, but I think they are, because it's for primary healthcare centers. It basically brings healthcare closer to the people. So, well, this is what the government has set aside. Yeah. If you are you in touch with your association in Zamfara? Do you know what their plight is? Do you know what they are clamoring for in terms of getting health care, getting medical attention as when needed? Do you know what they are saying in Zamfara State? I know you're joining us from Abuja.
As it is now, in Zamfara State, we are all over 36 states plus FCT. All the state has structures across the association, which I am representing. And I believe the Zamfara State also have it. And I don't know.
Okay. All right then. Well, thank you very much.
It's the same plight we are pursuing as Nigeria concerned.
Okay.
If anything, as a person with disability, anything that has to do with Nigerian person with disability is the same. We are the same.
Yes, indeed. Oh well. Well, I do believe that governments will, do the needful in terms of reaching your needs and ensure that everyone, every Nigerian is attended to. Well, thank you very much, Engineer Wakili. Well, let's touch on some of the headlines here. Edo APC, Oyegun Baker, over alleged 150 million naira debt. We also have businesses battle rising costs as confidence weakens in January. I was going to take this story. This has to do with the tax law, how that has affected businesses in the first month of the year. A lot of businesses are not certain of how the implementation will be, and
even the workers in the tax office, they don't even understand it.
Honestly,
that is the truth.
Honestly, because a few that I've spoken to,
talk to them, they don't understand.
They don't understand it.
The tax, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The tax reforms. They don't understand it. Oh well, So, what are your thoughts on this? But let me take some other headlines, and then you might just choose the one to react to. Nexim ex-MD Robert Oya jailed 10 years for 2.4 billion naira fraud, and then we have.
No, I think it was 490 years. The concurrent pronouncement is what the Guardian is reporting.
Okay.
Cumulatively, it is 490 years. I don't know if you have to reincarnate about 10 times to serve out his term.
Let's have your reaction to the health.
Then I was supposed to say something about the health.
Yes, I was supposed to say something about the health issue. You see, for me, the question that bothers me is the state government not going to use local government resources to fund PHC? Because statutorily, it is the local government that is saddled with the responsibility of taking care of PHCs. That's why it's called primary health centers. Whereas the state is supposed to take care of secondary health centers, which are the state general hospital and state specialist hospitals. And in Zamfara, they have only 16. And to rehabilitate these 16 hospitals, the whole of Zamfara state, just 16 state hospitals. And to rehabilitate it at the cost of 200 million naira per one. That amounts to 1.8 billion for this year. Where is this money coming from? That should be the first question. And who is going to be saddled with the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating what is on ground and what they are likely to bring? Because at the end of the day, this money may end up in private pockets. And when you now begin to have two contending state actors over a particular project, it becomes a very huge problem. I would have expected that, apart from these statistics, they should tell us where the funding will be drawn, so that we will now know. Because at the end of the day, you just find out that after the whole exercise, money will be deducted from source, from local governments. And they will not have a say on who is spending, the contractor that will come, the people that will implement the procurement of drugs and consumables and all that. At the end of the day, this is the reason why local governments will continue to be struggling under the jackboots of state governors.
Oh, well. You have anything you want to add?
I'm not a health expert.
All right, then. Well, this will... Pardon? No. Oh, well, well, I think we've touched on all the headlines from the dailies. So it's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines today. This is where we wrap it up. Thank you very much, Lily Fanimo, for your time.
That was my pleasure.
And also a big thanks to Engineer Wakili, who joined us later. Well, I think you were billed to join earlier in the day, but thank you for still obliging. We do appreciate you. Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. And right after that, on Political Lens, they'll travel around the nation, bring you political stories. And after that, he will enjoy his Thank God Is Friday that he stated earlier in the day. Oh, well, Jane also.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. See you guys on Monday.
I know you can't wait to go home. But yes, we'll be here again, God willing, Monday morning, bright and early. But we do have programs. VOP this morning will come your way. It's the weekend edition of VOP this morning. Morning Boss, that's what it's called. Comes your way tomorrow morning. You don't want to miss out on that one. Promises to be interesting as well. But for this morning, 11 o'clock on the DOT, Sports comes your way. I am Moses Humphrey. Wishing you a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shapes with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice.
Where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. You have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
everybody knows say no be every director waiting for back. Nice I be say 1, 2, 3. Who be left who go stay hungry, try a person, because not be so just stay play like that. And they talk every time. When you don't come like this, you need to give people better information. You just say you just do all right. Now, when you're giving us some kind of information, when we say I need today, you don't take day, we don't say the week don't start. People know say anytime we say the worst word they say landlord, they say not get. Now to the asking and say me just show and love. We don't come now sports public should not be this one. So and now that will get Friday morning maybe this. We'll go give us things we say you now go understand what they happen now for area. We get so many news we say we'll get our guests. So we say media officer for football club Capsule Academy or Josh go day one side. They give us the informate as just the tranga they come. So now Tide Outreach and 9B Sports Public Show is just on top VOP TV, we say they call Voice of the Television. Now, once you look inside the matter, we'll just enter deep, we'll be the call inside. Now, the first one we just see guess. So, people they ask questions, say, what did they do Remo Star? Nigeria club side, they win MPFL. Now, they be the king of MPFL based on last season. But where they just did now, they don't drop points, they don't go down, they don't dig down. Now, people they ask questions, say, what team Daniel Ogumon and the team they do? I've been at that Portugal country the way they carry on, waiting be the problem, waiting go wrong for Remo Stars. Now be the team who they talk. Because Remo Stars, as it be now, their club side and they do well. And you know, if you agree with me, say, you not feel give up for me, they collect change, you're not good. And the worst way go happen, a person will say, they call miracle, me not get fit. That's in a one bad thing. Now, when I look table for MPFL, as it be 25-26 season, so, Rivers United went on top. If now know the story, now not say Rivers United say they compete for African tournament. They all see they on top now. Even if they not play match complete, they still get chance to see the top they go. I say they can't go as. That's why United come the second, but not be all those clubs where they say how they look. The club where they look now, who they for 17. If Kun Khalifa feed they there, not go bad. Because United don't take this is a bad result. But Remo Stars, they don't draw line for them. Say they feel relegate. And the matter now say if they relegate, we don't know whether they will go join their beyond limits, maybe the junior club, say they're called academy side. To follow me talk all this same for your Balenciaga, not be the prototype, we'll use Ito and voice. Ito will be say, you see, day one, sir, I don't think I say now she be media officer for football club Capsule Academy or Joe. She come follow me, align this matter, and we'll just translate her to where we say go to understand her. Inside this show today, we'll go talk about South Africa women. We say they go all host the WAFCON. We don't know what to do Morocco. Morocco not eligible again. We don't know what they do football violation. Many matter where you see play. So they will all do one side. For the show today, we'll still talk about what might they call Stanley Wabali. I'll talk and say I'm a bachelor. I'll never cheat on my wife. Now for this stage, they start. You understand? Now see, Wabali news will talk on. Lookman will talk on. Eric Chair will talk on. They say Nigeria not go next World Cup. Nobody this one they come. So we'll talk on. So all this news now we just talk. But more first time we don't wait for screen. So me don't know whether Ito and Mozok don't join me. Ito, if you don't join me, I say Yusuf, don't see, don't come, don't go play S2. When Ito I go join us, we'll follow talk about that one. But this thing when I see for screen, so bros, I don't like Nigeria Premier League last season champion, what they call Remo Star, they don't lose their 14th match of the season, and now they're on the verge of relegation. Now if you check MPFL, now I go say now 40 games all remain so. So our Remo Star want to take cope. Now be the team with the talk. Whether they go relegation or they go day. If na bad man will get the Remo Star, you don't try. And I know who they get to be. You know, show now maybe say like sports. You don't say all these ones they invest all their money, all their savings for football. Matter the two like sports. You know what they do over 1.5 over 2. You still get one company. You know the name. You say bet. You put Nigeria for inside go day. You know some kind of connection where they get. Now I say get Ferenc for Portugal side. So waiting that they do not be bad. But Remo Star will be leading champion. I never see this kind of thing happen like that. Even Liverpool say they win now last season, they see they bounce back. Remo Star they go down every day. So there are two things with the talk now. Me don't know whether they go say no Guma they did continue Super Eagle matter. Wait, we'll just sharply go break. When I go meet to Guma, they matter now one or two things will they come. Now wait till they come. Guma they come here, they come.
a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We don't come back now. Mind you, the tell person will be say not to know for road. Which shall be your love? Will be say never marry him. And may they fear any man will be say they call people. Daddy, help me greet our wife. Now me and you pay bright price. Yes, who there for there? More just run enter Benin now. Currently, probably they wait for us before we connect with Ito and Mozokbia. Will be say she will follow us online. She did for Lagos, so I don't think I send a media officer for Football Club Capsule Academy or Joe. Now, more connect with Benin. Currently, probably yesterday one side me follow us online. Maybe you know. Waiting make the MPFL leading champion when the winner last season did this position. So currently, if they hear me so, I say I welcome you like Palmer where they play for Chelsea. IB.
Adeo, good morning, Kizike. Good
morning. Yeah, bros, I see you. I bet Shabali, how was the night? Not be my team. I bet. Tell me what did happen for MPFL? Oh, good morning. Where did they go?
This what they call her Remo Stars matter. It tire everybody, like not be waiting we expect to see. At least even if you know challenge for the title this season, at least if you stay there in the top 4, top 2, based on say you be champions of the league currently. But the position that they are is not impressive at all. It's not impressive at all. Like this one pass waiting math they talk or waiting eye they see. You hear me?
I hear you. You have blasted on the break. I'm not here to talk then.
Okay, I said this Remo Stars matter like not be will not be waiting with the expert before now with the see. So we pass waiting I see and waiting math they talk. I think now everything goes down to the recruitment. We all know say yes, some players come out after that after their success last season. And I believe say the players when they bring come, not really they as good as the ones make it come out. So everything just did down to the recruitment and also to the management of the club. Whether they go like this now, so the season is almost over. The fight for Nana to come back into the top 10 for the league, because we not expect them today the second half of the table. When we say they're going to fight relegation fight safe, what do we expect from them? And say okay, at least if probably maybe they'll fight within the title, or at least even finish for top 2 or top 3. But this position today is not impressive at all, and not this one. So now a pass between analyst or football pundit or anybody could just talk. There's something we don't know that is happening inside that club.
Some people they talk say their coach don't get time for them. They say they follow Richard, they carry back, they walk up and down. Some people say their coach don't come out. They're going to leave that Thiago Conde for that club. Some people say their coach is supposed to get time for a club. So maybe you choose one. But then at Super League, you won't stay. Or maybe you just run, enter back to your club. So which one? Now, come on, the pro that have been at the team and they play well. What is sport? What is change?
I know this thing, we don't see, even for European side, we don't see coach managers of clubs where we say for their national team, they see the assistant manager for their national team. And they do well. They do well for both sides. They'll do well for their club, then they'll go to their national side, go with their job as assistant manager. Yeah, sometimes they feel not everybody fits focus or do two things at the same time. But as it stands now, so for the manager, as a day like this, I say, okay, yes, a club side they perform badly. It go better say, okay, if now this one now you want focus on, make it focus on, or if you want focus on the national team side, make it just be focus on the national, because as it stands now like this, so the club now, the team, they are not doing very well, and it's not only just about the manager, like I said before, not just about the manager. Yes, the team too must stay okay. I don't watch few of their games, and they're not the impressive. They're not they like they see that champions mentality for them at all this season.
But as you know, they see that champion mentality, they will go relegation. They will go.
I'm not sure they'll go relegate. No, they're not go relegate.
I don't want to do one. I don't want to do one. For thinking remains, so I don't want to do one.
Well, now this thing, they will definitely avoid defeat and also win. Avoid defeat and win games and win. No matter how scrappy the win be, 1-0 now win, 2-0 now win, 2-1 now win. No matter how ugly you take get the victory, just like this now. So not be about the football now or maybe the performance that matter to them now. Now fight to stay up, fight to not relegate. Now be their result and be the most important thing to them now. Performance can come later on, maybe next season. But for now, to salvage the season, you just have to get results, positive results, because results are results. Just have to get positive results.
Okay.
Now to the end of the season.
Okay, more they collect the talk. One only, jejely, one only, more only move. Iton, you don't come back. Where you did? If Iton, I don't do. Iton, I don't do there. Iton, we never see Iton. We wait for Iton when she come. We'll continue. But currently, people just stay one side. I bet more y'all talk. Everybody, all of us, we see and we got that the matter. We see what he play for Morocco. See, and the talk I say Morocco. Many people y'all happen for Morocco. Morocco, they not get enough towel. I get like 5 for us. I don't give 2 to some kind of people. I won't give Morocco the rest 3 or 4 self. That's not the red color, because we see what in Morocco they do with towel. Towel matter. They need towel. One by say, man, I carrot, man, I take clean face. Morocco in a country be say for host WAFCON like 3 times in a row. Because they ask, say, we will be pundit. How they play now? Wait till go make all the tournament, everything they go Morocco. You know what? Morocco come like Saudi Arabia. Me don't talk about before, say, me not fit carry me, they go Dubai, go to Paris. Say, now authority, they don't agree me will go Morocco because Casablanca too fine, it makes sense. But tournament they host, it's not fine at all. Now, the countries are kind of mapped out. It's a peace, Mbappe. What do you know that time? That one you call peace. Now, no, Abi? You don't talk, say, we'll go fight for the matter. Peace, Mbappe. She's in. Peace Mabe, they in. Ma tell you now. Then I'll see they in. Peace Mabe talk something. Say, this right when I don't lose. Say, we be South African people will collect them. So not be news again. Everybody don't say, next WAFCON tournament, now South, we they go, South Africa. Now I want to go see the woman. See, if you look and say, you know this one, they fight for her right. You see, I had the education and everything. without the, because not be this bar now, understand? She know a barrister. She likes to do things where she talk about based on sports matter. So follow me online. Carrington, WAFCON not they go Morocco again. Before we connect with you to her. WAFCON they go South Africa. This one has sweet development. I'll be just paying them, say they lose the last time.
Normally, we don't have talk about this matter before, say why Morocco they host everything signing African football. We still give our own one or two about say okay, yes, now they don't still develop, now they play out already. But this WAFCON when we say they're supposed to host all of a sudden, just few months to the tournament, they just pull out, say, we know the host them again. It not make sense at all. And when they see some of their people, they say the injustice made for this last AFCON. Now make them pull out from hosting this WAFCON. But which injustice? We first talk about that one first. Which one be injustice? For you see what they do Super Eagles of Nigeria when we play collect what they call one bally tower. If their fans they collect one bally tower, their bubbles they collect one bally tower. Even referee safe, the referee that day, it day against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they favor the Moroccans. Like anytime when we say 50-50 challenge, now Morocco now they give anything at all. So to the extent we never feel play ball again, we not be able to play. And this same thing, Cameroon fair complain about this same thing. To the extent Eto still complain, they give Eto ban.
The banner, yes.
Yes, they ban Eto. And for that final, we all see where it go wrong for that final. Referee Disala Senegal goal when he said that goal supposed to start. Nothing they wrong with that goal at all. Nothing they wrong with that challenge on Hakimi. Then a few minutes later with the award penalty. Then yes, I know say yes, the drama may play out. You're not supposed to play out at all. Yes, but sometimes emotions, people know they can control their emotions. It will happen. They're not supposed to talk about say what they call them. They suffer any injustice. If people suffer, if anybody suppose they complain, now people when we say Morocco, when we say Morocco, there's people like Super Eagles, and people like what Morocco just do now, just I'll call them sour losers. I'll call them sour losers because ever since this first of all they go meet CAF, they make CAF strip Senegal off the championship, they award them the champion. Like what be the meaning of all those ones? If you know what before now fair come outside they talk, so not be Africans. If you know what be African, not come out, you know they beg una. So what they do not be sportsman, not be good sportsmanship at all. It not make sense in any way. If now another thing now they go on like the one maybe say happened 2015 because of Ebola virus, then I go understand. But for something like this, because say okay maybe the decision may CAF not take or una not end up winning that tournament and one of the best so that no one who's this WAFCON. Now Nakondo make una anything I want to do. Another country just step up say they go host us. So as South Africa one host us now welcome development to other Africa side we go see the WAFCON the bottom line say the WAFCON will hold. That will be the thing. The WAFCON must surely hold. Now that will be our own happiness.
Okay, we go hold and I don't talk South Africa to South Africa. If you don't, I don't do there. I don't do there.
Yes, good morning, KZK.
Ito, good morning. How was your night? I know they like to talk for TV. So, I better follow me online. Welcome.
Thank you.
So Ito, I want to make shook match for MPFL. What did happen for Gumo today? What did they happen for Gumo today matter? Why Remo Stars there for 17 for MPFL? Defending champion.
Okay, defending champions, like you call them. I've been told that maybe not because their coach is part of the Super Eagles. But then again, I look say even this man, this coach, the coach of Enugu Rangers,
Fidelity Lechiku also they part of the Super Eagles. So I don't understand what will happen to Remo Stars. But you know, say sometimes I just feel say sometimes some team go there in form. Some season they no go there in form. Sure, you understand. So. We see say the same thing that happened to Liverpool and Man City. So I feel say maybe now waiting they happen to Liverpool and Man City. They also happen to Remo Stars. Maybe this season no be their season.
Okay, no be their season. I'm not there for women football. Don't talk. You say if you don't vest that day we carry you come for TV. The para say no, say you not go green, not go green. I say take lot for up waker. Not be the one waiting for hashtag. I mean for bar. I want to ask you this thing. I see you're the tutorial you now. Morocco, you did power at that time. I don't know if you forget. You say Morocco, everything they go Morocco. Say why Morocco? Yes. Now they don't strip them. Now that's hosting rights based on the violation of things that they do will not make sense for last Nations Cup. Even their 2030 World Cup host, they don't lose that. So now Barca, now Santiago Bernabéu for play that one. We just wait for that report, make sure this stamp confirmed. I beg. As South Africa want to host this thing now, you like them?
Yes, I like them, but let's switch me because you remember, say, like you talk when I did on your show the last time, I asked, say, why every single they go to Morocco? Now only them they bid for hosting right for Africa. Like your guests where the studio talk, say, after all, this in Morocco, before them say they not be part of Africa, say they won't go join EU. Okay, now we agree say they be Africa. Okay, we got say why they say everything they go to their side. Now they're not win AFCON, they come the vex. They can't say they no want host AFCON. The better for us. The better. Make South Africa host them. Yes, make everybody be less sweet. I feel really, I feel say Morocco don't step down say they no want host. Make South Africa host them because if to say they still want host, then we do also Joro. Me, they look say the Super Falcons, they're likely to win the AFCON again for the 11th time. And if Morocco hosts, then we still want to do Ojoro, the way they take do Ojoro for the AFCON. So right now, they say they no want host. We not go beg them now. CAF won't beg them. CAF not go beg them. If they want South Africa don't step in. So Bella Sweet, I'm really happy.
Okay, we like the news because we not say they paying them for body. Morocco people not sleep. The last time we say our babies they play them for AFCON for their house. We can't live time, can't make a like 10 times. See, African football for women category, now we the school, then now we the carry and go out. Now we get textbook with inside bag. Now we they run the matter. Nobody reach us for African football for women category. Now we they decide if we don't win. I blast over think I say more give, but we not go agree. But I say Super Eagles, waiting they played last time. We want to see vest come out for their hand. Now the ladies they reign. But from Super Eagles to Super Eagles, you see those Super Falcons. Oh, you see join. More look one man, so mostly from South Africa to South Africa. The news, they don't submit requests. They can't stand in one valley. Super Eagles #1. Some say he's big, he's brave. Or both look at finish, say comes alive from big moments. Stand in one valley, don't go drop requests. Say yes, so like this, bros, and off it day again. I want come out. And they don't look the thing, they don't look and recognize and say, this thing gonna make sense. So I can't call the count for this guy. We'll see cash out. Now, I'm not forgetting a casting boy before it matter. Now, one valley they think of fresh start. We never know. But then at Europe, I've been at Kaiser Chiefs where they run the con, so we never know I want to play. But Carrington, you know say one by now #1. As you want to club for Chippa United, I play. You let me go Kaiser Chiefs, me enter Europe. If not championship, may they manage. Or maybe not League One. I see him.
Normally, Kaiser Chiefs, they still be one of the biggest clubs for South Africa.
Now so.
And yes, they still be one of the best. I would like to see Stanley Wambali for European stage, like Stanley Wambali with equalities. It is like you said, or French league or any of the leagues at all for Europe. May yesterday at least Europe top 5 or Europe top 6 league. Yeah, Stanley Wambali get equalities to perform for those leagues. Yes, especially for big moments. Stanley Wambali yesterday. Yes, I don't say get you for body, get you for body, but I will say if somebody go Europe, he will gather more experience. They gather they exposed to some kind of African football be not be so European football be like it go still help and develop in one way or the other. When we say it go still help us for Africa anytime they call upon us. So I would like to see Stanley Wambali for any European side, but if Kaiser Chiefs now still end up no problem. But for me, I would love to see him playing in Europe.
Okay, everybody go like to see Wambali enter Europe. I mean, you don't know whether it's on IB. You go like Wambali there Europe, or maybe you see. Now this thing, wait. Now this thing where currently Palmer they talk for Benin station so for studio now they cost wahala. We now know many Nigerian players. They don't say they want to go Europe. They not get Nigeria not there. Some people they play for Latvia. Me I don't go. Some they play for Oman. Now Europe that day. Some they play for what they call Serbian. Understand? So Serbian even used to try. So Wambali, I like what he talk. Say top 5 league at least. Ligue 1, Bundesliga, Premier League, La Liga. Understand? Italian Serie A, any of them. But if you like say not be by that one, you'll be the national team keeper. Because why be say we never look you style, they look Madiko Okoye. against Roma, Udinese, he get saved and then win. Without one ball, I want to ask you this question now. Without one ball, we will not feed day. In good, number one. But without one ball, why will not we give Okoye some chance again? You don't give him before, you don't lose him. You don't get him again.
See, man start playing now, fine.
It's our voice. It's our blast. It's our blast with the struggle to hear you.
The network they very quick. So mate, you dey hear me now?
They hear you now.
Okay, let's hear it all. It's the next time you want to make your guest or see the it out.
It's not just say we not fit.
Yes, I hear you.
Your voice there. I don't know whether this one about the matter how they talk and how they change your voice. Your network. Come on your airport first. Like, come on your airport first. Come on your airport because it's in the worry. The worry when you don't feel just set and just sit there with us back. No, just sharply tell now what they play now for area because don't hear the matter say NFF don't open talk to give Eric Shea a new contract. We like that one, we see him. But me they ask questions say now until something happen, now we'll take give coach chance. Eric Shea now don't do well. Tunisia say they want Sana, Angola want Sana, Gabon want Sana. Everybody they look and say we'll give you contract. Now $100,000 they pursue this Franco Malian so. But we they pay like $55,000. If all that small money, we see the own. But the guy to talk say I love Nigeria. I don't think I love Nigeria since 1990. You don't take for love in Nigeria. So Eric Chen, I love the money they check now. It they look now and the potential of the team winning something now. But if they get long-term plan for Super Eagles, Palmer, Eric Chen, why would they wait? Why we say we wait until some nations say they won't sign up? Now we won't call us say we won't get a new contract. Maybe the figure touch the money small. I play.
Country where we did not be just a bad sport this is our country generally. Now until something won't happen or something don't happen before we go they find way to say like cause salvage the situation or cause they find solution. We not ever prevent something from happening. We always want find solution when the thing don't happen. And well, thank God say Eric Chair say they don't open talk with her like they want give her contracts and the man like he said before he liked the country, he liked the team. And me as a Nigerian, they're very happy. Like the last time when you asked me, say whether I want me to give Eric Chair contract, I say yes, I want me Eric Chair continue as the manager. And he don't fair talk say if they give her another opportunity, they give her a contract. He go say invite more players, he go see bringing more players to the national team. And for many years, you don't say when they play football when we say we love our team. They play when we say since Eric Chair come, we never really complain about the performance of Super Eagles. We always, even if say maybe sometimes performance not day good, we still they say okay, we encourage say yes, something like we make progress. So I'm happy for this news. Say they want to give Eric Chair a contract to like even if now the money maybe say what they call on the other side, they want to give them go like the offer and the 100K now they want to give her no problem. But I know say they no go give her up to that one. But as he don't talk say he love the team, he love the country, he don't love the country since 1990 and they go like continue. Give him waiting you feel give him and if he accepts and fair and everybody continue with they will not say now the next AFCON and the next World Cup. Now we will prepare for because if we not start all this preparation now, we will still get issue when those times don't come.
Okay, see from that Eric Chair news, mostly talk coach matter. This nation, this Nigeria, I don't even know how they do sometimes. Me they talk and say distraction out there everywhere. We gotta distract people anyhow. For Nigeria now, the yes Eric Chair won't come out. Some say won't stay, but whenever don't tell us they don't get a contract. But you get one man whenever sleep since. See last week you the para everywhere. Name that. Stefano Sok, but a 1980 Nations Cup winner. Now he be assistant coach to Sivikeshi for 2013. So he don't win Nations Cup as a player and as assistant coach. In the talk, even next World Cup, not because they console for months time. He said the next World Cup 2030, say Nigeria self, you not go. Now they ask and say, bros, why they talk like this? They swear for us. He said no. 70 they talk like that. He said Nigeria not fit go that World Cup because they will never get coach. Will be black man. He said not be black man, say will be Nigerian coach. This man where they now talk saying a local coach now be the remedy. Say now local coach now be salvation of Nigerian football. Say the only way we will take go World Cup now when we employ local coach. Where we they call local. Because this man now, Stefan Zokola say it's not possible. So in they look down at Eric Chair. But they look the matter, the one that they think and say, wait till make Stefan see they talk this thing. Since last week he they talk, I see they talk, enough with the banner. So you think say wait till they talk now, go happen like that. Say I should not go this World Cup now, because that Congo matter, just the one side for now. But he say, see, wait till maybe this news just touch me, say, I should not go World Cup. Say you talk something for rest. He say even the next World Cup will they come. Say no World Cup for Nigeria without a local coach. Now so they talk. So I beg, shook mouth for this one.
Waiting he talk, absolutely not any sense at all. Like say that if he talk something like say, okay, if they're not starting to prepare down before that World Cup, that one now they understandable. Not be saying without local coach. How many local coach? Yes, I know local coaches don't qualify us for World Cup, like Stephen Kechi, like the late Amadou Shaibu, we do one twice. Yes, then those two people, yes, they don't qualify us for World Cup. Before we don't still get foreign managers who don't qualify us for World Cup. Our first ever World Cup. Now this person.
That's how.
Not qualify us for that World Cup. The next one is still White Man. Grenot will qualify us for our last World Cup when we go.
2018.
So foreign managers don't do well for us before in the past. Like this one make on the talk now. It don't make any sense. Say local coach. Like we get local coach when we say local coach is waiting make us not qualify for World Cup this World Cup. So one of our ex-international, a legend of the national team or a legend of the country, he just make us not qualify for this World Cup. So whether we like 22 now local coach, a Nigerian coach, 9 day in charge when we not go that 2022 World Cup. 2006 now still Nigerian coach they won't be so we not qualify for World Cup too. So this one made the talk. It not make any sense. Whether if he get bitterness against Richard or against the foreign managers, make it come outside, make it they bold enough, make it not be like coward, make it come outside talker. Not this one maybe say.
I beg, I beg. I know that the matter not to pay you, I beg. Not company, nobody be that word they talk. I will not make you apologize. I beg. We not get anybody be that word. You get what they call that man. When me not like, I beg. I beg. Make you apologize. That one not good. But I know say you don't pay, don't pay you, but you not to switch you. But wait, more you're losing this thing. You get any local coach now we even get now. They say okay, Richard don't want to do again. More you say take her. Where get that quality? You get what they talk. Local coaches don't qualify. How many local coaches don't give us what we need? Now cash be number one. We just hold strong. Walk over your talk now. Local coaches see. Okay, more your check now. Who you feel yourself now? You now reach to compare to Eric Chair. Who you feel give now as it be so?
Nothing. That's for the word I used earlier on first of all. Yes, but for this question when you ask me, so I not see any manager when I think because they're not even. I never hear say they go for any coaching course, any coaching badge or anything. They're not they do them at all. So. And I don't know whether Eriche do these things, but for what I don't see so far, it go good say we continue with Eriche, or even if we not continue with Eriche, we still need to find, even if a local coach work out, or even if an international coach work out, we still need to find the best because this country we get the resources and we get the qualities, we get quality players, so we still need quality coaches or quality coach to head the national side. So. For the local coaches, when I don't know so far, what I don't see anyone maybe say if he's replaced Eric even if he decide to come out today. But I stand to be corrected ahead. Anybody if he come outside do one, but so from my opinion, I don't just see anyone at all. No one be correct.
Okay, more talk about Nigeria most technical gifted player. If you cannot take gifted, if you cannot technical, if you get anyone to call on, you know to the talk. We like his movement. They went about 22 now. He scored his first goal yesterday against Real Betis for Copa del Rey. He get that way they call players mentality. Shouting, Everton, Leipzig, Fulham, Leicester, Atalanta, now I'll go Atletico Madrid. Now, that match when he played, I don't make the first British born to have played in the Bundesliga, Premier League, Spanish League, and Serie A. Nobody don't do one. Reach this guy they call King Ademola Lookman. 24 African best player. He don't send a message. Maybe say, we'll just see 6 more times. Say how did you can't fit himself? We'll come read the message together. Because see, if you read that message, first second paragraph, you no wan cry, you no say you your mind too strong, you be hypocrite, I will take corner. But when I see wetin talk, he say to the Atalanta family, he say after nearly 4 years, say the time they don't spend on reach to say goodbye. He say from the moment they arrive, the Bergamo people saying welcome and like say that their own. So they can't push her to the best version where it be now. Because they together, all of them make history. Now, so what you do for that Europa final, we say carry ball goers. He said that night, all of us waiting for that team. We not go forget all the Derun, all the Alukman, all the Skamak, all of the yesterday, all the Richegi for that team. Because they're scoring hat-trick for that European final. Can't leave the trophy with the cup after 61 years wait. He said that memory not come up for Edo. Say we also deal with her forever till Jesus come. You see the talk, he said, now for years I still win my African Best Award for 2024 as Atalanta player. He said that night, under the light, say that one not come up for your heart. He said he did grateful. 90 talk say, thank you to all my teammates because not if you do it without yourself, and only yourself not feel run the matter. He said the staff, the club, all of them, and not try, the fans, and your passion, your belief, your energy don't mean everything for me from day one while you see enter the club. So he said, now they with me for all the time you say everything not to make sense, not to lecture. Because of your passion, because of your voice, and I believe, you know, if you come up from my mind, he said, together we achieve all this thing. You can't say every share, he said every banner, he said every away tree where they just work out, away match, you say they mean everything to me. Because I mean, I thank you to people of Bergamo. He said, thank you to people of Lade. Say, now make me feel at home. Say, he not go ever forget that memory. See, because they graduate to child. If you, see, I don't see, the only way I see where get mind reach this message, to say, they'll read the message, they're not going to cry. If you see my eye on the red, I won't cry. Now, NFF, because those want to get mind. I beg, more reason look man matter. Ademola Baba, Adedede, Adedeji. Not be Adedeji, na Ademola Baba. It's too good. I beg. Look man, you get, you know say you be analyst, Carrington. You go explain to me what I don't know. Your own now, me that presenter, me I own to ask you a question, you can analyze them. Some of these say one word. Police they always get you to talk. And I like and respect her, but so can't understand. He said, Lookman's move to Atalanta might. I have to talk another time. We might tell you, wait, your wait. You guys talk until you're sweet. He said, Lookman move to Atalanta. He said, if he save Nigerian football. I know, not be saying not talk with you not good, but I don't understand that. So maybe if you explain, give us. I be.
Try talk for their like if he save Nigerian football, like probably to a way where we say we get player now where we say they play for one of the biggest clubs for Europe, for one of the biggest clubs for the world. Yes, because now what we they find since like we want to see our players for big European clubs, and this Lookman move to what do they call her? Atletico Madrid, not be just win alone for Nigerian football. Now also win to La Liga and the Atletico Madrid itself. Because take them or not, you go see viewers now when we say Nigerian viewers now, maybe they watch Atletico Madrid matches, not just Real Madrid or Barcelona.
Revenue streaming wise.
Yes, you go see there because they want Nigerians now. We like our own Africans now. We like our own one word. And now they one of the top, the number 3 club for Spain, and one of the biggest club for Europe now they currently. So you know, with all the talk things say player like it's Osimhen, player like Iwobi, they're supposed to be big club. Yes, we know they watch Iwobi every day. As Osimhen because say okay, yeah, na Galatasaray right now like now that Turkish league in one stay, no problem. We still the support and we still see opportunity to watch out with the watch out. But look man now, where we say we will get easy access to the watch out always. Now not be just only win to Nigeria as a whole, and also win to the La Liga and the Atletico Madrid family. Wetin only say talk not be bad thing at all. Yeah, I understand wetin he dey try talk because we go see even if Lookman now they come play for Nigeria now say Nigeria again, but you go see Atletico Madrid fans with the support.
Not true.
Nigeria. You'll see they watch our match. For yes, they will even see 1 or 2 players when we say yes, they will still like when we say other side they want still carry too.
Now me say you go feel open door for Nigeria players too.
Yes. It will feel open door for Nigeria.
I like all this thing. I like this, and I remember they carry the con. All your analysis, they just on point, and I not be destined my type. You get everything you talk, what I like. But we'll all wrap up with this Lookman matter. I like her. The contract not be small picking contract. We did 2026. They get a contract reach 2030. Now say they respect her. You understand? They like him. And yesterday when they start, they play him and Griezmann for front. So we don't say Lookman, see, that one a club player. It's how we play ball. But we believe say Nigerian players will go clubs like this. Because this we talk now, me now, any day they get match, I go watch. Lookman, the guy against Girona, I will go watch now. Nigeria, people they do visa, are going to make money. Because this is what we want for our players, and I like her. But thank God, now testimony say not go for Fenerbahce. Because Fenerbahce won't sign her. They don't go sign Kante. Kante don't play play ball for Europe. Win some Kante come out. But say Lookman not go Turkey. God save her. Because I don't talk. I'm say why you go Turkey? Now Shiki don't agree. If you buy, if you afford them for anywhere for Bergamo. But currently I bet too much. I say I tell you say thank you. So you don't join me for the show. So if we do it again another time, we'll just come back that kind next week. I be.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Currently, Palmer, not to the talk, no problem. Be like, look, my cousin, no problem. Just nothing, no problem. Thank you so much. Time down, we don't match break, but full stop. If I watch that look, man, interview, say, wait, enter, let's go, man, do you they come? You get one report, we want to carry microphone, they come, they say, what do you have to say to begin with? You know, we talk, say, ciao. You know, they talk too much. Understand? Not be to carry bag, big bag, heavy bag, from before they were like this, we say, no book. Understand? So don't be saying you go fellowship every time. Fellowship for university, you come first class. You know they work like that too. Hard work, determination, resilience, all just to join. My name now Kizike, Eternal Rich, we just match break. We get midday news where they come, and that time I'm waiting now 12 p.m. Nigerian time. Then this evening, Jerry Apella yesterday with Afis. Then we don't forget, say tomorrow, 11 a.m. when I say join, we're gonna get full house. We'll give now all the sporting till they call weekend kickoff. But up until that time, we'll still see. Waiting between that time. Now good morning. When afternoon don't reach, me I collect my afternoon for pocket. When I reach, me I can come out. Now good afternoon. My name is Kizike. I don't move.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugo ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ
asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma
Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu Igbo kwezuenu ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma Nigeria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but I'm shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the media news and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Obi Ezekwesili warns Senate to stop playing with fire. UN condemns massacre. Turkey pledges support. Donald Trump says US partnered Nigeria in Sokoto ISIS targeting. Federal government gives Chinese contractor ultimatum on safety concerns. Turkey block Mall's legal option as INEC recognizes weakest faction. Police arrest 7 international scammers in Delta State. In the world of business, Hostcom warns monarchs of host communities' contracts. In sports, Ademola Lookman scores in Atletico's debut, and in entertainment, Don seeks attention to alternative heritage. And now the news in full. Former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, has warned the Senate against actions that could further inflame public frustration and undermine Nigeria's democracy. This follows the upper chamber's rejection of a proposal to make real-time electronic transmission of election results mandatory, while approving changes to election timelines, penalties for electoral offenses, and the use of voting technology. Reacting to the development, Ezekwesili accused the political class, particularly the Senate, of repeatedly taking decisions that alienate Nigerians. She asked the chamber to stop playing with fire, adding that it could almost as if the political class, especially as exemplified by the Senate, just wakes up every morning and looks for what to do to upset Nigerians. She argued that citizens were justified in expressing anger over what she described as excesses and poor judgment of lawmakers, while stressing that no one should incite violence. The former minister said Nigerians must continue to exercise their civic rights and remain vigilant in defending democratic values. Still on the electronic transmission controversy, global president of the Ijaw National Congress, Professor Benjamin Okaba, has flagged the Senate for retaining election results transfer in the amended Electoral Act, stating the chamber did not reject electronic transmission but accountability in elections. Reacting to the controversial decision, Okaba said the Senate rejected finality and the simple powerful idea that the votes casted by the citizens in the sunlight should be the same votes counted at the end of the journey. He explained that the Senate has therefore placed a heavier burden upon all Nigerians, adding that the fight for credible elections has justified move from the floor of the Senate back to the polling units and the streets. According to him, the Senate delivered a defining no to a fundamental safeguard and irrevocably unleashing for generations the monsters of electoral fraud that have haunted the public. Okaba added that the Senate retreated from electoral integrity on the eve of an election year, choosing the comfort of the old on clear ways over the demanding light of transparency. Away from that matter, condemnation continue over the Senate's rejection of a proposed amendment to the Electoral Act, which sought to compel INEC to transmit polling unit results electronically in real time. The Nigerian Bar Association, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, The Young Progressive Party and concerned Nigerians have also criticized the decision. NBA President Afam Osigwe called the Senate's refusal to a setback to electoral transparency and democratic accountability. Atiku described the move as a deliberate assault on Nigeria's electoral credibility, saying it undermines public trust and reform efforts. The Young Progressive Party said the critical amendment on the electoral transmission was deliberately provided to protect the system, benefiting the political elite. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Guswada spoke with residents in Lagos on the development.
The Senate has passed the Electoral Act 2022 Amendment Bill, following its third reading on the floor of the Red Chamber. However, lawmakers rejected a proposed amendment to Clause 60, subsection 3 of the bill that sought to make the electronic transmission of election results mandatory. The rejected provision would require presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to electronically transmit election results from each polling unit to the INEC result viewing portal in real time after the prescribed form had been signed, stamped, and countersigned by party agents. Instead, the Senate adopted the existing provision of the Electoral Act, which states that the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the result of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. Reacting to the development, Senate President Godswill Akpabio denied claims that the Senate had rejected electronic transmission of election results, which is already provided for in the Electoral Act. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians towards this new development.
Before people come out to vote, the INEC chairman, the people in the higher position, they have already made a plan of the person they want to be in that seat. This last election, you see that in many places people did not vote due to they were attacked by thugs. People's votes were thrown away. It was not counted. The same day, before 6 o'clock, INEC already declared their candidates. You see that whether we vote here or we vote there, the vote doesn't count.
INEC have a lot of things to do. We have urban area, rural area. All those rural areas, they don't know anything about electronic voting. Some, they didn't even put them through how to even print. So for Nigeria, it's not going to work like that.
I think basically what the people are looking at is credibility, and they want to be sure that their votes would count. They want to be sure that every vote casted reflects their desire to put a certain aspirant in office. So it stems from a place of credibility. They want to make sure that their candidates get into the positions they wish them to get into. So I don't see anything wrong in them clamoring for that. I think it's just a form of reassurance for them.
As we've heard from citizens, opinions remain divided regarding the Senate decision on the Electoral Act amendment. While some trust INEC's discretion, others feel that mandatory electronic transmission remains key to transparent elections across the country. However, one thing remains clear: the call for credible, free and fair election remains consistent across the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. And in Abuja, the nation's capital city, residents in separate interviews with our correspondent, Abigail Oga, described the rejection of electronic transfer of results by the Nigerian Senate as a betrayal of public trust. Moving on to other stories, some senators have reaffirmed that Clause 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill on real-time electronic transmission of election results was passed by the Senate. 13 senators, led by Senator Einaya Abaribe, made the clarification at a news conference in Abuja, responding to reports that the clause had been rejected. Abaribe explained that a joint committee of electoral committee members from both chambers worked on the bill, and another committee to set up to harmonize the Senate and House versions. He added that after Wednesday's plenary adjournment, the Senate did not reconvene to approve the votes and proceedings. but a majority of senators across party lines supported real-time electronic transmission of results. Elsewhere in Anambra State, Residence Electoral Commissioner Elizabeth Agu is urging eligible Nigerians to take part in the ongoing continuous voter registration and obtain their permanent voter's card. Speaking in Oka, Agu said having a PVC is increasingly important in Nigeria's social, political, and economic life. Our correspondent in Oka, Ndu Okwaleze, has more details in this.
Disclosed that registration for 2027 general elections commenced on the 5th of January to end on 17th of April 2026 and charged prospective voters in the state to take advantage of the exercise. According to Agu, 4,423 prospective voters have registered since January 5.
This is second phase of the voters registration. Please encourage your people, those around you, to go and register. We have done 4 weeks now. The first week, which is from the 5th of January to the 12th of January, we had 0. There was nobody who registered. Second week of the exercise, we have 936 persons that registered. Third week of the exercise, we have 1,832 persons are registered. Fourth week of the exercise, which is just the concluded last week, we had 1,455, bringing it together to 4,423 persons that have registered.
The REC further explained that the system cleaned up those who engaged in unlawful act of double registration as they were not able to vote during the recent governorship elections. She said issues of card missing, change of location, deleting or defacing of PVC can be handled differently instead of going for another process of capturing.
This card no longer serves for only voting. It serves for other means, including self-identification, including bank activities, all other means the card serves. That's one of the most authentic documents of identification in this country today.
Ndo Obaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Ndo, for that report. Away from that, United States President Donald Trump has confirmed that the country collaborated closely with the Nigerian government to conduct airstrike on ISIS targets in Sokoto State on Christmas Day. Speaking at a national prayer breakfast in Washington, Trump disclosed that his country worked in close coordination with the government of Nigeria on the matter, adding that, however, the Nigerian government should get tougher. He explained that the strikes were intended to disseminate the ISIS terrorists who have been slaughtering Christians in that country by the thousands. Trump further emphasized the significance of the timing, stating that the terrorists were hit so hard they still do not know what the hell happened. He added that his government would do it again on a different day. Moving on, the head of Woro village in Kwara State, Omar Salihu, has disclosed that the terrorists attacked his community for nearly 10 hours before security forces arrived, thereby leaving scores dead and the village razed. According to Salihu, distress calls were sent to the authorities shortly after the attack began at about 5 p.m. in the evening, but the soldiers only arrived about 3 o'clock the following morning. He noted that sensitive intelligence might have been compromised as he had reported a threat letter to security agencies. Meanwhile, the defense headquarters said troops were promptly dispatched to dominate the general areas with robust patrols and surveillance among other security measures for about 2 weeks. It expressed shock over the tragic loss of innocent lives in the terrorist attack in Woro and neighboring communities in Kayama local government area of Kwara State. Meanwhile, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez has condemned the massacre in Kwara State while paying condolences to the families of the victims, the people and the government of Nigeria, and of course, wishing them speedy recovery to the injured. In a post on X, the UN chief said he strongly condemned the terror attack on February the 3rd in Kwara State. Also, Turkey strongly condemned the attack, describing it as heinous. In a statement by its Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Turkey said it was deeply saddened by the loss of lives caused by the terror attacks in Kwara State and pledged continued support to Nigeria in its fight against terrorism. Meanwhile, the spate of attacks has renewed nationwide calls for a stronger security presence, improved intelligence gathering, and sustained federal intervention to address Nigeria's deepening insecurity crisis. But moving on to other stories, the federal government has threatened to sanction the China Harbor Engineering Company and China Harbor Operation and Maintenance Company if they fail to address the public safety and environmental concerns on the Makurdi-Enugu Road project in 7 days. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, gave the ultimatum in Abuja during a meeting with contractors and concessionaries handling the Maraba Kefi Akangwa Makurdi dual carriageway. According to the Director of Information and Public Relations at the Ministry of Works, Mohammed Ahmed, Umahi said the meeting was convened to address public complaints and enforce contractor accountability on projects. He disclosed that the meeting reviewed several concerns relating to projects handled by CHEC and CHOMC with warnings and directives to safeguard public health, ensure safety and quality delivery, and protect government investment. Ahmed cited the minister as disclosing that the ministry had received a formal petition over the ongoing Makurdi 9th Mile Enugu Road project, citing excessive dust from construction activities that poses environmental and health risks to residents along the corridor. And now to some political news. The governors aligned with the Kabiru Turaki-led National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have begun considering legal action following the recognition of the caretaker committee faction led by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. This followed Thursday's invitation of the group to the meeting of political parties leaders by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, which they say has now escalated the party's crisis. In a statement, its National Publicity Secretary, Ini Ememobong, criticized INEC's recognition of the Wike-backed caretaker committee as unconstitutional and provocative. Ememobong called on party members to stay peaceful and patient as they await the resolution of the ongoing court cases over the party's leadership. According to the statement, INEC's action, though extraordinary, vexatious, and capable of causing a widespread breach of peace, will be met with all possible legal responses. It added that it had hoped that an impartial umpire would have taken notice of the pendency of the matters in the Court of Appeal, including the judgment it relied upon to exercise restraint. In another development, the Labour Party has commended the Professor Josh Amopitan-led Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for what it described as its steadfastness in adhering to the rule of law. These followed the Commission's recognition of Usman as the Labour Party's interim national chairman and Senator Darlington Nwokocha as national secretary, and its further invitation to recognize leaders to its quarterly consultative meeting with political party leaders on Thursday. In a statement by Ken Asogwa, the senior special advisor on media to Labour Party's interim national chairman, The party said that INEC acted in compliance with a federal high court judgment of January the 21st, 2026, recognizing and inviting the new party leadership. Asogwa described the invitation as proof of INEC's commitment to truth and justice in Nigeria's democratic process. Meanwhile, ahead of the Federal Capital Territory's February 21st area council election, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has urged political parties to intensify the mobilization of eligible voters. Speaking in Abuja during the Commission's regular quarterly consultative meeting with leaders of political parties ahead of the election, INEC Chairman Professor Josh Amipito advised party leaders to mobilize voters to collect their permanent voters' cards, emphasizing that political parties are indispensable partners in deepening electoral participation. He further warned political leaders and their supporters against hate speech, violence, and vote buying ahead and during the forthcoming elections. According to him, with the distribution concluding on February the 10th, the goal must be ensure that no eligible voter is disenfranchised. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for
Good afternoon, David. A pleasure.
All right, then. Joining us also virtually is Mr. Okwayemi Ogunlami. Mr. Okwayemi is an activist and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Okwayemi, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the Midday News.
Thank you. Good afternoon and thanks for having me.
All right,
with you.
Thank you so very much for being here. Let me start off with the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, interestingly, February the 21st is going to be the local council election in Abuja. And of course, the INEC chair has urged all party leaders to carefully talk to every eligible voters with their PVCs to come out en masse to come cast their vote. But concerns are being raised about the fact that some opposition parties are saying that it's looking more clear that the INEC is not ready for that election. I'm not even talking on the part of party stewards now. Let's talk about the readiness of INEC for this election. How much of an impact do you think that election would have in Abuja?
It's not in the domain of the parties to determine the readiness or otherwise of the umpire, which is the INEC. You see, everybody has a role to play in an election. Your responsibility as a political party is to mobilize as many as you can to vote so that your candidate can emerge winner.
Right.
It is the responsibility of INEC to conduct the election in a free, fair, and credible manner. So, if INEC says it's ready for the local government, municipal election, how many? Just 5 municipal. And only 1 is cosmopolitan. The others, because I hope Nigerians and some section of the country are not looking at Abuja as a no man's land. Because the indigenes of Abuja, they are the wise. These are people that they have a common culture and all that. But that does not mean that the inhabitants of Abuja are mainly the indigenous people. But let us give that benefit of the doubt to INEC. If it says it's ready, then let's see how far the election can go.
All right, then.
But parties should also mobilize.
Okay, I'm still going to stay with you because, again, the INEC chair did say that Political parties are indispensable partners in the deepening of electoral participation, such to the fact that concerns of voters, eligible voters not coming out to vote is another one that the
That's the
INEC chair
responsibility of the
is talking
parties.
to. Now, what do you think would be the reason why people would not come out to vote? Now, you would recall the off-cycle election in Anambra State. About 600,000 came out to vote in that particular election. I mean, we're talking about a state that has over 2.8 million registered voters when it comes to the INEC roster. What do you think might just be the reason why people would not want to come out to cast their vote for their preferred candidates and, of course, see developments in their local areas?
You see, over the years, I've covered elections. You see, issue of migration that is not captured, issue of death that is not captured, you find out that those who register, some registered and they live in Lagos, they live in Kaduna, but they registered in Abuja. So you might just feel, what is my vote? That I have to travel all the way from Kaduna or Maiduguri to come and vote in Abuja. Where should I live? For instance, my voter's card is in my hometown. And on the day of election, as a media practitioner, I'm not likely to be posted to my state. So somebody like me, I hardly vote.
Okay.
So, and it's also the same thing for others. But in spite of all this, it is the responsibility of the political party to do grassroots mobilization, because all politics, they say, is local. So the parties should take it upon itself to mobilize people that will vote for their candidates. You see, election process is so fraught with anomalies here that some people also will say, even if I vote, will my vote count? And I had to say it in the morning here, that look, even if your vote will not count, someday it will count. Go there, vote, and if it requires you staying and monitoring your vote, why not? In a peaceful manner. So not voting is like you are defranchising yourself, and then you are also denying the right candidate the opportunity of representing you. And if a wrong candidate represents you, whatever he says is binding on you. So it's double jeopardy.
Big double jeopardy there. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Okoyemi, who again is standing by with us on this conversation. Well, the INEC chair also did make mention of the fact that political party leaders should caution their supporters as against hate speech, violence, vote buying ahead and during the forthcoming election. From your position as well, do you think in our political landscape, some of these things that the INEC chair did make mention can really be totally taken out of our elections?
As much as I am concerned, INEC is doing its best in terms of re-engineering our political and electoral landscape. And then again, it's part of the function of political party to educate our members. And then INEC too has that, to educate political parties and their leaders on the way to go about dealing with their members. So if INEC is telling political leaders or political parties to guide their members against hate speech, or let me just call it vulgarity in politics, it's a good thing. Nigeria at this moment should start engaging in issue-based political discussion, not throwing tantrums. And over the years, what we have seen is even political leaders, people that we see in front, they throw tantrums. They don't discuss basics, the issues affecting the land, because a leader who is resourceful, a leader who is equipped with all the wherewithal to deal with issues will not be ready all the time to throw shades at one another. They will be discussing matters that concern the development and how to go about the development of the country, not throwing shades, not using words on opponents. So, on this account, INEC is making sense, and political parties have a lot to do, especially their leaders. They have a lot to do on mobilizing members and educating members towards this kind of issues.
I like
By
the
doing
fact.
this,
I like the fact that you've mentioned the part of political leaders having some parts to play in all of this mix. Now, I did mention earlier while I was talking to our studio guest here that in Anambra State, over 2.8 million registered voters were in Anambra State. But the last off-cycle election saw about 600,000 persons come out to cast their vote. Again, I want to call this another off-cycle election for INEC, and we have about 1.6 million registered voters in Abuja. Should we see any low turnout of voters, what do you think that will be attributed to? And then how can we better it, even as a people, going into 2027?
Before we can start talking about having millions of people vote and very few in number, I mean, millions of people register for voters card, very few in number come out to vote. There are a lot of factors which had also been mentioned in the studio there. Nigerians have lost hope in our electoral processes. Nigerians, in fact, majority of Nigerians feels that it's a waste of time going into the sun to queue and then vote. At the end of the day, your vote does not count. In fact, that's the slogan all over. Our vote does not count. If people start feeling in a such manner, you before you can tell them to come and vote, you have to gain their trust to show that, oh, our voting efforts will not be in vain. Nigerians have been failed over the years by INEC and then by political parties. Look at America. America would vote. They voted against Donald Trump. He accepted defeat. There was no way to manipulate. The executive never had power over the independent electoral body. So in this place, our electoral body is not independent. Our judiciary is not independent. So in a situation like this, there's nothing we can do. We cannot force people to come out and vote when their vote does not count. When at the end of the day at polling units, you send talks after them. There is no how you can do that. So if we must tell people to vote, then our political leaders should be able to accept defeat at election. Election is not do or die. You will contest, you will lose, or you fail. People will vote for you or they decide not to vote for you. That's democracy.
All right, then.
And it's happening all around. So INEC has a lot to do. Our ruling parties, the party in power has a lot to do in this regard. So we cannot force Nigeria to come and vote when they don't trust the process.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Now, before I go straight to the Kano situation, Mr. Fanimo, he did make mention of something very critical, and I've experienced it not once, not twice. Election violence in polling units, where thugs come to cut away ballot boxes and all of that. How can that really be curtailed going into 2027 on the part of both the federal government and also, and when I say the federal government, I'm talking about reforming our electoral processes now, and also on the part of INEC, how can we curb this to the barest minimum level?
You see, I know that there's a subsisting law that says that anybody found snatching ballot box in a polling unit should the security agents manning such unit has power to use maximum force to stop such a person. And I don't know why it is not being enforced.
But in a situation where the security operatives assigned to that unit does not have force up to what the people who came to cut away the box have. I'll give you a clear example. In one of, not even one, twice.
And I understand what you're saying.
So what if in that space, what happens?
You see, the way it should be done is there should be a patrol vehicle assigned to certain jurisdiction that will not just be static for the duration of the election, such that whoever is manning that unit, if that person has issues and is being overwhelmed, it can call for reinforcement in such places. But you find out that those who snatch these boxes are empowered by political leaders. And in some cases, if they are caught, before you leave the station, there's an instruction from above that such culprits should be released unconditionally. It's still our problem.
So with this level of development that you've just mentioned now, let's bring it to the Electoral Act that presently the whole country is talking about. What's your position about the transmission of election results real time? That again has become a major conversation with the National Assembly, even though they did say they have not harmonized that particular bill, both from the House and of course the National Assembly.
You see, why should transfer of results real time be a burden to anybody? It is the right thing to do. And it is the only way you can say your vote is likely to count. Mark my words, it's likely to count. Because I've lived enough in this country to realize that any moment there is a policy or a law, people go back to their inner recess to begin to think of how to circumvent such law. And in most cases, they always get the upper hand. You recall that these beavers and RF, nobody knew, even great lawyers in this country, nobody knew that it was just operational tool and not enshrined in the electoral law until after 2023. So, for me, there is no sincerity in this process. And I was saying off camera that can you give somebody a machete to sharpen, and he knows that you are likely to use that machete on him? You think he will wait and help you sharpen it? Except Isaac, when Abraham took him to that mountain. But I don't think any other living person would allow that. And that is what is playing out here. These legislators, they knew how they were manipulating elections, manipulating votes, and so they are not ready to stop. So they will not bring something that will stop them. It's like using your own weapon to kill yourself. They see it as suicidal.
All right then.
But we can also help them to commit that suicide.
How do you mean?
By advocacy and serious advocacy and pushing hard. They have to.
There is a call that I saw just hours ago where I saw is hashtag Occupy National Assembly. Do you think in the nearest days, this might just be a move by some Nigerians to march up to the National Assembly, demanding that the Electoral Act, which again is the bane of contention here, be mandatory for INEC? You see that happening?
You see, we have seen example. You recall, what's the name of this country where they introduced martial law? I think was it Syria, or I can't remember now. And in less than 6 hours, those nationals, even the lame, moved to the National Assembly and said, no, martial art cannot work here. And at the end of the day, within 6 hours, it was reversed. Legislators were climbing the fence to jump in so that they can add voice.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Kwayemi, and of course, we'll wrap up from there. Your position with the fact that, yes, the Senate is saying that right now, what we agreed was the transmission of results real time, but it was not agreed in the harmonization committee, which again, we're expecting that comes to reality. But looking at all of this conversation, do you see light at the end of the tunnel as concerning this particular reform on our Electoral Act? We would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. The introduction of electronic registration or transmission of results that was meant to come up in 2023 but failed to come up will not come up in 2027 because the same set of people who are fighting for power are the same set of people contesting in 2027. And like Mr. Fanimo had said in the studio, I wouldn't have a sword and then use it to kill myself. For what reason? The only thing I've seen that Nigerian political class will always do is they will introduce the good system, but it will be ineffective. Because if it is effective, in fact, many of these politicians in our political offices cannot win an election. If the way you are voting from your polling units is being transmitted directly to the source, where everybody will see the figure increasing, then who are these guys in the House of Assembly, in the National Assemblies, in the National Assembly and House of Reps that would be? None of them. So what we are having is we're having a good policy in most of the time, but are rendered ineffective and inefficient.
As a result of implementation.
Those policies are wrong. Not that those policies are wrong, but because the people are wrong people. I cannot use my weapon against myself. That's just what we're having in Nigeria.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Kwayemi Ogunlami, human rights activist and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Also, big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, police arrest 7 international scammers in Delta State. These and more after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The Nigerian police force said they have uncovered and dismantled an international cyber scam center operating in Agbo, Delta State. They also arrested 7 suspects allegedly involved in large-scale online investment fraud, targeting victims in Nigeria, the United Kingdom, and other countries. According to the force headquarters, the operation was carried out by the Police National Cybercrime Center in collaboration with the UK National Crime Agency with intelligence support from Meta. Force Public Relations Officer Benjamin Hunde said investigations revealed that the suspects ran a sophisticated online investment scam using fake social media profiles to impersonate reputable cryptocurrency traders and lure unsuspecting victims. According to him, the syndicate also recruited and trained young people in online investment fraud and phishing attacks targeting mainly UK-based victims and residents. And to some legal matters now, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the Department of State Services and the Nigerian Police Force to investigate a court registrar, Nasiru Subairu, for allegedly attempting to tamper with evidence. This is connected to the trial of Ali Bello, a nephew of former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, who faces a 10-count charge over alleged complicity in a 10.27 billion naira fraud alongside co-defendant Dauda Suleiman. The EFCC said other suspects, including Abdul Salami Hudu, were still at large. At the proceedings, Justice James Omotosho disclosed that the court registrar, Zubairu, had confessed that Suleiman approached him to delete incriminating WhatsApp messages from his mobile phone previously marked as Exhibits N and O. The judge played the registrar's recorded confession in court and summoned him to testify. Juberu told the court that Sulaiman offered him a house to delete certain messages, admitting that he opened only 2 chats and could not recall the specifics. EFCC investigative officer Mohammed Audu Abubakar also confirmed that multiple messages dating from 2020 to 2022 had indeed been deleted, including texts referring to the transfer of millions of naira. And from that story, we move straight to talking business. National President of the Host Communities of Nigeria Producing Oil and Gas, HOSCOM, Dr. Benjamin Tamaranebe, has warned traditional rulers against bidding for contracts for execution of projects approved for their communities against the provision of the Petroleum Industry Act. He said the monarchs, as heads of host community boards of trustees, have the responsibility of supervising the awarding and execution of projects approved for the communities and ensuring accountability. Tamara Nebe, who was addressing a town hall meeting organized by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission in conjunction with HOSCOM Project Management in Owerri, Imo State, added that awarding contracts to themselves would lead to compromise. According to him, the coming of Petroleum Industry Act, which approved 3% of the annual operating expenses of oil companies for host communities, brought some relief to some and many oil-producing communities. Meanwhile, the Chief Executive Officer of the NUPRC, Orisamiyewa Eisan, said it was a new dawn for all communities, while urging communities yet to receive 2024 funding to lodge a formal complaint at the Commission. And from business, we'll go straight to talking sports. Ademola Lookman scored in his debut for Atletico Madrid in Thursday's Copa del Rey quarterfinal 5-0 thrashing of Real Betis, kickstarting his career with the club in a spectacular fashion. Having already made history as the first Nigerian to play in the Premier League, Bundesliga, Serie A, and now La Liga, Lookman's move to Madrid is already being hailed as one of the most significant transfers by an African player in this January transfer window. Signed from Atalanta in a €40 million deal on Monday, the Nigerian international immediately justified their investment in his very first outing with Atletico's third goal as the visitors raced to a dominant 3-0 first-half lead against their La Liga rivals. David Hanko opened the scoring for Atletico, heading home in the 12th minute. Continuing their total dominance, the Roger Blancos doubled lead at the half-hour mark with Giuliano Simeone rifled a right-footed shot into the net. Lookman, who remained in the thick of the action throughout, found the moment in the 37th minute, firing home a right-footed strike to the delight of the traveling fans and marking his first goal for the club. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. An academic, Professor Aderemi Ajala, has called on Nigerians to pay more attention to the nation's alternative heritage, stating that many valuable cultural and natural histories remain hidden and neglected. The Department of Archaeology and Anthropology lecturer at the University of Ibadan explained that the alternative heritage speaks to the value, identity, and history of the people. Ajala, who spoke at the exhibition of Monuments and Natural History, organized by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, noted that Nigeria's heritage conversion has been largely dominated by popular artifacts, while other heritage forms shaping identity and community memories were often neglected. According to him, heritage is often classified into cultural and natural heritage, as well as tangible and intangible forms, comprising those that can be physically handled and expressed through knowledge, tradition, and lived practices. He noted that some other forms of heritage not listed among the popular classification are now described as alternative heritage because they are hidden, marginalized, and not commonly recognized, but yet deeply significant. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, and I'm sure you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what it is today? You know, when it's Friday, we always do this side like, thank God it's Friday. All right, people, get ready, everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. Remember, this is where we talk about all the stories, where we the gist weller. And first on our list today, we are talking about Fowls. Fowls, the bad guy. So Fowls actually warns lady about wearing waist beads. So a video has been circulating on social media, particularly on some of our, social media post and claims that Nigerian rapper Falz has issued a warning to women who wear waist bead. So the clip has sparked widespread discussion online, with users debating whether the statement is genuine or maybe taken out of context. So he was saying a lot of things like, people that wear waist bead, that they are evil people, that they are doing things like bad things. You get what I'm trying to say? Nobody go talk the bad thing, but I won't make you see the video yourself. Say sometimes when Falz go come out talk plenty things, a lot of things they go, they go well with some ladies, but then, a lot of people don't come out talk about waist bead. And when we talk about waist bead, lots of ladies wear waist bead. So why is it that now guys now they see the waist beads where they wear as something when no they good? Say they Falz, okay, no wahala. Maybe we see the video because people have actually said something about it. But first, before we go into comments, we need to see the video. All right. Let's talk about where this contest come from now, because everybody sees this as fashion. Hello, yes, that is the truth. Guys now have been wearing, even guys said they open ear. We ladies, we not go talk anything, they go plait hair. We not go talk anything. They go even draw tattoo, but I don't want to go to the tattoo part. Now, ladies, don't they do their own? They say no. Say people where they do that kind of thing, say they are not of gods. They are of mommy water people. And I don't understand. Like, why would you tell us that? Okay, the beads that we are that even he was even advising the guys that they should stay away from us, we the ladies. This is the height of it. All right, before we go into the comments, we have to see this video. Let's see this.
According to the senior pastor that preached earlier on, any woman that is putting on waist bead, please get it behind me, because that means that you are possessing the spirits of pervert, spirits of promiscuity, and anybody that having to such person will see themselves in water. So for the fellow men out there, please, this is from such people. Don't permit them to possess you with spirits of water. Thank you, dear.
My bead. You don't want to possess us. We should not possess you with the spirit of water. Just pray. When that water don't catch you, because I don't understand. Why would you be telling us that our waist beads? Please, ladies those days, we wear beads. They wear beads actually to look beautiful. A lot of people wear it maybe to check, to look beautiful actually, and to watch their weight. A lot of people use it to, check their weights. When they go wear them, they go say, oh, I'm getting fat, I'm getting slim. You understand? That kind of thing. But now, Falz don't come out with plenty things now because they say, oh, that's all these people that are wearing waist beads that want me water. Okay, let us put it. I'm sure for my ladies. All those men where they plait hair, run away from them. Yes, make I shout them. Run away from them. But then we have a lot of people that have actually come out, especially the ladies we don't like waiting Falz don't talk. But then let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, but most men love waist beads, and it's not a symbol of juju. It's used to beautify the waist, and some women use it to watch their weight. And Emmanuel Goodwit so said, waist bead where I dey hold to maintain my stamina. Abio, why giving her? Lord of Jesus. You see some of our men, you people have evil minds. All right, we have more and more comments from our comment section people. We know they agree. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking and saying about the comments of Falz and about ladies that wear waist beads. We have a lot of comments. And yes, Nada said, what if it's gold waist chain? Since waist bead don't cast, asking for a friend. Abio, whether na waist bead yo or waist chain yo, see, I don't like, everybody does what is best for them. And you get some men when they like the waist bead. So why, please don't lecture men that they should leave it. It's their choice. And yes, the real said, get D behind me. You sure say you go get D behind you. And Traya Bella said, waist beads are African culture aesthetics. Thank you. That has been in existence before colonialism. And some comments are funny though, actually. And Adana said, make bead casa well finish first. I go buy the last straw so that I go swim inside water well. Okay, we have more comments. And Adura said, what's a waist bead without a waist bead? And you get what I'm trying to say? With the ones they are making now. Oh, Jesus. It be like say that water will go. You go even swim and wear. All right, let's take more comments and see what people are actually saying about this. And Peace Ariko said, waist beads is used for weight management. Actually, I said that. And body beautification. It's sad how people have turned it to mean something else. And Ayo Thompson said, they wear waist bead, leg chain, get tattoo, and multiple piercing. Yes, come to think of guys where they get openings like piercings on the tongue, on the ear, on the eyes, even nose self. So wait till you go conquer that one. It's well with you people. And Charity Luke said, your business, waist bead forever. I rep. And another person said, I know join Una for this one. Oh, I will have to betray you on this. Okay, you're on your own. And we have more comments. Let's take more comments from our comment section people. Our comment section just they make me, you get some comments where you go to see like this, you go just they look there. All right, and young Cabra official said, as my babe, if you go wear waist bead, now me go buy them, or we go gather buy them together. Oh. And I am my mommy 23 said, now you can't sabi that one. Oh. All right, see. Let's talk about this waist bead. See, a lot of people, love waist beads. A lot of men love waist beads. Just as, guys love making their hair, opening, having piercings on their nose, on their tongues, on their navel, and many places where piercings are made, actually. People see that as aesthetics. They see that as fashion. You get what I'm trying to say? They see that as fashion. And a lot of ladies do that too. Likewise, men do that too. They have piercings on their. You get one where I say they pierce. Where ring they go pierce hand. Oh Jesus! I can't ask myself where if they can't pierce the hand, where the ring where they want wear them. You don't know whether you want wear, but then a lot of people have piercings on their body, and people feel cool about it. So I beg, they drag men. We say they like beads. You can't they drag them. They say, oh, why will a lady wear beads? See, I don't even see men where they wear beads. Make that one a papi water. All right, enough of that. We still have more comments. We could take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And a lot of my comment section, they accept, say, please leave us to be mommy water thing. We like our waist bead for us. And yes, Instra Gelly said, if in 2026 you still believe waist beads or anklets are connected to promiscuity, you never surgery. All right, judge people based on character and not accessories, actually. Because if you can't judge people because of accessories, wait till we go call the person will go draw tattoo. I don't want calling, but trust me, see, everybody is doing things. People are doing things on this. All right, and another person said, what of gold chain on the waist? Now, that's one I won't buy. And Sophie Dominic said, promiscuity files are big. And Amanda Onaji said, waiting una get where person won't possess self. Abio. You see, when I don't even talk about people when I don't go carry, when I say when I want possess waiting. Let's take more comments, Biko Jory. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are saying about waist beads. Is it okay by you as a guy? Would you love your lady to wear waist beads? Or would you say, no, she's a mama water, I don't want waist beads? All right, another person said, let me go and buy waist bead. So now that one, see, when they tell person something, now that one where they talk say it bad, now that one they won't do pass. All right, another person said, any Lola said, water is life. Abio. And somebody else said, come cut all the ones where they my waist, okay. And then Coded 1807 said, imagine piercings, anklets, and beads. Marine Kingdom, Domitalia is going, okay. And Chidi said, to think I am wearing one like this. It's well. See, fashion is fashion. If you say you want to wear waist bead, nobody is going to stop you. Wear your thing. And nobody should come and start telling you, oh, this because you are wearing this thing. Stop it. Don't do this. Leave them, let them wear their thing themselves. They enjoy wearing it, so allow them. As even when guys they plait hair, you understand what I'm saying? They open ear. You not talk that one. Now the one where women they not too they drag these women too much. I don't say women we too they do, but then calm down and relax. You get it? Yes, yes. And you know what I'm still saying is fashion is fashion. If it's a waist bead, the anklets, the piercings, the earrings, they are all fashion. If you choose to wear them, it's your choice. And if your guy loves them, it's his choice. If your lady loves it, it's her choice. All right, and yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have a lot of juicy gist for you. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we are still talking about, you know, waist beats and guys and ladies that don't love waist beat and the ones that love waist beat. But enough of that. Fashion is fashion. Don't let anybody pressure you. And yes, we are still here on the Spotlight Show. And the next gist we're talking about right now is about Davido. So Davido has actually come out to make a statement. And yes, Nigerian music superstar Davido has revealed that he has stepped away from the clubbing and nightlife lifestyle that once featured prominently in his younger days. So speaking on the, you know, on the show, the Afrobeat icon explained that with maturity, family life, and a focus on rest and personal time, he no longer frequents club. According to him, his priorities have shifted, and he now finds enjoyment in quieter settings, spending time at home, working in the studio, or relaxing with close friends. So the four crooner also noted that while he used to enjoy energetic lifestyle, marriage and family have reshaped his idea of fun rather than crowded clubs. He prefers simple pleasures and such as studio sessions, barbecues, or moments with his wife and inner circle. Fans and media commentators have pointed out that his shift reflects a natural evolution in the lifestyle of a global music star, balancing career and personal life. See, there is a time, I want to talk about this basically, being a man. Yes. Before they will say, Precious, you know they talk about man. Yeah. I say, I tell you. I said there's a level of there's a level of things you do and don't do when you grow up. Yes. You know, while growing up, you want to, well, I say, now I don't want to put it youthful exuberance. Because definitely you want to, you know, live life, enjoy yourself, do all those things, and, you know, but there is a time when you start having children, and you know that your younger ones, the ones that you've really had looking up to you, you have to sit up. There are things you just leave, the things you don't do anymore. Yes, so this life now, he said Davido has come out, very intentional man. He don't come out and say, no, not be that life day in, day now. And you see, Chioma is doing a good work. Actually, let's say the truth. Chioma is really doing a good work. You said, Chioma, my lover. See, she's really doing beautiful things in the life of Davido. And ever since they got married, you want... Oh, if you are not seeing, in fact, if you are not seeing this love thing I'm seeing between these two people, that means you don't have eyes. You don't have the inner eyes to see it. Because tell me, this is actually what parenting looks like. Yes, when you get to a stage, there are things you stop doing. Like Davido don't talk, say, no more clubbing, no more clubbing. I'm not going to do that kind of life again. And yes, it's beautiful to see that he has actually, made that kind of statement. And you remember when he even said that, that he has changed, yeah, for his wife. So everybody where they drag left, right, center. See, he has made the statement, I'm not going clubbing again. So if you people are waiting for him at the club, sorry. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning Davido's statement about him, quitting clubbing and, focusing more on his life, his family, and his inner circles. So let's take some comments about what people have actually come out to say. Some people are saying that, it doesn't really matter, it doesn't affect you. If you want to go to club, you can still go to club. Please allow the man rest. But then let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Temida said, maturity for you, but I'll keep going till I am 100. You see you. Baby lifestyle can never leave you. And Fonzie Babi said, really? And another person said, I don't also drink water anymore. Don't drink now. Who beg you? Oh, see wahala. Okay, and Emily Felicity said, that's the best. Too much temptation, dear. Yes. You cannot go and say, oh, you want to keep your eyes holy. My dear, if you are going to the club, you already know that you are going to see things. Don't be doing like holier than thou. That is just the truth. So if you are going to stay out of temptation to focus on your life, it is the best. I'm advising you, yes, it is the best. And another person said, till then, and Kelechi Kasmia said, in life, try and marry someone you love and respect. Because yes, let's talk about respect. Because there are some certain things you do and don't do when you get married to the person that you respect and love. I have to tell you the truth, it's the truth. If you respect somebody, there are measures you will go. So even if you say you chop one food, the person says, you say, I don't like the way you eat this food. Don't eat it again. Am I, sister? I'm telling you, you're going to stop it. It's the truth. It's just the truth. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Noni Kere said, sometimes when you do something too much, you ought to get tired. When home becomes the best club, big maturity, actually. And another person said, oh yeah, Choma don't win. Oh, yes, so if you are with the Choma, say aye. And somebody else said, Omo, enjoy yourself, or you still young. Oh. You see all these people when they say enjoy yourself. Don't listen to them, all these online in-laws. Fake, these ones are fake online in-laws. And yes, somebody said, now you sabi. And Comrade Ajibola said, 2026, no night club. Yes, yeah, paste them. 2026, no night clubs. Focus on your career and your life. It is very important. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said, wise decision. Actually, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. And somebody else says, summer is coming. We will revisit this after summer. Okay, be waiting though. It be like I said, they don't even leave you. All right, T.Y. Philly said, sometimes life just happens and you ask yourself, what benefit is this for? Is this to me? What benefit is this to me? And Ami Bona said, the more mature you become, you begin to withdraw yourself from some kind of activities, and no be lie. And Valerie said, after a certain age, club life becomes very boring because you just want to go there and sit down and be listening to loud music. Like, how do you guys even do it? All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody else said we have lots of comments. And come to think of it, maturity is maturity. When there are some times when you are eating meat as a small baby, they'll be giving you meat, but there's a stage you get to, you no longer eat meat, you eat bone. And bones are for men that crack the bones. All right, yes, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And yes, Valerie said, after a certain age, club life becomes boring. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have, the Spotlight Show with us. Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay put.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things?
And yes, welcome back to you, my beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And yes, this is happening here live on VOP TV. And I am still your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we have been talking about Davido. You know, when Davido don't make statements, say, see, no more nightclubs for me. This is 2026. Everybody focusing on my family, focusing on my lifestyle, but focusing on my circle. You get what I'm trying to say? And it's a good thing that, you know, Shoma's handiworks, we are seeing it little by little on the life of Davido, and it's actually beautiful. You know, this is a reminder to everyone that is hoping to get married to somebody. Yes, definitely you get married, but try marry good person, intentional man, and the intentional lady too. We go love you. When no go they beat you, but when no go they vow, you know, that kind of thing. So try. It's very important that you even stay. Better you stay single than go and marry somebody that you never loved and never loved you, you know, right back. And yes, and that's it for that. And you know, that's my advice for you all. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. To my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and tell them with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Catch ya next time. Bye.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, you know, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, it's your boy Chela.
It's your boy Chela. Your boy Chela. You get the vibe. You Chela, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chela, we like to meet you. You know, a lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chela. I do music. You know, I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know, no. All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. You know, I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chela, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, I mean, good vibes. I mean, expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. You know, it's not bad, you know, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. I mean, we're doing good, you know, we're going wide. People are loving it, everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and you know, it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to like be able to reach out to them, to be able to like make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
Yeah, you get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. It's my first time of collecting, So I'm going to say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer. And all my teams. I love you guys so much.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026, you know?
Yes, you get it.
Well,
So you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name. Who are you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, STONEBWOY from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together. And I co-put them together. Co-stylist. But the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. Another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. Shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Best African music, it's just like blessings, to still be here and doing it and contributing to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. It's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and minds and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stoneboy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stoneboy after Afrima, it's going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. As long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stoneboy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, to pull out. So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You are seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question. What really inspired? Because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
Where it wasn't like, it's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I sang the song, a producer friend of mine was beside me, heard it, was like, let's do this. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. We get into the studio and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
I did fine. I'm in Lagos, I enjoy.
So yeah, Lagos is giving you the vibes.
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women. Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song, I feel good. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect 95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the large?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
Ooh, so you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians.
Ooh.
We are Afcon winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Esther's today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun. So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Kofi Olomide perform today because I love Rumba and I love Dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated, so I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, I use the music. I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? No, you're not.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great.
I feel good.
So yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working. Yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right? Yeah. All right. So what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So what are you? Just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And don't forget to, follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth.
For better or for worse. For tenants is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV.
On our some VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked, it's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. It's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger. to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauded.
Flood last month left hundreds of thousands of persons at risk. 4 years, the global community could only react to outbreaks because there simply weren't enough doses to go around. Now that the stockpile has bounced back to 70 million doses, teams can finally start focusing on prevention again. Mozambique is receiving over 3 million doses to help protect communities where clean water is currently hard to find. Other hard-hit areas in Congo and Bangladesh are also at the top of the list of these life-saving delivery. While cases actually dropped slightly last year, the number of persons dying from the disease is unfortunately still on the rise. Experts say that climate change and extreme weather are making these bacteria outbreaks much harder to contain. We've got a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African news and the analysis segment will be up next. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power, an opinion. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
All right, glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Uganda's opposition is facing a wave of legal challenges as two senior NUP leaders were remanded in separate court cases today. In Gulu, Vice President Lina Zedriga appeared in court but could not take a plea, with prosecutors saying they need more time to investigate. She will remain in prison until February the 17th. In West Uganda, Deputy President Jolly Jacqueline Tukamushaba was also remanded over allegations of inciting violence in several districts. The court has ordered her to stay behind bars until February the 24th as investigations continue. The back-to-back arrests have sparked unease within the party, with leaders calling it a targeted crackdown. Meanwhile, the government maintains it is enforcing the law, and rights groups say they are closely watching the situation. And in Rwanda, Rwandan President Paul Kagame has defended his country's security position during this year's Reno National Dialogue in Kigali. He used the forum to respond to criticism over Eastern DR Congo and Rwanda's role in the region. Kagame rejected claims that Rwanda is driven by economic or territorial ambitions in Congo. Instead, he said the real concern is the continued presence of armed groups linked to the 1994 genocide. He also addressed shifting regional alliance, including Burundi's closer cooperation with Kinshasa. Kagame said countries are free to choose their partners, while Rwanda remains focused on protecting its own security. Beyond regional politics, the president stressed self-reliance on the foundation of Rwanda's development path. He warned against the dependence on external powers, saying national dignity and sovereignty must come first. Also in Uganda, the State House is coming out swinging this morning to shut down some pretty big rumors circulating online. Reports have been flying around claiming that President Yoweri Museveni recently had picked several historicals to join the NRM's highest governing body. Senior Presidential Press Secretary Sandor Walumsimbi took to social media to set the record straight once and for all. He's calling those reports completely false and saying no such official communication has ever been issued by the president's office. The viral post specifically named the heavyweights like Kahinda Otafrea, Rebecca Kadanga, and Jim Muwuzi as the new appointees to the Central Executive Committee. However, the presidency says those names were pulled out of a thin air and the public should stop sharing the unverified list. The Central Executive Committee is the most powerful organ in the party, so any leadership change is a massive deal for national politics. Officials are now urging everyone to stick to official channels and stay cautious of fake news designed to cause confusion. And in Kenya, Nairobi County has approved a disaster management policy and emergency response bill to strengthen the city's preparedness for emergencies. The legislation, fast-tracked to the county assembly, aims to move the city from ad hoc responses to structured disaster management. If passed, the law will establish a 24-hour emergency operations center, borrowed-based rapid response units, and a Nairobi Disaster and Emergency Management Authority, or NADEMA. The framework will also require a comprehensive disaster plan within 60 days, covering resources like fire, engines, ambulance, rescue boats, and shelters. Governor Johnson Sakaja said the reforms focus on preparation, coordination, and prevention to reduce loss of lives and property. He noted that NADEMA will consolidate emergency response under a single command structure to improve reaction times during crisis. The bill also proposes a disaster management fund to enable rapid mobilization of resources during emergencies, supported by the county budget, private contribution, and donation. Officials say the reforms will improve response time, enforce building and land use standards, and increase public awareness on disaster preparedness. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more In the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, a financial expert as well, if I dare say, and also a public and political affairs analyst, plus a writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon.
Thank you for
to
having me.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Joseph Opul. Dr. Joseph is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University, and also is the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. Dr. Joseph, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, David, and to all the panelists who are here with me. Thank you for bringing me on board. All the viewers, those who are viewing us from all over. My name is
Thank you so very much, Doctor, for joining the conversation. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the founder and CEO, Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Well, I don't know if Mr. Martins has joined the conversation, but I would enjoin you to please unmute your mic so we can establish communication with you, Mr. Martins. Well, while we wait for Mr. Martins in Kenya, we also have joining us virtually today, Mr. Hansen G. Blayan from Liberia, virtually as well. He's a media and communication professional and also communication of vocals there from the back end. But I trust that my engineers are working on it. All right, then let's start this conversation from Uganda. And no, let me start from Kenya. Mr. Martins, interestingly, the Nairobi County has approved the disaster management policy and, of course, emergency response bill to strengthen the city's preparedness for emergencies. From your position, first off, let me find out, what's your position with these kind of bill? Because questions have been asked, can a county that struggles with garbage collection and water supply realistically manage a 24-hour emergency center without collapsing under the corruption and inefficiency that surrounds that same county? What's your position as well, Mr. Martins? I would ask that Mr. Martins, you please unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly. Okay. I understand that Mr. Martins is out of the conversation. I guess it's the network, but we definitely would find a way to bring him back into the conversation. Let me bring it to the studio before I go to Uganda, where Dr. Joseph is standing by. Same question, Doctor. A county that struggles with garbage collection and water supply, realistically, Doctor, do you think they can manage a 24-hour emergency center without collapsing? I mean, under such circumstance?
Well, it depends on the preparation. The court no longer dispense justice. Understand me? The court no longer dispense justice. What they are now giving out is the opinions or the mindset of the executive. That's exactly what I mean. What they are now that's ordinarily in a law court, the ways of judgment supposed to determine where the judgment should go. Understand? That's the evidence before the court.
Right.
But these are no more being used. What is now being used is the opinion or the mindset of the executive. If the executive wants these people jailed, they will be jailed. Understand?
More like there are now a weapon in the hands of the executive.
Puppets in the hand of the executive.
Doctor, with this kind of situation, let's talk about the economy of Uganda, because, of course, we're talking Uganda right now. The fact that the government claims that it's trying to prevent violence, That's the reason why some of these people have been arrested. You would recall that on the part of foreign aid, there's been some backlash about the fact that international condemnation have been consistent after the election as concerning how the election went. In fact, you also would recall that the military head, I'm talking about the son of the president, General Mohuzi, also accused the U.S. Embassy of supporting Bobby Wine to escaping. How much of an impact would these kind of international condemnation have on the future of foreign aid when it comes to Uganda?
The issue is donor agencies, understand me?
Yes.
And foreign investors are not likely that to go into a country where democracy is being undermined, where fundamental human rights are not being practiced.
Why so?
It's only countries like European countries, because they don't they don't approve such a system.
Now, Doctor, on the part of history, Idi Amin in the 70s, Milton Obote era in the 1980s, Museveni, of course, in the 1990s, this level of trajectory.
Dictatorial trajectories.
Is it that the people of Uganda are that docile to not have a discerning mindset towards their leaders when it comes to election?
Well,
or are they being carved to the point of fear that they just allow anything fly?
For me, they have been cowed because under Idi Amin, his 10-year-old son was promoted to a general.
Right.
While he was a field marshal. Understand? So that shows you what Idi Amin was about to do. If not that he was pushed out of office. And the same thing has continued up till now. What Idi Amin did is exactly what Museveni is doing now. Just running a one family government. Understand? So since 70s till today, Uganda has never had a...
Then they are going to go see the doctor, whereby the doctor, after proper evaluation of the patient, the doctor will write prescribe the right tests to run in order to get a convincing findings and diagnosis, whereby it will lead to further treatment and give the right medications to the patient.
All right, so if I get you correctly, the doctor has to be the one to, refer the patients to the lab.
Normal circumstances, it must come from the doctor to the lab.
All right. That's amazing. All right, so let's talk about self-medication. This is actually one of the very, very major topics that, we have on the show today. So let's be very honest, actually. Self-medication feels very convenient.
Yes.
You'd agree with me?
Comfortable.
It's very comfortable.
Easy to access.
Exactly. You don't have to go meet the doctor. You just tell yourself, it could be this. And it's very, very dangerous in as much as it is also very comfortable.
Yeah.
So people say things like, I know my body, I've felt like this before, it's normal, I know what to take, all right? So from what you see on a daily basis, why do people feel so confident treating themselves?
Yeah, as you said, self-medication is very easy to access and so easy and cheap. And people feel comfortable to relate with the nearest alternatives, let me say, nearest healthcare provider, the nearest alternative to just alleviate their pains or their discomfort. So they go and access any kind of treatment to suit themselves, which can lead to complications, prolonged treatment, and consequences like death.
Exactly.
Because when you take a lot of antibiotics, it leads to antibiotics resistance complication, which means that your body has been too familiar with these particular drugs. So when you now access the main treatment or access an healthcare professional, then there will be issues in getting an higher regime of antibiotics to be able to deal with your discomfort.
Condition,
and
exactly.
that can lead to prolong of treatment, complications, and that's when some people will spend more time in the hospital than
they
usual.
should. Exactly. So if you ask me, I think it's about, saving time, saving money, and having to go through the stress of the registration and then getting to see the doctor and everything. What do you think is really the problem with?
It is, I will not say it is the stress. People just feel ignorant towards that aspect of going to the hospital. In this part of the country, when you tell people, have you visited the hospital, they now incorporate religious beliefs and so many beliefs, traditional beliefs that no, I'm not meant to go to the hospital because I believe in my personal belief, either a Christian, Muslim, or the other part of belief system. So I think our belief system in this part of the country has make people to feel ignorant of visiting the healthcare provider. It is not when you are sick or when you are down with some ailments you visit the hospital, but you can visit the hospital for a regular routine check. It can be yearly, it can be biannually. That abnormalities in the body leads to severe consequences that can lead to terminal diseases.
It's really sad. This is why we should actually keep spreading awareness on how important, early medications, early diagnosis is. Go for your regular checkup and all of that. So still about self-medication, right? Some people say, after I took this drug, I felt better. That sounds like success, after I take this drug, I wasn't having this pain anymore. Or you just go take a cough syrup and then the cough probably subsides and all of that. So according to your profession, right, does feeling better always mean that the illness is gone?
No, feeling better does not mean that the ailment is gone.
Okay.
Because it's just like someone that has headache and takes paracetamol and felt that all is well. So many things can cause headache. So many things can cause an abdominal pain. Ulcer can cause an abdominal pain. Food poisoning can cause it. Even a kidney issue can cause an abdominal pain. So many things can cause an abdominal pain or headache, even stress, that you don't even need anything. Just relax, take water and have a good sleep can just alleviate that. But people will still go back to use some high level of analgesics, which is very infectious to the liver and the kidney. So taking a substance to alleviate a particular kind of symptoms is not the best way to treat yourself. You must find the root cause.
Yes.
The root cause of that headache, the root cause of that pain, the root cause of that abdominal pain, the root cause of that discomfort in your eye, your hair, any part of the body must lead to you consulting a health professional for proper diagnosis. You cannot assume. There is no assumption in medicine.
Exactly.
You must be definite with that root cause of that abnormalities in your system as at that point. Physiologically, it must be proven before medication.
Medications. Yeah, I'm actually very, very curious now, right? What really happens when symptoms are suppressed and the cause remains?
Yes. It's just someone complaining an abdominal pain and uses any drugs. The pain, as at that point, can subside. And the cause still remains. After sometimes, when the chemistry of the drugs is being exhausted in the body, the pains aggravate again.
So it's possible that the body looks calm on the outside, but the issue is still there.
But the issue still sustains. when the chemistry is being gone and is being exhausted, then the pain, the root still occurs. So the person get back, find himself, him or herself back to the consequence of not visiting the health practitioner. It will still reoccur. It's just like appendicitis. That's inflammation of the appendix. You feel the pain, you take paracetamol, the pain will calm, will subside. Doesn't mean that the appendix, the appendicitis has been treated. But because of ignorance, they feel that after taking an analgesic, the appendix is gone. Or some will just take herbs, thinking that it is gone, without even testing which stage is it? Is it being infected? And what step to be taken? So all those things has been ignored, and we have been overshadowed by self-medication and unprofessional referral. Go and meet this person. Go and meet that man. Is good in this. Is good in that. Without any professional backing. So,
wow. All right, so let's talk about antibiotics now. Okay, I've seen lots and lots of scenarios where antibiotics has been abused. I mean, it has literally turned to an everyday drug, which you would agree with me that it's not so healthy, right? So, when did antibiotics start being a special drug and start being an everyday medicine? I mean, according to your profession, right? How does antibiotics help or actually works in the body, and how should it be avoided?
Antibiotics are being prescribed for a certain abnormalities or for certain issue in the system, and they are meant to be used as prescribed. You are meant to follow the dosage. You are meant to follow the manufacturer instructions, which the doctors and the pharmaceuticals professional are aware of and are trained to know. So when there is a discomfort in you, the next thing is not to use an antibiotics, is to see the healthcare provider on which antibiotics to use, what strength, and this deals with either sometimes it deals with gender, it deals with your body mass index, it deals with your weight, it deals with your height. So all these things are being put together to prescribe an antibiotics and of which strength to an individual. So you cannot just rise up and take a 500 milligram antibiotics when you are meant to take an 100 milligram antibiotics. This will now fall a consequence to the damage both to the liver and to the kidney. So it's making you spend more. It will now take more of your time. So it's not even time saving. It's time consuming, because when
it's killing you faster.
When it's killing and it's killing the kidney, it's killing the liver, then you have to spend more on therapy. You have to spend more on consultations. You have to spend more on more expensive drugs than the cheaper one that you have used, which has caused you a lot and a damage in your body. So antibiotics are not to be used without prescription. They are meant to be used descriptively, because you cannot just assume that because Lagbaja took a Ciprotab of 500 milligram, so you must use a Ciprotab at that moment. That is what we call a sensitivity in the microbiology aspect of the laboratory. We after determining the causative agent or organism of a certain ailment or disease or pathological state, there will be a sensitivity test that will now determine which kind of antibiotics
and
that will work for you according to that ailment, to that disease. This antibiotics is right for this kind of treatment. So if if you are not being cleared on the kind of antibiotics, when you use another kind of antibiotics and or another regime, it will just, for that moment, it will alleviate the pain, but does not mean that that disease will not come back. It might still reoccur again. That infection that you are treating with an unknown antibiotics can still reoccur again. And when it reoccurs,
it could even be worse.
It comes with a greater symptoms and with a greater effect on the body.
Wow. That's very, very, something that we should all look out for. So let's talk about malaria, right? I think this particular ailment has gotten so many misconceptions. In many homes, once you have fever, once you have headache, the next one is to go and get malaria drug. I know that, and I don't know if you've seen a lot of that in your profession as well. Exactly. So how often does malaria turn out to be something else?
Yeah, according to the Ministry of Health, Lagos State, the studies has been proven that malaria has, don't let me say entirely wiped out, but malaria symptoms, malaria as a whole has been reduced to the minimal stage. So most of people comes up with malaria symptoms. At the end of the day, ends up with other treatment or other diagnosis different from malaria. So many people, fever does not mean you have malaria. Fever can be associated with headache, can be associated with so many things. So like a friend that has a concurrent fever and browsed the internet, and according to what he assumed, so the internet brought that he is infected with HIV, and he was like saying the last prayers, doing also. I said visit the nearest healthcare center or healthcare provider. He went and he was diagnosed negative, and he was not convinced enough. He had to visit like 3 or 4 before he could now accept that he is negative of HIV. So fever can mean so many things.
Yeah.
Fever can translate into so many things. Hypertension can cause fever. Infections can cause fever. Stress can cause fever. So fever does not mean that you have malaria until you are tested. Until you are tested, you can be declared either positive or negative. So if you are negative, you are negative. If you are positive, that means that you have malaria. Malaria is not automatic. It is not because I've been feeling headache, it means I'm done with malaria. You must be tested. You must be tested. There are so many abuse of malaria drugs. You see when you are passing by the street, you see so many hawking drugs. And I would advise people, it's not good for your health. One, you don't know, so many people are not conscious about the expiring dates. So many people are not conscious about different producer labels. So whereby you can know if this is fake or not. So there are so many things to watch out for when you are just getting medications from hawkers or roadsides buyers, sellers. It is not advisable. So you must be tested before you can confirm whether you have malaria or not. Malaria can come in all forms of symptoms. In fact, so many terminal disease can manifest like malaria at the first stage. So if you are overwhelmed with self-treatment and medication, that means that you are treating the wrong diagnosis, you are treating the wrong ailment, you are treating the wrong infection. So it is advisable when you have any symptoms that relate to malaria, it can mean so many things.
All right, so aside malaria, are there other illnesses that also are hidden in the body that we can also, have misconceptions about?
Yeah, all disease or infections have similar symptoms and manifestation. That is why...
Emphasis on similar.
Yeah, so that is why you have to get tested to be able to determine what exactly you are down with and what exactly is wrong with you. So that's why proper diagnosis is very crucial and important, because you cannot guess. There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing
Say
in
that
medicine.
again.
There is no guessing in medicine. Medicine is large, is vast, so you cannot do a assume or do a minimal or guessing work in the theater or in the laboratory as a whole, because it's just someone that has a low blood sugar, and you just want to prescribe an anti-diabetic drugs. So you must know the level of the diabetics before prescribing a drug. The blood sugar is 140. If the blood sugar test is 150, if the blood sugar is 230, if the blood sugar is 300, the approach is different. So because your family member is diabetic, does not mean you will use the same drug or medications he or she is using. You have to get tested and follow the right prescription.
Talking about the right prescription, something you said really struck me, and it's something I have actually seen for myself. How people just get drugs on the roadside. And it's actually very, very appalling, because these people you are getting these drugs from are not medical professionals. They're not certified medical professionals. Yeah. And they're just telling you, in my opinion, I feel like they are just giving you drugs so that they can sell their market. Yeah. Not necessarily because it is what you need at the time. So we really need to tell the viewers how important it is to have a certified, medical...
That sector is being eradicated in Lagos State. That sector is being eradicated in Lagos State. You cannot see someone running a 6-month nursing or not running a 6-month course to become a medical laboratory technician or a scientist or a pharmacist or a technician in Lagos State. It has been eradicated. So there is no room for mediocrity in Lagos State health system. It has been eradicated. So any facility in has been eradicated. So any facility in Lagos State that is tertiary institutions and the secondary facilities, you see people down with kidney issues, down with liver issues, down with blood cancers, down with so many things.
And you don't know what could have caused.
Because they have consumed a lot that the body cannot absorb. They have consumed a lot that the body cannot even break down, cannot even economical level. You can access, no matter how poor or rich you are, you can access any health facility in Lagos State, and you can be treated appropriately in Lagos State. And in Nigeria, the federal government has done a lot. Lagos State is doing a lot. So you don't have any excuses of not visiting the right healthcare provider in Nigeria and in Lagos State at large.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot about, how important it is to go through the right process to get your condition well treated. But right about now, we're going to have a short break, and when we return, we're talking about the herbal remedies, and we'll delve deeper into this conversation. Please stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still joined by Mr. Dawodu Joseph, who is a medical laboratory scientist. And we've been talking about, how important it is to not self-medicate, but to go through the right process, which is, of course, go to the doctor, get tested, go to the laboratory, and then, have the right and correct diagnosis for your treatment. So right about now, we're talking about the herbal remedies and talking about how we should trust that. Okay, when we talk about herbal remedies, we talk about things like, the natural resources, the things that we have right at our disposal, and, comparing it literally. So herbal remedies are trusted by many, and it is deeply rooted in culture. It is what majority of a lot of people know, right? So let's look at that, Mr. Joseph. So where should the line be drawn between, going through herbal remedy and science?
Herbal remedy, science, they're all together. The herbal remedy is part of science, is part of medicine. They are incorporated. So that is to say, there are regulators or regulatory body that manage and oversees the herbal professionals, in which they are being trained, they are learned, and they complement medicine. There is a complementary science, so whereby they are being trained to prescribe herbs as doctors will prescribe drugs. They are being trained to prescribe herbs. They are being trained on therapeutic herbal prescription. So they are being the dose, the strength. They are being trained age upward 50, 40. They are advised to extend their routine check, to check for their prostates, to check for their kidney functions, their liver functions, and the likes. And for the females that are in their childbearing age or have exceeded their childbearing age, like they're in the menopause age, they are advised to run cervical tests amidst other tests. So,
food vendors still serve steaming plates. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know it's a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo, voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines. Information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not flawed answers.
From everyday
questions. Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds, policy failures. We ask the tough questions. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m., on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every head.
Smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels: keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking, when the plane lands, don't rush the aisle. Wait for your roll's turn. Collect your belongings quickly and move forward calmly. A little patience makes disembarking hassle-free. And lastly, hygiene and health. Of course, hygiene matters. Always cover your mouth when sneezing or coughing. Use sanitizers and keep your space tidy. Clean habits make for healthier skies. Flying is not just about reaching your destination, it's also about the experience we share along the way. With these simple etiquettes, we can all make air travel smoother, calmer, and more enjoyable. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Air travel is one of the most exciting ways to journey across the world, but it also requires a little courtesy to make the skies friendlier for everyone. Now these are some essential flight etiquette. Boarding. Boarding is smoother when we all follow instructions. Stick to your boarding group, keep your pass handy, and step aside quickly once you find your seat. A little order goes a long way in getting everyone on board faster. Overhead bins. Now these are for everyone. Place your larger bags above and keep smaller items under the seat in front of you. That way, there's enough space for all passengers and fewer delays. Phone use. Now this, once the aircraft door closes, all devices must be in flight mode. A simple switch helps keep communication safe and smooth for both crew and passengers. Talking about the middle seat rule, the unwritten rule says this: if you are in the middle seat, both armrests are yours. It's a small courtesy that can make flying more comfortable for all. Noise levels. Keep conversations and devices at a reasonable volume. Headphones are a traveler's best friend, and courtesy in the cabin ensures a peaceful flight for everyone. Talking about disembarking. When the plane lands, don't rush the arm.
Gamble with lives, which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings. If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial, and thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever living. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs voice.
Policies that shapes our world and the economy determines our future.
We are every day. Great is buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the story shape our world because your voice is
Yes, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and apologies for starting a little bit late. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Donald Trump disclosing that the U.S. worked with federal government to launch Christmas airstrike, to Kaduna government receiving 183 rescued worshippers. Also, Ezekwesili and CSOs called for real-time electronic transmission of results. And finally, Turaki-led PDP condemns INEC's recognition of Wike-led PDP. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
need
that determines our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
And it's Tao Farm, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned.
B.
Boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Issues and Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into what we have for today. United States President Donald Trump says the U.S. worked closely with Nigeria to launch the Christmas Day airstrikes against ISIS targets, describing the operation as part of broader counterterrorism efforts. In a related development, the Defense Headquarters says the Nigeria-U.S. security partnership is focused on strengthening capacity building, intelligence sharing, and joint counterterrorism operations. According to the DHQ, cooperation with the United States has helped improve operational effectiveness against insurgent and extremist groups operating within and around Nigeria. Meanwhile, the United States has denounced the recent killings in Kwara State, describing the attack as horrific. Washington also endorsed President Bola Tinubu's security response, including the deployment of troops and intensified operations in the affected communities. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a virtual guest. We have Ayoyinka Oni. He is a former coordinator, Take It Back Movement, Lagos. He is also a human rights activist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Ayoyinka.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, and I greet all the viewers.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, let's start off with this. Of course, I'm sure you heard the background to what I read, the story I read, and Trump is saying that the strikes that happened on Christmas Day was a partnership with Nigeria and, of course, the federal of the United States. And if you can remember, when the strike happened, Nigeria, the federal government did not announce this first. The announcement, what we heard first, or who we heard it from first, was the United States. And there was a back and forth. People were asking, why is our own federal government not coming out to say anything? And then eventually, the federal government came out to say that it was actually collaboration. And now we've heard from the horse's mouth, that is Trump, that this was actually a collaboration. What do you make of this?
Well, what Nigerians can clearly see that have played out is the fact that the lobby that Nigeria paid heavily for, I can't remember the specific amounts now, but the figure was everywhere at that time, for favors and for a listening ear to the Nigerian government, the United States government, of course, has worked. And that is the taxpayers' money of Nigeria being used to lobby United States government support or political statement that will favor the Nigerian government. Because we all saw how it played out. After a strike was done and the people in the village started crying in those two states that were affected, it was Donald Trump that made the first tweet. And on the views that representative of Nigerians did, that's the spokesman of Tinubu, Daniel, and different storyline, and they couldn't even give more information. So, of course, the ambassador was just getting updates from his counterpart in the US, and that's basically what they were giving back. It was definitely not a coordinated attack between Nigeria and America. But, like I said, the lobbying has worked, and Trump towards the Nigerian government, and basically that's why he's saying or what he's saying. But we know that the US don't accept you or don't cooperate with you just for the sake of cooperation. There's a mutual benefit that both of them have gotten an understanding is. That's unfold. But for me, it's a shame that a sovereign government have to depend on the United States government statement before they can say, yes, we are doing what is right. It's a shame on the government.
Okay, so you're actually trying to say that you don't believe whatever it is that that Trump is saying. Is that what you're trying to say? That you feel like this is just trying to help Nigeria save face?
Donald Trump is an international tyrant. I don't think anybody needs to need any announcement of that. We know what he's doing in Iran, in Pakistan, in Venezuela recently. This is someone that comes to the media and say, want to get their oil. They need to give us their oil. He wants to take over Greenland. So Trump is not an example for and his government. Every Nigerian government over the years won the support of US, able to get into power, either for the first time and the second time. We remember Buhari's time and Obama and all that. So Trump is basically just saying this statement, like I said, just because whatever Nigerian government lobbied for with about 750 million, if my figures are correct, has worked. And they have currently have a mutual agreement, and Nigeria is just a tool to use to the world to claim that Donald Trump is a Christian. He's not a Christian. He doesn't care about any Christian. He's just playing international politics to favor US. As we all know, we have troops from the United States of America already on the ground in Nigeria collaborating with our military. We don't know how far the collaboration will go. But of course, this is just a lie. From the history of what happened, from the records, we know that the United States of America already fired a missile even before our government in Nigeria and knew. The tweets are there on True Socials, rather. So the evidence are there.
Okay, you mentioned that the U.S. Army already on ground to, of course, we know they're already in Nigeria. And I don't know what you make about this. The DHQ has come out to say that it's collaboration, intelligence sharing, and all of that. What do you make of this this coming? Some persons would actually applaud it, that yes, there's a need for these troops. We don't even know the number that they are, but that some persons will applaud the fact that they are here. But I don't want to hear your own take. What do you make of this? Do you think it's actually a step in the right direction in tackling insecurity as we have it?
There's no problem in countries of the world that want peace collaborating to end insecurity. I see, and I've said it before, that the United States of America is actually the wrong country to have that collaboration. Not because the United States of America lack intelligence or they lack the firepower or the mechanisms to end insecurity, but because the United States of America handles every insecurity issues in the world with politics. And because of that, they have a game that they are playing. They have where they are going. There's a means to every hand that they are doing. They are not interested in any terrorism. I've said it before that the United States of America have never handed or stopped any terror group in the world. They come for a purpose. So they are basically the wrong people to collaborate with. The question to ask is this. This is Africa. Nigeria is situated in West Africa. The ISIS and the ISWAP walk around the eastern part of Africa, Libya, Cote d'Ivoire, Niger, and the rest. Is there collaboration between the Nigerian military and these bordering countries to hand these people? That, oh, we are in Nigeria, we are pushing them to your place. We expect you to be ready for them as they are coming towards your place. Have there been any collaboration? If there have been, what has been the achievement? What has been done? What has it done? Or where does it? Do they need to work in to get better? We don't know anything about that. There's no statistics about that. But of course, United States of America, who have been here before, obviously, during Jonathan's time, and they were not allowed to solve the problem according to the machineries that were interviewed by BBC and the rest. Sent them back and allowed them students to leave. And we're expecting a fantastic result. The insecurity issue in Nigeria is not just about weapons. It's economical, it's structural, and of course, is international terrorism also involved? But what have we done about our local terrorists? What have we done about the economic issue? What have we done about our structural problem that is causing this influx of insecurity in our country? Of course, we have not done anything. We're still talking about it. This is my analysis on the presence, physical presence of the United States military in the US. The international terrorists will also equip their boys and their men around our borders with more forces, because the United States of America is like an erection, allow me to use that word, through every terrorism. Any terrorist group that sees United States of America in their domain feels that they are actually working to get US attention, feels that their agenda will get more international recognition, so they will put more fire. And we are not finished saying this. Just this week, me and you have read the news about over 100 people that have died in Kwara State. In Kwara State. And there's another one in Benue. That one did not make the news so much because the one in Kwara is more bloody. This is what the presence of US does. But of course, while Ahmed Tinubu have signed a deal with the US that we don't know, and part of the fulfillment of this deal is the presence of the US forces. So I'm not going to clap for this because they have not done the one at home first before getting international presence. And if at all you need international presence or international ideas and intelligence, there are other countries that have good military forces, good intelligence, and are in no way involved in international politics that can help you solve this problem. But no, we have went for the biggest gun, which is the US. The US attracts more calamity.
Okay, if I hear you correctly, you're actually saying that the US being involved in whatever, in the insecurity, or trying to help us fight insecurity in Nigeria has done us more harm than good. That is what you're trying to say, or would do more harm than good. I want to be sure that that's what you're saying. And as you respond to that, while you were speaking, you said that the United States has a purpose other than what they make Nigerians feel, which is to help Christians fight, or rather to help ensure that Christians are not being killed as they are being killed. So if you say that there is a different purpose from what is being claimed, what purpose would you say that yes, the United States has, aside from what has been put out there?
Know that Nigerians, we are facing a lot in terms of economic and insecurity issues, and we need a Messiah at this time, which no Messiah anywhere. But Nigerians need to understand a reality. And what's the reality? Donald Trump doesn't care about any Christian anywhere in the world. Christian. He doesn't care. They sent forces to Venezuela. Venezuela is 80% of Christian people. People died in Venezuela, over 70 people, including a old woman. They are Christians. So if anybody is saying, oh, Donald Trump has sent his forces because he wants Christians to stop dying, it's just a joke. This is the trajectory and the history of the United States of America. The United States of America will never get involved in the security situation of any country if they don't have an ulterior motive. We can play around what it may be, but I cannot specifically say what it is. This is one of the issues. Trump wants to continue to have the Christian support all over the world in his international politics. And Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world. It is a press to the whole world. He has been pushing that idea. He has pushing that narrative. Christians are dying. I'm going there. I'm going to help them. I sent a missile to them, Christmas gift and all that. Even though we are still yet don't have a figure of whoever that missile killed and all that. That's one. Two, know that we are in a border with Niger. And people that understand will understand that when there was a coup in Niger, the people that took over sent the United States forces out of that place. One of the biggest military bases in Africa was built in Niger. For me, I personally feel the US is taking and doing recon to recover back that place. And the best way that they can recover it is, of course, stage another coup in Niger or set the place, burning. 2 weeks ago, there was a bomb attack in Niger that happened twice. Or set the place burning so that they can come in and recover and take over that place. So what is clear, and where is the border to Niger? Of course, in the north. In the north, in the areas that are attacked by Boko Haram. So what is clear is that the US have an ulterior motive. If in the process they also find a way to help you to kill some of Boko Haram members and all that, but we will be joking with ourselves, we will be deceiving ourselves, we will think the presence of United States of American forces is going to end insecurity in Nigeria. The United States of America, I repeat again, have never ended terrorism in any country. Nigeria will not be the first.
Well, some persons will actually argue the statement he just made, because really some persons are actually very happy that the U.S. is coming in. But let's kind of, own into what happened in Kwara State. And after the mass killings of almost 170 persons, the president has actually called or deployed soldiers to Kwara State. And the U.S. has come out to endorse this very quick response of our president. What do you make of this? What does this endorsement of the security response by our president, what does it connote? What do you think it connotes?
I think any Nigeria should be clapping for security redeployment after 170 people died. It has happened over and over again, right from Buhari's regime. Redeployment. I condole with you. We are going to attack them. And saying is a good one that Tinubu has deployed to confirm to you that the lobby that millions were paid for has worked. But to state clearly that presently, as we speak, one person, one elderly woman has been kidnapped in the US. If you watch CNN, BBC, and every major news line, there is hourly updates on the process and all security forces to secure the safety of that woman. One woman. The mayor is talking about it. The police is talking about it. All of the agencies are collaborating. The presidency is talking about it. The governor is talking about it. And you will see they'll be giving you updates. We have done this, we are doing this. One woman. Imagine if 200 people is killed by terrorists in the United States of America this night. Trump will not sleep. Because in the United States of America, they have states. In the United States of America, even though their president has a problem, there are some people in the government also that you see that they have a problem. They have a system that the people are saying it must work. In Nigeria, we don't have a system. One set of people just die. Till date, me and you, we are still saying 1 set of people. We cannot mention the name of one of them. The only news that we have is because of you media have been doing your best to go and cover the aftermath of that incident. I've seen about 3 media that have released footages. And even some international media. No serious report from a government.
We don't have system. What we are saying is a governor of a whole state going to sit in front of a president and narrating how people died. He's telling the president news line, story time. And the president is holding his cheek on the life of 170 people. We don't have a system that protects. We don't have a system that works. We don't even have an emergency response system. They are doing mass burial for them this evening. We are in a sorry and a pathetic society and a government that don't know what they are doing. And you know, when we human rights and all that start giving the government ideas, sometimes we just feel it's a waste of time because they will never do it. They will not listen because the life of one Nigeria is not important to them. I tell you and I repeat it, that if this issue did not get to the news, the government will cover it and they will move on. Because before this attack, there were intelligence by the people that these people have warned us. So they say we should take Sharia. We say we are not accepting. Come to our aid. They did not move an inch until 100 people were killed. But in a normal society, this will not happen. Let's now say, unfortunately, it happens. The government will quickly move into action, not just redeploying forces, getting data of all the people that died, confirming for their family there's a need to even release their faces so that we know them, immediately going after the miscreant that did this to show other terrorist group that this cannot be accepted in our society. But that will not be done. The army will go there, they will drive around. Do you know why they are there? Let me even tell you. They are there because they don't want people to come out and protest. Yes, you can die, but please, carefully, cry quietly. They just return them back. Why some of others in that state almost every week? This is the fact that our security architect, it is gone. But your president can sack the entirety of army staff because there's a sound of coup. But the life of Nigerians is not that important. It is a joke of a country, and Nigerians need to wake up and do something about it.
Okay, you talked about security architecture being very, very down, and let me bring you to, of course, what we've talked about earlier. But let me ask a question. That's the army, the U.S. Army on ground in Nigeria. One of the things DHQ had said, aside from collaboration, they mentioned intelligence sharing. But I want to ask you, we've heard so many persons say that our security, there's been internal saboteur in our security outfits or security architecture. And we know that some persons have actually said that internal coordination has remained weak. So how would intelligence sharing, how would it be enough when we have all of these issues? How can these be managed with all of the issues that we have as a nation in our security, and then now they are coming with intelligence sharing? Do you think it will actually change or make any difference?
I love this question, and the reason is this. And you said it all. When your own security architects are doing misinformation, disinformation, you have situations where information from the military is getting to terrorists already. How can you then share information with an higher security forces when you have not put your house in order? Look at the people that say they did coup against Bola Tinubu's government. They released their names because Tinubu staying in power is more important than him than any other thing. The people that have been giving information to terrorists, the people that have been sabotaging our information network, the people that have been affecting coordination, have you ever heard their name? Has their name been published? The people that have been selling weapons to terrorists, has their name been published? There is no real plan to solve the problem of the insecurity in Nigeria. There's no real plan to put the security forces in order. And how do you do that? Corruption cannot exist within the rank and file of Nigerian security forces. It cannot exist. If you have an IGP that you are seeing that is snapping pictures with people that are international criminals, that of course the police cannot catch, somebody has to come from a retired FBI has to come to help us to catch him, not helping us because he actually defrauded someone abroad. When you are seeing your military men having pictures with smugglers, no smugglers, higher authority military men. How do you expect those people to come out and do security work properly? The entire security process is compromised. And the president himself, who the IGP told you that if not for the president, he will not be here today, it's like a father to him, is also compromised to the IG. How can he do the right thing? Because when we are talking about security, we are very quick to talk about the army. But I can tell you quickly, the majority of the problems we are facing start from the position of the police. The soldiers should be at our borders. The soldiers should be at towns that have high kidnapping and terrorism rate, protecting it. It is the police that is for crime prevention. How many crimes are they preventing? Are they even properly equipped? We all see police in our community. We all meet them on the highway. Do many of those police force look like people that are serious about identity security? Some people have traveled in this country. They see how the FBI works. They see how the state police work. They see how the SWAT, and all those forces work. RIPD and the rest. There is so much level of seriousness. We are not a serious country. So if we have not solved our internal problem, they want to collaborate with the US. They are just going to frustrate those people. But those people also, like I said, they are here for two issues. One is to find a way to just manage Nigerian problem. The second one is their major issue where they came for. And like I said, as the period continue to go, we will be seeing those things. It will be coming forth. And like I said again, if by now Nigeria has not collaborated with all our neighboring countries that are also facing the issue of insecurity, then we are still joking, because some of the influx of these terrorists come from the border, from Niger, Cote d'Ivoire, Libya. We are not collaborating, but we are quick to collaborate with the US and all that, just for political reasons, just because we want to keep power. Nigerians need to wake up, because I can tell you the terrorists are not in any way threatened by the presence of the US. They are not. The terrorists in this country will be threatened when they see that there's a high political will from the executive and from the police and from the army, the navy, to end them. You will know that they are threatened. Presently now, they are not threatened because they see that all these are still political games. We are still playing political games with insecurity in this country, and Nigeria should not expect any beautiful result.
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation. Of course, still talking insecurity or security matters. Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani has officially received 183 worshippers rescued by security forces after being abducted by armed groups. Receiving the worshippers, the governor described the occasion as a day of joy for the state. He said the safe return of all the abducted worshippers vindicated the quiet but relentless efforts of the state government and security agencies. The governor assured residents that the government remains committed to dismantling criminal networks and ensuring the security and safety of every citizen. You know, Ayoyinka, almost 3 weeks after the abduction of these church members, we see the rescue of the abducted members, and nothing is being said about how they were rescued and all. You know, what do you make of this? You know, their rescue or their release is being celebrated, but everything is shrouded in secrecy, sort of. Nobody's saying anything. The state government isn't saying anything. The federal government is not saying anything. And we have seen that. Of course, let me ask you, what do you make of it? Let me not put words into your mouth.
We have a budget for ransom now, both federal and state. I don't think this is a news. Nigerians knows. There's a budget for ransom. The government has to separate it. In fact, there are some communities where they pay the ransom ahead, even before they are kidnapped. Please, our terrorist friends, take this money. Don't kidnap us yet. So, you know, when the government is celebrating and putting it in the news like that, you will know that there are a lot of mishap in all this. But of course, you see, military will come with them, they put them in a vehicle, and all. But ransom has been paid, of course. And the question in the lip of every Nigeria is that how long will we continue to pay ransom to terrorists for the funds that were used to develop society? The people that you are even paying ransom for, they cannot boast of such money. That's ransom from government. People within themselves also are gathering money to pay ransom. Some people still die in the process. For me, I don't think a responsible governor will be celebrating anything. If you get 108 of your residents released, one way or the other, you should be in a sober mood and telling the people you are sorry for them experiencing this and promise it doesn't happen again, all the things you are going to do to make it don't happen again, and go and work your ass to make sure the people are safe. In Kaduna State, it's either they are kidnapping tomorrow or they are killing the next day. It is one story week after week. So this is not a time for any governor to be trying to use it for political. You can see that the government is serious. 108 people were kidnapped, for God's sake. 108 people just picked up like chickens in the community because there's no security. We don't have security anywhere in our state. The half of the police force are protecting VVIP. There was a news 2 weeks ago that the police told the people protecting VVIP to be on standby and on alert. I don't know whatever information that they had. And the remaining half are collecting bribe, extorting and all that. So all these things are not in place, and you want to be rejoicing that 100 people were released, which most likely ransom was paid. We need these leaders to wake up, because 36 states in our nation presently has been surrounded by terrorism. Kwara already. If Southwest think that they are one special people, now we are special, where even if the security is in Northeast, Northwest, and North Central, we can run to South. Abuja thought they were special. Now terrorists are showing them shaking with kidnapping and the rest. In Southwest think they are special, they are just joking. Oyo State governor the other day said it by himself that Oyo is already surrounded by terrorists. Ogun State have experienced terrorist attack. Ekiti has experienced terrible one. It was even Ekiti that trended. Ondo has experienced. Ogun has experienced. Kwara has experienced. So if we Southwest think they are safe and we don't speak out until we are all, overwhelmed by this issue, we are just joking. And we have nothing to do than to call out this government. The people of Kwara should not be sleeping. The other day, women were protesting in Kwara in government house, and they beat them away from there. I'm sorry to say this. Some of the people that beat them, probably their family might be put those that were killed the other day. Until we see the news, before we see this thing. Today's survivor, tomorrow's victim. Today's government supporter, tomorrow's victim. Everybody's just waiting for its turn. We are not seeing anything important in what the government have done about security. But if Nigerians still want to be clapping for U.S. presence, well, we are going to watch and we wish them success. But I say, security is local and international. The local aspect has not been solved. We have gone for international. The international cannot solve your local government. It's impossible.
You talked about ransom, but in the federal government would actually come out to tell you that they don't pay ransom. And they've said it's oftentimes that they don't pay ransom, that they don't give money to these bandits or terrorists in exchange for our citizens or Nigerian citizens. But of course, you are saying that you feel ransoms have been paid, and many Nigerians also feel that way. But let's move away from security and let's move to a matter that I'm sure you would be very happy to talk about. The former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, says Nigerians are demanding real-time electronic upload of election results, cautioning lawmakers against action that could undermine public trust in the electoral process. Civil society organizations have also intensified pressure on the National Assembly, with over 70 CSOs insisting that real-time electronic transmission of votes must be guaranteed ahead of 2027. The groups argue that electronic transmission reduces manipulation and enhances the credibility of election outcomes. Meanwhile, Senator Victor Ume says over 85% of senators supported electronic transmission of results during deliberations on the Electoral Act amendment. There's been a back and forth on this electoral amendment. We get to hear some of the senators say there was electronic transmission was passed. Some said no, it was changed to electronic transfer. Some said that it was done to the discretion of INEC. What do you make of this entire back and forth? And we've seen the CSO, we've seen someone like Ezekwesili come out to say, we want real-time transmission electronic results. What do you make of all of this back and forth that we're having come up in our country at the moment?
John, is the fact that they have left a loophole in that electoral act to allow the INEC chairman or whoever is in charge to still be able to present results regardless if the real-time electronic transfer was done at real time, As we saw in the last election, even when the transmitted on the beavers, on the rev rather, the INEC chairman still at midnight announced the winner of the election using Excel sheets, And that loophole is intentional, stating that they can do real time, and if it is not possible, also they can send the figure to the national through the state, and it's intentional. And why is it intentional? It's intentional because me and you know the majority of people in that Senate basically rig the election to get to power. Of course, they won't go to the polling unit themselves to buy votes. They have boys that do it. Of course, they won't send people to go and snatch ballot box for themselves. But they will not go and snatch ballot for themselves. But they have boys that do it. They won't be the one that will be sharing money. Of course, they have people that do it. So they want to make sure there are loopholes for everything that they need to do to get into power. But I say this, and I want to say this clearly, that the problem of Nigeria election is not just about the real time or no real time. The problem of Nigeria election is the fact that the president of the country chooses the INEC chairman. And whether directly or indirectly, you are going to listen to your employee. So therefore, he will listen to the president. This man has already conducted one or two elections since he became chairman. Was it in any way different from the elections that we have been having? Was it not vote buying everywhere in Ekiti State now? I can't remember now. Or Anambra? It was vote buying everywhere. Nothing special, no difference, So basically, we still don't have a serious INEC that fear the people enough to conduct election free and fair. Let me tell you something. Even if we don't have electronic transmission and everything is manual, and we have an INEC that is not corrupt, an INEC that are well paid, that will not collect bribe from politicians, and they are saying we're going to do our job, we don't want to know anybody, and they count the thing manually, of course, we will have free and fair election. We will. In a case where they are counting manually, and let's say the ruling party is not winning somewhere and someone comes to snatch the ballot box, they will follow the law to make sure that there's a rerun in that place or sanction whoever did the ballot box. Everything is inside their law, But this is not done. So when we don't have an INEC that's for the people, and we still don't have a Senate that wants everything to be transparent, of course, we're not going to get anything special. I was listening to the issue of U.S. election today. The people in charge of election are not the federal. All the states are in charge of their election, and they are independent body. The federal is trying to be in charge, but the state are saying, no, we have to make sure that everything is accordingly. So Nigeria's problem is not only the transmission, also we don't have an INEC that stands for the people. So
Okay, so what you're saying, if I can hear you well, you said what we need at the moment actually is for us to look more into how the INEC chairman comes into play, as in like how we get our INEC chairman, that position. And this is where we'll have to wrap it up. You've really done a very fantastic job on your analysis tonight. Thank you very much for being a part of the show, Ayoyinka. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria and, of course, its electoral governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nenna Ndamdioto. This has been the Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but
tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. So this is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And today we have lots of stories on the front burner. Chief among them is the charter online about electoral reforms. Now, a number of opposition lawmakers, including Senator Tambuwal, Senator Abaribe, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Aduaghan, and of course, Senator Ireti Kingibe, have come out to say that they are not party to what was passed by the Senate, that they actually vehemently reject what the Senate has passed, especially rejecting the transmission of results, electronic transmission of results. Now, that is gaining traction like mad online. Also, something that just dropped, it is fresh, but it is really, it has got tongues wagging online, is the fact that investigative journalist David Hundeyi has said that NADECO is a CIA project and that Nigerians were lied to about the late military dictator Sani Abacha. But first, let's take a look at how it's panning out regarding the first hashtag, electoral reforms. Let's go online, shall we? Yeah. So Omotayo Williams, by the way, is a pro-democracy campaigner. He's also a human rights activist. He says, breaking, Nigerian senators have stated at a press conference that the electoral reform bill passed by the Senate president was not the version approved by the Senate. They say they are shocked, just as Nigerians are, by what was eventually passed. Recall the fraudulent tax reform bill that was earlier passed into law. I warned about the consequences of allowing such manipulations to stand. I think we have Nigerian Stories also seconding this post by Omotayo Williams. Nigerian Stories says, breaking news, Senators Abaribe, Aminu Tambuwal, Natasha Akpoti-Aduaghan, and other opposition lawmakers say the electoral reform bill that was signed was not the version approved by the Senate, insisting that the electronic transmission of results must be retained. Now, Nigeria Stories picked this story, the video from Chooks. So let's head over to Chooks' page now and see what he's got for us. Let's go to Chooks' page. So Chooks says Senators Abaribe, Tambuwal, Natasha Akpoti, and other opposition lawmakers insist on retaining electronic transmission of results in the electoral bill. Now, he put up this video. Credit goes to News Century for this video. Take a listen, guys.
We felt, those of us who are still around, that it would be necessary to make a clarification of what happened yesterday, to put the records straight. Yesterday, the Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the Ad hoc Committee of the Senate, And also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes. Electronic transmission of results. Transmit, not transfer. What is in 2022 is transfer. And we don't want a law that is vague. We don't want a law that will be misinterpreted by anybody. We want a law that is clear, concise, and can be interpreted by all, and that is unambiguous. So it is electronic transmission of results. Yes, thank you. I think we can end it here because we've done what.
All right, there you go. I wanted it to sink in a little bit. Do you catch every single thing Senator Obaribe said? Contrary to what the Senate President has said, that it wasn't as if they totally rejected electronic transmission of results, but that they just retained what was in the 2022 bill and all of that. But Senator Obaribe said, no, that is not what's happening here, and that they are shocked as Nigerians. So netizens, Nigerians are responding to this particular hashtag. Let's take a look at what they're saying. It is hashtag electoral reform. Reactions now. So this is Benedict of 4 PhD says, why is it hard for the Senate leadership to put electronic transmission into law? We need to move forward in this country. Many countries have left us behind. Everything shouldn't be cheating. Let's do a free and fair election. For once, this will make our leaders to perform well, knowing that the chance of winning depends on performance, not robbery or rigging. Naughty Obedience says, where were they when the bill was being passed? Why can't they oppose immediately? And then Everything Politics says 31 voices versus 78 votes. This is why insisting in the Senate often means nothing. You can argue, shout, quote the law, but when the numbers are fixed, the outcome is already decided. What we have is not legislative debate, but legislative dominance. More reactions? So this is Ron Cole, who says, why will the Senate even oppose the live transmission of election results via BVAS? And then this is Ashiwaju Mourinho Fidelix, says, the Senate gives them a live transmission of the results. It is not like it will change anything. They know they are just looking for excuses ahead. Then Buchi says, Nigerians, it is time to stand up and protest. Even if the remaining opposition stays quiet, we the citizens can take action. All we need is our voices. If they mess with us, they will face the consequences. So it looks like this particular story is gaining momentum online and emotions are being aroused as we speak. But as this one unfolds, we will keep you posted. But what this means in a nutshell is that 2027 is gearing up to be a most interesting election year. I mean, it's not so far away from here. This is already February 2026. So we're keeping our fingers crossed to see how that one pans out. So, our next hashtag, Abacha. I gave you a little sneak peek at the beginning, but here is the full gist. Our investigative journalist, award-winning journalist, David Hunde, has done it again. Like I said, he said, NADECO, and in a short while, I'm going to be showing you what NADECO is all about. It's a pro-democracy group. And President Tinubu actually is one of the founding members. Now, David Hunde has come out to say that NADECO is a CIA project. He also said that most of the things Nigerians were told about the late Sani Abacha, military dictator, are all lies. So I'd like for us to have some basis, like foundation, before we take a look at the particular hashtag. So let's take a look at Sani Abacha. After that, we'll take a look at NADECO. And then we'll go to the hashtag proper. So Sani Abacha, GCFR, was a Nigerian military dictator and statesman who ruled Nigeria as military head of state from 1993, following a palace coup d'etat until his death in 1998. Guys, Abacha's, just keep this on the screen. Abacha's coup d'etat was the last successful coup in Nigeria till date. Now, the one that almost happened in 2025 was botched. So this was the last successful one. I just wanted to let you guys know. Now, let's take a look at the next page. Who did he take power from? It was the interim government of Chief Ernest Shonekan. So General Sani Abacha took over the government from Chief Ernest Shonekan for forcing his resignation in a bloodless coup on November 17, 1993, and establishing himself as Nigeria's head of state amidst political instability following annulled elections. Key details. Who was overthrown? Chief Ernest Shonekan, who led the interim national government established by the previous military leader, General Babangida, a.k.a. Maradona. Well, how it happened? Abacha, then defense minister, orchestrated a military coup, portraying it as a move to stabilize the country amid the crisis from the June 12, 1993 presidential election. Guys, you remember the June 12, 1993 election? It was the one that was named the freest and fairest ever in Nigeria's electoral history, and it was won by the late Abiola, who died in prison. Now, let's take a look at what NADECO is all about. It's the next post you're going to see now. So what is NADECO? The National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, was a prominent Nigerian pro-democracy group formed on the 15th of May 1994 to oppose military rule under Sani Abacha. Composed of politicians, activists, and retired officers, its primary aim was to demand the validation of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely believed to have been won by Chief MKO Abiola. Key aspects of NADECO include formation and goals established to end military dictatorship. Let me take that again. Formation and goals of NADECO was established to end military dictatorship, restore democracy, and advocate for federalism. Key figures, founded by figures such as Chief Anthony Enahoro, Chief Michael Adekunle Ajasin, Chief Abraham Adesonya, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. You remember Chief Ayo, who passed away in 2095, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria's sitting president. The resistance, it acted as a major force of civil resistance, often facing persecution, detention, and exile by the Abacha regime. Then activist Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now president, actually was on exile, at the height of it all. Went on exile at the height of it all. Now, legacy, it played a pivotal role in the transition to civilian rule in 1999, effectively achieving its main goal of ending military governance. But like we said earlier on, David Hundeyin is claiming otherwise regarding the legacy of NADECO, saying it was just a CIA tool. Now, let's do the hashtag proper. This is just laying foundation for what you're about to see. So let's go to the first post on X, hashtag Abacha. This is Business Elites Africa. And it says, I've had to admit to myself that almost everything I thought I knew about Sani Abacha came from poisoned sources. NADECO itself was a CIA project. David Hundeyin. Nigeria Stories has it as well. Let's take a look at the next one. So Nigeria Stories, again, is sort of echoing what Business Elite said. I've had to admit to myself that almost everything I thought I knew about Sani Abacha came from poisoned sources. NADECO itself was a CIA project. This is David Hundeyin. And then Nigeria Stories picked this up from One Jobless Boy. So we'll take a look at One Jobless Boy's page now and how netizens are reacting to this particular story. Let's take a look at it. So this is One Jobless Boy, basically saying what the other posts are saying. But it's an interview, and if you take a listen to it, David Hundeyin is saying that Abacha actually was one of the best presidents, wasn't one of the worst presidents Nigeria had, that he actually saved monies for Nigeria. What is popularly known as the Abacha loot now, David is saying, was saved for the purpose of the country's welfare, Nigeria's welfare, because of global limitations then that weren't allowing monies to be kept for Nigeria. That's according to him. And then he named some other presidents as the worst, and they were worst off from Abacha, worse off than Abacha. He also said NADECO itself was a CIA project. So netizens are responding now. Let's take a look at the thread. It is hashtag Abacha. Like I said, this is just dropping. Dr. A. Turumbe says, those who did not live history tend to minimize history. This narrative of Nigerian history is false. I was a university student under Abacha. I had friends disappeared from OAU and never heard from again by Abacha's strike force. There were sanctions, but targeted. Fuel scarcity and kerosene scarcity was a regular thing. We were reduced to using Abacha stoves. We protested and were shot at and killed. We came out the next day to protest. Anyway, continue to whitewash history. One day, Tinubu's family would say Nigerians didn't know accounting. That's why he was collecting taxes with his personal company. Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around that one, but this is coming from Dr. A. Turumbe. Let's take a look at the next page. So, Ashana Wale says, where did Generals Babangida and Ernest Shonekan save Nigeria's money then? Am I missing something? Well, these are questions that are coming up after this particular post. Victor says, if David Hunde believes that money was kept in private accounts because Nigeria was locked out of the global financial system, then Chaguri has no case to answer, since the money he allegedly helped Abacha steal was kept in trust and returned to Nigeria under OBJ. The plot is getting deeper. This is Unyama who says, I found out they lied against Abacha about 4 years ago. Now, more reactions. So this is Dr. Royal Laurel who says, few years from now, someone will tell Venezuelans that Maduro was a good man when they know what they went through during his reign. Please, you guys should leave us alone and focus on electoral reforms. 170 people were just killed. All these distractions are to what end? And then Enim says, I won't leave till you tell me the full story. Was he a good guy? Aha! $1 million question. More reactions? So this is Food Psych 24 who says, convincing Nigerians that bread is a type of stone would be easier than convincing them that Nigeria in itself is a CIA project. That settles it, right? So it is for and against, but it looks like most netizens are not buying this gist. But David Hundeyin is not letting up. He's continuing to push this narrative. Is it a conspiracy theory, or is this the work of a true investigative journalist? We'll keep our fingers crossed to see how this one pans out. Next hashtag now is hashtag Kwankwaso. Rabiu Kwankwaso, heavyweight politician, came fourth in the last national election cycle, talking about the presidential election. It was President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now President Tinubu, and then it was Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and then Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso also used to be an NNPP chieftain. He's no, I said used to be because the party has come out to say that he's been expelled. So it looks like he's partyless at the moment. Now, he was once upon a time a governor of Kano State, very popular, and then moved massively through a movement called the Kwankwasiya movement. Looks like that is still holding sway. Today, actually, he put up a post. He visited a market yesterday in Kano State. This market had been destroyed, millions, properties worth millions destroyed. The market was razed by fire on the 2nd of February. Kwankwaso decided to visit, and it was a huge crowd that decided to come out to welcome him. So netizens are saying it looks like this man is still holding some serious sway when it comes to politics in the north and maybe Nigeria at large. Some are also saying, why don't you, join this momentum with that of Peter Obi to see if you can unseat the incumbent government, is what netizens are saying. I'm just paraphrasing or giving you a summary of what they said. So we'll take a look at the first post, and then we'll take a look at what netizens are saying. Hashtag Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso draws massive crowds in Kano amid political rift. On the 5th of February 2025, Kwankwaso visited Singa Market in Kano, devastated by a February 2 fire that destroyed 25 shops and 19 stores, worth hundreds of millions of naira. Supporters thronged his convoy, disrupting traffic before large gatherings at his residence reaffirmed loyalty to him and the Kwankwasiya movement. The events followed Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's defection to the APC on January 26. sparking resignations and highlighting divided loyalties ahead of 2027 elections, with some reviewing the crowds as proof of Kwankwaso grassroots strength. Now, let's take a look at the post that Kwankwaso himself put up. So this is Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and he said, "Thank you, people of Singa Market, Kanu. May Allah reward and replace your loss with something much better. Amen. RMK." He put up this video. Take a look, guys. All right, it's a mammoth crowd, if you ask me. I can tell you that. Now, he actually visited the market today, not yesterday. So, hey, forgive me. It was this happened today. I think at about 1, if you take a look at the time of the post, I think it's about 1 p.m. today now. It's huge, I can tell you. It's a rousing welcome. And according to Kwankwaso, this just didn't stop at the market. The crowd actually welcomed him at his home as well. So what's up with Kwankwaso? What's happening? Is he going to join a coalition? Is it going to be a one-man riot? Is he going to be an independent candidate? Is he going to go back to the PDP? Is he going to join the ADC? Or is he going to join the APC? Netizens are asking lots of questions. Let's take a look at the reactions now. People are responding to this post Kwankwaso put up. This is a Jebo Hustler who says, "Oga, do it with Peter Obi. If you lose, you keep the momentum for 2031. If you win, hold him to the balls with his 4 years promise. There, his integrity will be tested." Let me take that again. If you win, hold him regarding his 4 years promise. There, his integrity will be tested, which I believe he will set a new path for Nigeria. Okay, I think what Ajabo Hustler is talking about is Peter Obi's promise to do just 4 years, 1 term, and leave if given the privilege of becoming Nigeria's president. And then Ajabo Hustler goes on to say, obviously, you know APC won't give you the VP ticket. And then Everything Politics says, guess what many of the people caught in these political games are? The same out-of-school children we keep talking about now. The same out-of-school children we keep talking about. Now they are grown, voiceless, and easily used. Wow. So Everything Politics is saying those are out-of-school children. I think I saw a number of adults in that, don't you think? Well, he said they are grown now. Adamawa Lastborn says, APC winning Kano, even with the governor's defection, will be very difficult. I don't know what Kwankwaso used to hold these guys. More reactions? So this is Jibril. Jibril says, if this man merges with Jonathan, the election will be over by 12 noon. 30BG's girl says, this man is really loved by his people. This is pure love and not paid crowd. There must be something spectacular this man did while in office that earned him such followership and genuine love from the masses. RMK's style of leadership while in office should be studied by others. For the Nature says, them still they hear this guy Gbedu. That guy go become one-term governor. And then Ayomide says, Oga join coalition, nothing for you again in APC and divided PDP and NNPP. Well, that's it. That's the summation of it. Netizens are speaking regarding that one. You remember why he said that nothing for you in the APC? I mean, one of his godsons, talking about the governor, the incumbent governor of Kano State, just defected from the NNPP to the APC not too long ago, and he cited internal wrangling as the reason. Following that defection, Kwankwaso, I keep saying Kwankwaso, Kwankwaso has been crying foul. He said he was betrayed by Governor Kabiru, his godson. I don't know if he still refers to him as his godson. He kept saying he was betrayed, that wasn't the plan. But shortly afterwards, the NNPP came out to say, why are you even saying you were betrayed? It's not as if you're still in the party because the NNPP has expelled you. And then that last netizen you heard from also said, there is no place for you in the divided PDP. Divided because we don't even know which is which, even though we heard today that INEC has actually recognized the faction that Wike is sympathetic to. I'm talking about the PDP. So what's happening with the Turaki-led faction of the PDP? I mean, the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, is saying, look, it is no retreat, no surrender, forward ever, backward never. I mean, just yesterday, we saw them opening or beautifying the secretariat of the PDP in Oyo State. Even though Nyesom Wike has come out, I'm talking about the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike has come out to say that, look, give me the power to handle the PDP in Oyo State, I will diminish it and all. So it's a whole lot. Now, netizens are saying, is it the ADC you want to come join now? But Atiku Abubakar recently came out to say that Kwankwaso would romance with the opposition during the day and frolic with the president at night. So what is it going to be? What's going to be it for Kwankwaso is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. But let's keep our fingers crossed to see how it pans out. We move on now to the next one, which is #PDA. And this one involves Seyi Makinde. You know, I just talked about him. He is the governor of Oyo State, PDP chieftain. And he's the one that's been going head-to-head with the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Remember how not too long ago, Seyi Makinde had come out to say that he was in the room with Wike and President Tinubu, and Wike promised to hold down the PDP to pave the way for President Tinubu's re-election in 2027, even though Nyesom Wike, former governor of Rivers State and current FCT minister, came to say, look, hey, that's not right, that's not true, and all. Seyi Makinde has also been in the news because Oyo State has been marking 50 years, Oyo at 50, and it's been a series of events, one event after the other. So one of these events, there was this moment that was caught by the camera and posted online. It's gained lots of traction. So Seyi Makinde's wife was going to give him a peck. She was following what the host, the compare, was saying. She was going to give him a peck, you know, when they had said so many great things about Seyi Makinde. And Seyi Makinde just dodged the kiss. And people caught that. It was caught on camera and posted online. And Nigerians announcing, gosh, maybe this marriage is in trouble. That PDA is not for everybody. PDA being public display of affection. That's not for everybody. That Seyi acted well because he's the governor. I mean, it's a whole lot. Let me not detract from it. I'm just going to take you to X now. So you see how this hashtag is panning out. #PDA. Yaba Left Online has this one. Says, moment Governor Seyi Makinde refused to kiss his wife at a public function. This happened at the dinner and award night organized to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the state held on Wednesday. That's just yesterday, February 4. And they put up this video, so credit goes to Yaba Left Online for this video. Take a listen, guys.
Move close to him and give him a peck and say, thank you, darling, for the job well done. Your Excellency, take it, you have tried. Take it. Oyo State is great and it will continue to be greater. Darling, one word for Oyo State.
Gosh, that is chilly. Oh my gosh. Did you notice how he tried now talking to her later on and she was giving him the silent treatment and the cold shoulder? Yeah, but hey, it is what couples do, right? But is this what couples do? Well, what are netizens saying? Let's take a look at the reactions. It is #PDA. So Champagne Glass says, not everyone likes public display of affection, especially where there are kids around watching, and also considering how sensitive his position as the governor of a state is. Everyone is not like the dancing governor of Osun State. Kissing is an X-rated action. X-rated action? Well, according to Champagne, kissing is an X-rated action and should not be done anywhere or everywhere in public. The woman should have known better. I do know of countries, you know, in the Middle East where kissing is banned in public. But Zoe says, but that's not the case in Oyo. Zoe says people are over analyzing a 5-second clip. Seyi Makinde is a governor not a Nollywood lead actor. At a state function with over 1,600 guests and 17 former governors, he's in official mode. Some men just don't believe in PDA, especially at a high-stakes anniversary dinner. Let the man breathe. Adedotu, yes, Adedotu Kehinde says, public display of affection, PDA, is not for every partner and not at all public places. More reactions? So this is Angel Tony who says, but why would he refuse to kiss his wife? And Tiffy says, what if kissing his wife publicly will put attention on them and he doesn't want that? He is a governor. All right, so the debate rages on, guys. This is Key who says, more people really notice every little thing. Some see it as cold, others as respecting boundaries in public. At the end of the day, a marriage isn't measured by public or PDA. It's about how they treat each other behind the scenes. Yeah, but also, you know, body language also make perception key. I'm trying to, you know, say it the right way, and I'm also trying not to take sides. Who knows? Maybe it's just Governor Seyi Makinde's personality. Maybe he doesn't want the PDA. But wouldn't his wife have known that? But then again, it's the fault of the compare. He was the one that told the wife to give him a peck, and she tried doing it, and she was rebuffed. But I'm hoping that this does not mean that there is trouble in the marriage, like some netizens are implying. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag extortion fee. From Oyo, we are taking it back to Lagos here. So we have a number of posts showing a bus that was on fire, and we were told that it was Agberos that had lit up the bus, almost burning passengers in it. Why? Because the driver refused to give them money. Now, there are sides to these stories. It's unfolding. We'll continue to keep our finger on it. And as it unfolds, we'll keep it posted. Let's take a look at the first post that's going to give us a background to it. Men set Lagos bus ablaze after driver refuses extortion fee. The video shows several men, some in helmets, dousing the bus with petrol and igniting it after the driver reportedly refused to pay Agberos. Street touts who demanded fees from operators. Okay, so they are actually describing who Agberos is, or who Agberos are, beg your pardon. Street touts who demand fees from operators. Posters claim passengers were inside or nearby at risk of being burned alive, though no official confirmation of casualties or motive has come from Lagos police or authorities. Agberos have long harassed drivers at transport hubs, leading to violence like past protests and clashes. And the footage has fueled online anger over the unchecked extortion that endangers millions of daily commuters. Now, if you've never experienced this thing this person is talking about, then thank your goodness that you've not. It's not an experience you want to have. But hey, let's go online now. This is a summary of how this whole hashtag is panning out. So let's take a look at the next post, shall we? We're going to X now. So this is Nigeria Stories. Says, Lagos Agberos set a bus on fire and nearly burned the passengers because the driver refused to give them money. All this has to stop. Nigeria Stories picked it from Somto, who is very active online and is always breaking news like this. So let's go to Somto's page now, just to do due diligence. The next post. The next post. So Somto says, some Lagos Agberos set a bus on fire and nearly burned the passengers because the driver refused to give them money. So Somto was the one that broke the news. Take a look at the video he put up.
Jesus! Now come collect money. They won't collect 5K. I go ask you what I do.
right here. Jesus.
Now come collect money. They won't collect 5K. Advance what I do.
Netizens are reacting to this. Can you imagine how the passengers must have felt when this was panning out? Like they were in the bus and the bus was being doused with petrol and then set ablaze. Now, some people were saying that, okay, so why did the operator, the bus driver, not pay his fees? That is, if this is a legit, if this is a legit operation. So let's go back online now so you see how netizens are reacting. So Chike Chukura says, the reported incident involving Agbaros setting a bus on fire in Lagos is a stark reminder of the persistent and dangerous chaos caused by informal road taxis and local thuggery. The actions of these local touts demonstrate a severe lack of empathy and a disregard for human life. To nearly burn passengers alive over a refusal to pay money is not just chaotic, it is criminal and inhumane. By extorting drivers and damaging vehicles, they destabilize the transportation sector and increase costs for everyday commuters. Their might is right approach creates an atmosphere of fear, turning public spaces into zones of potential violence. For a city like Lagos that aims to be a global megacity, the unchecked power of street urchins is a major regression in urban development and security. Now, there's a concluding page of this particular post. Let's take a look at it. So this is the same post, the second page now. It says, the Lagos state government must move beyond temporary bans and occasional arrests. There is an urgent need for immediate and decisive prosecution of anyone involved in arson or extortion to serve as a deterrent. Scrapping manual, cash-based collections in favor of digital systems to eliminate the need for touts at parks and bus stops. The transport reform initiative mentioned by the Ministry of Transportation must be accelerated to protect drivers and ensure passengers' safety. Increasing the presence of Rapid Response Squad, RRS, at known hotspots to preempt harassment before it escalates into violence. Gosh, this is holistic. Thank you so much for this post. More reactions now. Let's take a look at the next one. So this is M. My Rosie. Wow. M. My Rosie says, although the Agbaros Act is very uncalled for, but why did the driver refuse to pay his revenue? Daniel Rega says, this is what happens when Agbaros feel above the law. Unfortunately, they have been pushed and placed on a pedestal that if this was to get to the authorities, I won't be surprised if the case is swept under the carpet. The difference between many Agbaros and bandits at this point is that bandits are heavily armed. God help us. We are our biggest nightmares. Jegbe says, it is high time the government took decisive action against the activities of Agbaros in Lagos as they significantly contribute to the city's decline. It is concerning that addressing this issue remains so difficult. Now, based on these reactions, you can see that netizens are taking this matter seriously. Is it because it's what a Lagosian faces on a daily basis? Most of them, especially commuters who ply, roads that would take them from their houses to their places of work. Now, we do hope that this incident is investigated and that perpetrators are brought to justice, right? We move on to the next one now. This just broke. It is hashtag National Prayer Breakfast. So, POTUS, talking about the President of the United States of America, was at a national prayer breakfast, which it's a tradition of his, right? And he stopped to acknowledge our First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu, because she was in attendance. And, the story is getting momentum online. Like I told you, it's just breaking. The Vanguard has it as well as another publication. So let's go online now so you take a look at the post. It is hashtag National. Can we take a look at the first post? Let's take a look at the first post. All right, before we come, these are the reactions. This is not what I want. The reactions has to come after the video. But before we take a look at the reactions, let's take a look at the video itself. Credit goes to the Vanguard for that story. Take a look at the video of President Trump, I should say, saluting Remi Tinubu.
But we're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Very respected person, too. Thank you. I'm also working tirelessly.
Wow. It's awesome, isn't it? Remember that not too long ago, Nigeria hired a US lobbying firm, you know, to actually take care of its image and to ensure that this hostility between Nigeria and the US is just taken away.
By US President Donald Trump
if this is a fruit of that, then gosh,
as Islamic State's target
But
in
hey,
December
let's take a look at how
2025.
netizens are
Of
reacting
US
to
troops
that.
arriving
It
in
looked like
Nigeria
Trump
have
was really
sparked
in
mixed
awe of the
reactions
First
across.
Lady, and he was looking around for her. But this is Senator Idris Haruna, who says, acknowledging a figurehead is not leadership while Nigerians face rising insecurity, economic hardship, and failing institutions. Our leaders focus on photo ops and foreign recognition. Real leadership is about protecting citizens and not improving lives, not seeking international applause. Let's take a look at the next post. There's another one that flashed on earlier on. I want for us to take a look at it. Yeah, thank you. So this is Emmanuel Uket, who says, this is the most beautiful thing I've seen today on the internet. God bless President Trump for honoring and recognizing Nigeria's First Lady. So it's, you know, for and against online right now. That's how this particular one, like you can see, Emmanuel Uket's response is coming like 30 minutes ago. Senator Idris Haruna is coming 39 minutes ago. So this is a fresh story, and netizens are actually jumping on it. Now, we'll continue to keep you posted as events unfold. Our last hashtag for today is hashtag Adekunle Gold. You don't know him, right? He goes by the handle Big Fish on X. But today he was waxing philosophical. You know, he's someone who's gone through a lot. He's a sickle cell patient who said he's survived the odds and he's okay now. He's got 2 kids and he's blissfully married to the love of his life, another very popular singer, Simi. So Adekunle Gold put up this post today and said he's someone who has encountered lots of challenges but refused to back down. Big Fish, Adekunle Gold says, take this advice from someone who's heard a lot of no's and a lot of silence. And he goes and says, do your thing alone if you have to. Put your heart into it and trust your vibe. Keep showing up even on the quiet days. It might take time, but you'll get there. You'll be fine. This post he put up has garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Right, that's an exaggeration. About 150,000 views and responses, actually. So let's take a look at some of the reactions to this particular one, shall we? Hashtag Adekunle Gold. So St. Michelson says, quiet days are the hardest. Showing up without applause builds something real. Still trusting that part. Yeah, I like it. More reactions? So this is Tina Brown, also known as the Logo Queen. Logo Queen says, emphasis on keep showing up even on the quiet days. Because trust me, in the beginning, it will look like no one is watching. It's just you. But if you can keep at it and not give up, things will eventually fall in place. I remember when I started putting my work out on social media, I consistently showed up for an entire year on Instagram and LinkedIn and didn't close a single client from those platforms. But guess who would keep showing up? Me. I don't know where I got that resilience. In December of 2023, there was a shift and the rest is history. If you come across this, I'm Tina Brown, a brand designer, and it's nice to meet you. Gosh, what a way to market herself. Let's take a look at the next post now. So this is the secret LOA who says, great advice. I do it always, even when I'm scared, even when I'm tired. I do it always. Even when I don't feel ready, I do it anyways. Even when nobody's cheering, even when it's easiest to stop, even when yesterday was tough, I do it anyways. One small step at a time. The next one. Yeah, so this is Ariella who says, quiet days feel like you're not putting in effort. It feels like time is being wasted. But that's the thing. The quiet days are all part of the process. It will all work out the way you've envisaged, and you will get it done and get it done well. Ryan said, this hits hard. Progress is often lonely before it's visible. Keep building, keep believing, and keep showing up. Consistency has a way of turning silence into momentum. The quiet days don't mean you're off track. They mean you're becoming. Faith and Fortune says, that's the kind of advice you only earn by surviving the quiet seasons. Progress isn't loud. It's you showing up when no one's clapping. If you can stay true when it's lonely, you'll be unstoppable when it's not. Let's go and take a look at the reactions, because Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet right now, is in the mix somehow. Yeah, that's it. DJ Highness Busy says, Adekunle Gold also said, money no they bring happy. Until when I get money, I realize though. And then he goes on to say, I still don't believe them. What do you think? And then he put up this screenshot by Elon Musk who said, whoever said money can't buy happiness really knew what they were talking about. This is Elon Musk, really, after hitting a huge milestone, right? This post, he just put it up today and it has garnered over 23 million views. Let's take a look at the next post so you get context as regards what Elon Musk is saying here. So this is him. This is Elon Musk. He said, whoever said money can't buy happiness really knows or really knew what they were talking about. Let's take a look at the next post so you understand how people are talking about this post Elon put up on X. Elon Musk reflects on money's limits to happiness. Updated 36 minutes ago. The post came days after SpaceX's valuation pushed Musk past $800 billion for the first time, amid his life with 14 children and high-stakes work at Tesla, SpaceX, and beyond. Replies poured in with support from Bill Ackman, urging him to value his impact, philosophical notes of faith, and loved ones from CZ and others. Plus humor like pleas for $1 million and the quip that poverty buys nothing. Critics dismissed it as a rich man's complaint, but many reminded him he is loved, tapping into studies showing happiness plateaus after about $100,000 a year. Now, this is where we get to wrap it up. Because so much can be said about this thing Elon Musk just said. Is it that he's unhappy, regardless of how rich he is and all? We probably will look at that some other time. But this is the much we can take for now. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep at that again with us, same time, same station, for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I'm Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, Whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Gunmen killed 13 in Benue.
Also, ADC slams federal government over Kwara massacre.
Situation room slams Senate for rejecting e-transmission.
APC replaces Uzodinma with Masari as convention chair.
Health workers suspend 84-day strike.
Ekiti CJ frees 57 awaiting trial inmates.
On the foreign scene, Trump removes videos showing Obamas as monkeys.
Well, in business news, Naira slips after 2-day gain.
In sports, Ronaldo to miss second consecutive game for Al Nassr.
And in the world of entertainment, police detain officers over Ijoba Lande attack.
Now the news and details. Gunmen suspected to be herders have killed 13 people in a fresh attack on a community in Benue State. The attackers stormed Anwase Market in Bakio, Kwande local government area, taking several market women captive and setting the market on fire. E.B. Andrew, an aide to the Kwande local government chairman, Vitalis Neji, confirmed the dirt and said the chairman, alongside security agencies, have mobilized to the area to restore calm and prevent further attacks.
In the meantime, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has condemned the killing of over 70 people in Kaima, Kwara State, blaming the Bola Tinubu-led federal government for a collapse of national security. In a statement, ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi said the massacre exposes the failure of recent security measures, including the declared state of emergency and promised police recruitment. The party is demanding urgent accountability and a clear strategy to stop the rising wave of violence. It also criticized what it called a pattern of denial and inaction, stressing that human lives are not mere numbers and leadership goes beyond rhetoric. The ADC urged the government to be transparent on the country's security, provide updates on promised recruitments, and outline measures to halt a terrorist activity.
Elsewhere, suspected thugs attacked and vandalized the ADC Secretariat in Benin City on Wednesday, damaging parts of the building and party property. The attack prompted a swift police response, and investigations are ongoing to track down those responsible. Correspondent Rhoda Journey has more.
Tension gripped parts of Edo State on Wednesday after suspected thugs attacked the Secretariat of the African Democratic Congress, vandalizing the facility and allegedly attempting to set it ablaze. A video circulating on social media shows shattered glass, damaged sections of the building, and torn ADC flags. The attackers reportedly fled before causing further damage. No casualties were reported and calm has since been restored.
Secretariat in Ogberaka, and we see the wanton destruction of these miscreants, nuisance. Agberos and pedestrians have come to do as our national secretariat. So they've destroyed our poles, our flags, our banners. You know, they feel very threatened that the ADC of Edo State is about to kickstart a new era of change. We see they destroyed the vehicles. The CCTV camera that was here was pulled down. We see this other one was too high, so they could not access this other one. They destroyed, look at the stones they're using in breaking our glasses, just because they do not want opposition to thrive, which is practically impossible. Look at the arson, they poured fuel here, they poured fuel, they littered it, tried to put the building on fire. They also came from behind, they broke the louvers, they poured fuel into the building, and they lit it, but the building could not. So they destroyed, they disconnected the CCTV camera. Look at the one we have there. It was disconnected before they started destruction. They carted away with some of them. The other one that was there was one on the floor there, this one, by this front. They carted away the CCTV camera. So we want to send a message to the governor of Edo State. He's the chief security officer.
In a press statement from its Benin City headquarters, the Edo State Police Command said investigations are ongoing to apprehend those responsible. The commander praised the prompt distress call, urged residents to report emergencies through its dedicated lines, and warned that anyone found culpable would face the full wrath of the law. Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. Now, this report says that the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room has criticized the Senate over its passage of a version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, calling it retrogressive. The group, led by Yunusa Yao and conveners Celestine Odo and Maudi, expressed disappointment that the Senate removed provisions requiring real-time electronic transmission of results, making it discretionary. They want the move weakens transparency and opens loopholes for manipulation, contrary to reforms agreed by the Joint National Assembly Committees on Electoral Matters and Lessons from the 2023 elections. In a related development, the Southeast partner of the Youth Electoral Reform Project also faulted the Senate for rejecting a proposed constitutional amendment to make electronic transmission mandatory. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, again reports.
Rejection of a proposed amendment to the Electoral Act that would have made the electronic transmission of election results mandatory, the South-South partner of the Youth Electoral Reform Project Nigeria has called for the immediate transmission of the Constitutional Amendment Bill to the states. The bill, passed by the House of Representatives in December 2025, seeks to amend the Constitution to make the electronic transmission of electoral results compulsory, aiming to enhance transparency and reduce electoral malpractice.
On the rejection of the mandatory transmission of election results in real time by the Senate, a betrayal of the Nigerian people that should be corrected. We call on all youth across the South-South region and Nigeria at large to reach out to the legislators on the importance of including the mandatory transmission of electronic results in real time as passed by the House of Representatives in the Electoral Act. Also, we call on all senators and members of the House of Representatives here in Edo State and across the South-South zone and Nigeria at large to stand with the constituents. Standing with their constituents means voting for the electronic transfer of electoral results in real time, as earlier passed by the House of Representatives.
Is a youth-led civic organization committed to advancing inclusive governance, transparency, and youth participation in public decision-making across Nigeria. Established to bridge the gap between citizens, particularly young people, and public institutions, Connected Advocacy works at the intersection of policy advocacy, civic education, accountability, and youth leadership development.
Is a coalition of youth-focused, non-governmental organizations that is engaging with a diverse group of young people to identify and advocate for specific electoral reform recommendations. The consortium has partner organizations in Nigeria, 6 geopolitical zones, and youth networks across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. In April 2024, our consortium, youth across the country and other electoral stakeholders, adopted electoral reform recommendations.
At a press briefing in Benin City, the Youth Electoral Reform Project Nigeria officials described the Senate decision as a setback for electoral transparency and warned that delays in releasing the bill could undermine Nigeria's democratic process. Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. We now move on to politics. The All Progressive Congress has replaced Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma with former Katsina State Governor Aminu Bello Masari as chairman of the National Convention Central Coordination Committee ahead of the party's March 27, 28, 2026 convention. The party said Uzodinma, previously named chairman, will now serve as treasurer, following the reconstitution of the committee, which was also expanded from 73 to 90 members, including Senator Barim Pigi and other senior party figures. Under the revised structure, former Senate President Anyim Powers Anyim was named Vice Chairman 1, while Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak will serve as Vice Chairman 2. Yobe State Governor May Malabuni remained Secretary. The changes come days after Uzodinma was first named chairman, signaling intensified preparations for the convention, which will elect new members of the party's National Working Committee.
Well, turning to other stories now, the Joint Health Sector Unions has suspended its 84-day strike. The National President Kabir Minjibir confirmed on Friday. The suspension follows a last-minute intervention by the Federal Ministry of Labor on Thursday night. The strike, which paralyzed government hospitals nationwide, left patients stranded and forced many to seek care elsewhere. Johesu, representing health professionals in pharmacies, laboratories and support services, said the action will resume if the federal government fails to implement the 2021 Technical Committee report on Conhen's adjustments. The prolonged strike also prompted a 14-day ultimatum from the Nigeria Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress in solidarity with the health workers.
Let's now go to Enugu State, where Enugu Air says flight operations have returned to normal at Akano Ibiam International Airport, following a protest by airport staff over the federal government's concession plan. The protest began after the government signed the concession agreement on January 23, which workers opposed, citing concerns over labor and welfare issues and the process used. Demonstration restricted access to the terminal, affecting passengers, airline staff, and flights. Enugu Air said multiple departures and arrivals were disrupted, particularly its morning flights, and some services may be rescheduled.
And now the Chief Judge of Ekiti, Justice Lekon Ogumoye, has ordered the release of 57 awaiting trial inmates at the Ado-Ekiti Correctional Center. The release followed a jail delivery exercise during which the judge reviewed 518 cases involving 511 men and 7 women. 6 inmates were granted bail, 9 discharged for having no case to answer, and 42 released unconditionally due to minor offenses or real health. The Chief Judge praised stakeholders, including the police legal unit, DPP, lawyers, and court registrars, as well as the correctional center management for maintaining a hygienic environment. He urged released inmates to be law-abiding. The Ekiti State Controller of Corrections noted the facility is overcrowded, housing 922 inmates against the capacity of 324, and appealed for more cells and infrastructure to improve rehabilitation and reformation. Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Frank Ayala. Frank is a banker and a public affairs analyst. Frank, always a pleasure to have you join us. Welcome aboard.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Awesome. And how are you?
I'm doing very good.
All right. Let's hit the ground running, shall we? So unfortunately now, gunmen suspected to be herders have killed 13 people in a fresh attack on a community in Benue State. This is mind-boggling. First it was Kwara and then Benue in quick succession, Frank. Can you wrap your head around this?
I think it's really disappointing to note that this age and time, the government is still pretending not to know what is going on. In as much as they know what is going on. It's also become very annoying that the life of average Nigeria is becoming worthless, because this is the way you buy paper, you are trying to go through the normal daily, you start seeing the count of people that are dead, and the government did not deem it fit to stir up their capacity to deal with the issues. It was also on news that a few days ago, over 200 people were killed in Kwara, and the governors have set up a committee to review what led to those massacres. Then again, you ask yourself, do we really still have government? Because the work of government is to bridge the gap between the aggrieved and the peaceful people. So if the government have failed in this responsibility, there is no point saying we have a government. Then again, where do we go to? Nigerians are not allowed to carry arms. Then the people that carry arms to protect us, which are the police, are not doing something that we don't know what they are being paid to do. So the life of a Nigerian man is becoming worthless on a daily basis. Master, we are talking of 30 dead, 30 people. They are not sick. It was not an accident. They were in their various houses. Somebody broke into their house and killed them. 30. Yeah, I think it's really annoying, and it's going to be a point where Nigerians need to come out and march the street to tell the government that if you are not competent enough to secure the life of Nigeria, there's no point to have you in that office.
Well, Frank, before my colleague Nina comes on board, do you think that the fact that abductees are released or rescued without perpetrators brought to book is one of the factors fueling this incessant kidnapping? Do you think, because we just had the worshippers in Kaduna City, the rest of them were released, but no mention of the perpetrators brought to book? What do you think about this?
Then, if you might not like Erufai, the former governor of Kaduna State, who once told us on the screen on national television that they know where the kidnapper are. They've gone to settle them to stop killing their people. What has happened to that statement? That was an open confession. Then again, the same Erufai came up on national television recently to say the government is paying 1 billion naira to settle criminals as against dealing with the criminals. If you do all this analysis put together, you come to that conclusion that people in government in the very high places are involved in this massacre. So they need to tell us what they need, so that Nigeria will give them what they need and stop killing people. Recently, when it happened in Kaduna, 172 people were killed. Now 170 people, the government commissioner in Kaduna came to deny it in the open. The local government made an attempt to go to that committee to ask them to deny the fact that their people were kidnapped and they are inside in various forests. These characters that call themselves leaders in our various capacity, don't need to be called a leader. So it becomes very clear that people in the government circle, a very high powerful people within the government, know what is happening to the killing in Nigeria. If not, what stop the police from going after those people? We hear, they've released 170 people, like a Kaduna very shameless governor who came out to tell the whole world that those people that were relieved are reunited with their people, without going to detail to say, okay, those kidnappers were dealt with, or this is what's going to happen to those people. So it's become so worrisome that our government have really lost focus. They've lost the relevance of why they are in the office. So we begin to suspect that people in the very high places are involved in this shenanigan that is going on within our security sector.
Okay, Frank, while you were speaking, you made mention of what happened in Kayama, which is a local government area in Kwara State, where over 70 persons, been having different divergent views. Some persons are saying 70, and then some are saying more than 100, more than 170 persons. And the African Democratic Congress, just like you, have also condemned this killing of these people, and have accused the president of presiding over a total collapse of national security. But I want you to just speak to the fact that the president, as of yesterday, when he responded to this particular attack, he's asked for deployment of soldiers. Do you think that response by the president, and we've seen the U.S. come out to actually applaud this particular swift response of our president, do you think that that's actually that's the right thing to do? That the deployment of those soldiers, will it actually change anything in what change the narrative?
The same president that when he took it out, this president in January stayed 23 days out of his territory. Within that 23 days, who was in charge? Within that 23 days, who was in charge? Is it the same president that went to the United States to go and meet Obama, Biden, to say Jonathan, we are weak, that he can no longer protect the life of Nigerians on the street? If you go to your statistics, you discover that since this Bola Ahmed Tinubu become president, we have lost over 10,000 people through this insurgence. Over 10,000 people. Please fact check me. It's not to issue statement. Recently, our other state, Mawole Soyinka, have to say, okay, we don't need to send a troop to Benin. We can remove Sheyi's security protocol to go and fight, to go and do whatever they need to do in Benin. So, is it that same president that is issuing a statement to Nigerian people? I don't believe anybody that believes the statement of the president is doing that at his own risk. Why can't you prevent the incident before it happens? After the incident happens, we now start issuing a statement. How many military strength, how many staff, how many military personnel do we have that will secure the whole nation? Our borders are porous. The president is not looking at that direction to safeguard the life of Nigerian people. Rather, the only thing he's thinking is to tax the Nigerian people. So I think it's becoming very clear that this current APC are led by our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There's so high level of incompetency that we can no longer trust them to secure our life. Yes, they do something very secure the life of Nigerian people. Because when you say people are dying, these are people's parents, these are people's children, these are people's husbands, these are people's father. 30 people die one day, not that we are fighting war, not that we are fighting external war. Even Ukraine and Ukraine and Russia that are fighting, I don't think they lose 30 people in one single day. That we see that we lost people. In Kwara, we lost over 200 people. The only reason police were giving was the community where the incident happened is about 6 hours away from where the police headquarters is. But it's not far away when they want to collect tax and exploit people for their personal gain. The president has stayed 23 days out of 30 days in the country. Is that a serious president? Can Donald Trump stay 5 days out of his America?
Well,
what are they saying? What are they saying?
Frank, now that you mentioned Donald Trump, not too long ago, Trump came on board to say that the U.S., in collaboration with the Nigerian government, have decided to send troops to the country. So we have American soldiers, boots on ground right now. I don't know whether it's too early to gauge the impact of that action. But you remember during then President Goodluck Jonathan, when the Americans came to collaborate with the Nigerian military, they left in anger and said they couldn't work with the Nigerians. Do you see a replay of that, or do you think the American soldiers in the country will ensure that things work out perfectly regarding security?
VOP, first of all, for America to have the boot on ground in Nigeria is a failure of our government. It's an indication that our government has failed woefully, and their incompetence is becoming very loud. Do America have a foot soldiers in Ghana? They didn't have a foot on the Ghana soil. Why must it be Nigeria? Because our government has failed woefully. That's why we are not celebrating that the America actually know our soil. So for me, if America will bring in 1 million foot soldiers, I think at this conjuncture it's highly welcome. Because the people we entrust to do that, to defend the territory of Nigeria, they fail. So I will not say it's too early to impact their, also depends on scope of their boot on ground. Because they are not privy to what they would discuss and the area they will need to cover. When government are negotiating with bandits, what will the American government do? The Bible says when the foundation is being destroyed, what can the righteous do? If they have the problem is the one negotiating bandits, what will the American government do? So if they need to help us, they need to help us more. Because we have lost so much confidence in these people that are in this office. Then again, as we speak today, that's the government we have. We don't have another government.
Okay, and Frank, let's move to some politics. Suspected thugs attacked and vandalized the Secretariat of the African Democratic Congress in Benin City, and of course, damaging parts of the building. This is not the first of these incidents. We've seen things like this happen over the years. But what does this say about political tolerance that we have in this country? Because yes, we don't actually know who did this, but the agency are pointing accusing fingers at a certain party. What does this speak to political tolerance that we have in this country?
We don't need to ask who did this. Me, I can confidently tell you clearly that APC, this is the work of APC. Because currently APC is G3. APC is G3 because they've done nothing. Nigeria cannot trust APC with additional 1 day in office after 2027. They know. That's why they are trying to make sure, because they were looking at PDP and Labour as the only opposition party, because of which there will be an article. Forgetting that they were under other political parties that their platform can be used to unseat them. So, ADC should expect more of this shenanigan. We see what happened in Alimosho in Lagos. When ADC wanted to meet, because some people, about 500 people want to decamp from APC to Labour to ADC. We know what happened to them in Alimosho when they went to scatter. So, it's their pattern. It's their pattern. Don't also forget that the G7 governor in Edo State that promised 2.5 million votes. Edo State has never produced more than 600,000 votes or 800,000 votes. I imagine we're going to get 2.5 million votes from. The total accredited voter in Edo, the registered voter in Edo, I don't think they're out to 3 million. The Edo State population as well is less than 7 million. Where will one governor? So this is the problem I have with this APC, these clueless people that are ruling us today. They think it's by making them not to organize, not to have a point of contact that will give them the victory they need. They are getting it wrong. Average Nigerian man is tired. We saw a viral video that went out recently. How a city senator, how he spend our money in a private jet doing whatever he knows how to do best. So those are things that go to pile up against them. They know that they say the Nigerian people woefully. So we are not accusing any other party. It is the work of APC. Because they told us in Edo, there's video everywhere, that no party will campaign in Edo apart from APC. And my advice for them, they should allow Nigeria to vent their anger to the ballot box. They should allow Nigeria to the ballot box. Because those are part of the democracy we are enjoying today. Because they also did the same thing. They were more violent in 2014.
Well,
now we are seeing today.
Now that you've mentioned voting and you've been talking about 2027, now you do remember that there's been this back and forth, between opposition lawmakers and the Senate president over the electoral bill that's just been passed. Now, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room has criticized the Senate over its passage of what it described as a retrogressive version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, faulting the removal of mandatory electronic transmission of results and the reduction of the election notice period. Frank, this is an open-ended question. What do you make of this?
Then let's look at the personality of who's our Senate president. I think Nigeria we are being fooled to believe that they're going to do any amendment to electoral bill. I'm not surprised. I don't expect anything better from what they've done. Because when you look at the characters, that are at the end of our fame today in our nation, like Godson Akpabio, don't also forget that the professor that ring election for Akpabio is in detention. It's in jail. It was jail. The person that rigged election for Akpabio is in jail. It was proscribed by INEC, who announced the result. And the professor is in jail. It is that character that rigged the election that you are now hoping that is going to block the loophole that he took advantage of because of you. That is one. Let's create a context around this issue. Immediately after 2027 election, when the matter went to Supreme Court, and if you listen to Supreme Court judgment, we might blame them that some of our judicial officers are corrupt. We can blame them, but we need to look at the law. Without fairness or justice, the electoral transmission of results is not part of your law. INEC, that part of the law, subject the process that will be more convenient and more cost effective for INEC to decide. And whatever INEC decide is not a law, it's a moral burden on them to hold on to what they said they want to do. Then again, we have professor of glitches who have no shape. Those are the characters that this current government are nominated for ambassadorial list. A man that went to Charter House to tell the whole world that Beaver and RF is a game changer. There is going to be online transmission of results from the polling unit to polling center to how you call it. That's a professor of glitches. Has the effort to tell the whole world that there was a glitch. Today, we not discuss the scope of glitch. It was from that judgment for Supreme Court that says INEC has a moral right to determine what is more convenient for them, looking at all available chances. INEC, that's okay. Since Professor have already defined what is called glitches to himself, he now do whatever you need to do. INEC, so based on that, we still now form a committee. The committee is sat 27 times. The committee looking at that Supreme Court judgment that we cannot subject the life of our election to the hand of the judges, who to a very large extent could be compromised. They are human, they are Nigerians, they have family within the political terrain. As Wike wife is a member of the appeal court. So why would Wike not tell him what to do or what I need to do at home? That man from Bauchi, Bukacha, who once told us that you know what is it for APC to get in wife, to influence in wife, to turn the result in to turn the judgment in their favor. So we are not saying it from here. It's not alleged. That is exactly what he said in the National Assembly. So 27, the Senate that was appointed for that committee sat 27 times, including a member of House of Reps. They came out with the resolution the best way to make sure that the life of Nigerian democracy.
With the former Katsina State Governor Aminu Bello Basari, as chairman of the National Convention. I don't know if I don't know what you make of this. What do you think about this? Some days ago, Hope Uzodimma was named the chairman, and now he's been taken to become the treasurer in preparation for their convention coming up in March.
APC is completely confused. If they like, they should go and bring AJ from Evo to come and be their chairman. APC will lose election. The numbers are not so. Masari that age is already dealing with, because they also know that Hope Uzodimma does not control the influence of the southeast. They know. So what this government is doing, they are trying to penetrate the northwest because of the number from Kaduna, from Kano, from Katsina, Zamfara, possibly. So they step you Hope Uzodimma down. Don't also forget that Hope Uzodimma is not in good terms with Wike, who is a very right arm of the president. So there are so many politics that is going on around the Hope Uzodimma. Don't also forget that Hope Uzodimma is his last tenure. He might not be able to replace himself with APC in Imo State. So my advice to them, if they like, let them change the leadership of APC 1 million times. APC will find it difficult to convince Nigeria to give them a second chance, because currently they fail woefully. Recently, Adam Soshomole came to the screen to tell the whole world that Nigerians are now beginning to complain that rice is food has become cheap. The same Adam Soshomole who took this country into strike thousands times during Obasanjo government because they took fuel from 11 naira to 22 naira, and for 22 naira to 40 naira. That same Adam Soshomole shamelessly now telling us that food has become cheap. Don't forget that inflation is still good. Double digits. Double digits. Look at the foolishness of APC. Look at their foolishness. When Buhari, the most disastrous person we ever produced as president, took our inflation to 32%, that was 35,000 naira. Tinubu that is saying that food has become cheap, inflation is 50%, that is still within 60,000 naira. Who are they deceiving? Even the number they put on, they don't believe in those numbers. So let them change leadership at any convention. APC will find it very difficult to convince Nigerians that they are the best for us. For me, and looking at what the street is saying, these are disasters that call themselves leaders in this country.
Well, Frank, let me quickly come in here. Shortly before Unena asked you this question about the APC and, changing of Hope Uzodimma, it looked like we had lost you briefly, lost connection with you briefly, and you had not landed on your thoughts regarding the electronic transfer of results. Am I right on that? Did you land on your thoughts before this next question?
No, I could not land because there was another question I needed to attend to. So for me, Akpabio, you see, look at the profile of Akpabio, somebody that came out and attacked accusation of being morally corrupt, morally bankrupt. His sister-in-law also came to the head to say the same thing. Is it that person that the Senate is trusting to give them electoral reform? Akpabio that did not win election, did not even contest primary, is a Senate president. Is it that person that you are saying is going to give you electoral reform? Nigeria should wake up for that reality. So how would that advise Nigeria? Why you are asking your hope on God? Come out massively, defend your votes, vote and defend your votes. So if you are expecting these other people that are so corrupt that the corrupt loophole in the electoral act that brings them to power, you expect them to block it, wake up on it. Because Akpabio can never, I can bet my fears, Akpabio can never amend that to suit what Nigeria wants.
But Frank, why do you think everybody is crying foul over the electronic transmission of results? If they think, or if Nigerians think results or its transmission can be manipulated manually, isn't there a huge possibility that it can also be manipulated even though it is electronically transmitted?
The chances will be less. You know why? If you look at the Edo election, when we went to court, that's where he also look at our lordship in the judiciary. I think they also should not allow the politician to mess them up. If you look at the Edo election the way it went, look at the proceeding from, it become very clear that you cannot defend what is not on the law. If electoral transmission is on the law and INEC refuses to comply to it, that election as conducted by INEC can become invalid. But now the law, you are getting that particular column to INEC to decide. INEC can tell you anything. Professor of British was ready to tell you that the wife was in the clinic and so you cannot announce results. So that's why the law needs to be very clear. The procedure needs to be adopted for such processes. So that if you go out of that processes, you cannot approach the law court to say, okay, let's go and seek interpretation to say, why do you do this? But now you cannot, because the law allocates to them, to INEC, Professor of British in particular, to determine the best mode of transmissions. And don't also forget that Nigeria is big. We have over 700,000 polling units. Imagine carrying documents from one to go to collation. Because collation center is where they do the rigging. We see what happened in Edo State. That when there was a complete lockdown, Ganduje came in, he flew in through a private jet and brought the result for them to come and announce in Edo State. They checked the collation center. Today, what do we have? We have D7 governor that is promising a president 2.7 million votes, 2.5 million votes, even when we have not even carpet vote. Even when the total voters are collected in the Edo is not up to 3 million votes. So that is why we want the law to be very clear. It shouldn't be a big one for interpretation. It should be very clear to say, if you do these implications, that's why Akpabio is scared. That's why the president is also scared that if you put it on this, they cannot rig that election.
Okay, Frank.
But
Okay.
if it's not clear, they will rig that election.
Okay, I will have to let you go at this point. Thank you very much for speaking extensively on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, we'll be speaking with Frank Ayala, who is a banker and a public affairs analyst. And of course, we want to tell you that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and does not reflect that of VOP Media. Moving on, the Nigeria Police Force has returned $23,000 recovered from a Nigerian man accused of an international online romance scam to the victim in the Cayman Islands. Police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said the funds were recovered by the Interpol National Central Bureau in Abuja, following a formal request from the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service. Operatives carried out intelligence-led investigations that led to the arrest of Achufusi Obioma Ikenna and the recovery of the stolen funds. After legal procedures were completed, the money was handed over via the British High Commission for onward transmission to the victim. Ikenna will face court proceedings once investigations conclude. The police described the recovery as proof of the commitment to intelligence-led policing, international cooperation, and the fight against cross-border cybercrime.
Well, turning to other stories now, the National Orientation Agency, NOA, has successfully conducted its 2026 nationwide staff promotion exam, marking the second year of the computer-based testing system introduced by Director General Lanre Issa Onilu. The exam was facilitated by the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board. Speaking on the development, NOA's Director of Human Resources, Jonah, thanked the DG for fulfilling his promise to conduct early promotion exams for staff. Before CBT, staff had to travel across states to sit for exams. The new system allows them to write exams within their own states, improving professionalism and supporting career development. The transition from handwritten exams to CBT is part of broader reforms to modernize NOA's operations and enhance efficiency.
And now to Edo State, where Governor Mande Okpeolo has commended the rapid progress on the Ikpoba Hill flyover at Ramet Park and ongoing erosion control works in the area. During an inspection, he praised the government's commitment to delivering durable infrastructure, improving traffic flow, and addressing environmental concerns in Benin City. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more.
Hill flyover at Ramat Park and related erosion control projects, stressing the need for timely completion and quality execution. Speaking from the top of the flyover, Governor Okpeolo commended the contractors for their progress and urged them to maintain speed and diligence.
Well, it's our normal routine check, just to see what they are doing, and for them to know that we are serious, for them to also buckle up. They are doing a good job. You can see they've started backfilling. So, and by the time they cast this span now, they have already cast some spans there. So, which means the job is almost at the point of completion. And that's exactly why we are following them up.
The visit drew excitement from traders and residents who welcomed the projects and highlighted their potential to ease traffic, reduce flooding, and improve the overall environment in Benin City.
When I see the governor, I always feel happy because it's Okpeolo that come and rescue us. Look at the only man that remember us in Kobai.
Naira recorded depreciation against the United States dollar on Thursday at the official foreign exchange as a two-day massive gain. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria's data showed that on Thursday, the Naira dropped to 1,366.06 against the dollar, down from 1,358.28 Naira, which was traded on Wednesday. This means that on a day-to-day basis, the Naira weakened by 7.78 Naira against the dollar. Meanwhile, at the black market, the Naira remained flat at 1,460 Naira per dollar on Thursday, the same exchange rate as on Wednesday. The development comes as the country's foreign reserves stood at $46.81 as of 4th February 2026, according to the Apex Bank. Now, recall that the Naira had gained 32.08 against the dollar from Tuesday to Wednesday at the official foreign exchange market.
Still in business, the Nigerian Exchange Limited closed the week bullish on Friday with 1.105 trillion naira profit added to the portfolios of investors. Specifically, the market capitalization, which opened at 109.129 trillion naira, gained 1.105 billion naira or 1.01% to close at 110.234 trillion naira. The all-share index also gained by 1.01% or 1,722.13 points to close at 171,727.49 against 170,005.36 recorded on Thursday. This led to the year-to-date return to 10.36%. Also, the market breadth closed positive with 60 gainers and 19 losers. A total of 953.8 million shares worth 43.1 billion naira were exchanged in 51,005 deals against 712.9 million shares valued at 22.3 billion naira. Those traded across 46,104 transactions. This showed a 34% increase in volume, 94% growth in turnover, and 11% improvement in deals.
Well, in sports news, Cristiano Ronaldo has been left out of the Al Nassr squad for the second consecutive game amid doubts over his future at the Saudi club. The 41-year-old also missed Monday's 1-0 league win against Al Riyadh, reportedly refusing to play due to dissatisfaction with how the club is run by Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund. Ronaldo joined Al Nassr in December 2022 after leaving Manchester United, becoming the highest paid footballer in history with an annual salary of £177 million. Since joining, he has won only the Arab Club Champions Cup in 2023, despite signing a 2-year contract extension in June 2025.
Nigeria Tennis Federation President Victor Uche is confident Nigeria will defeat Uzbekistan in the Davis Cup World Group 2 promotion playoff in Lagos. Uche said the team is ready, organized and hungry, adding that promotion will restore Nigeria's place on the global tennis stage. He noted that world-class preparations, improved facilities and focused training have boosted the team's confidence ahead of the decisive clash.
Well, in entertainment news, the Lagos State Police Command has confirmed that officers allegedly involved in an attack on actor and content creator Ijoba Lande have been identified and are under investigation. Lande, who recently returned from the UK, said he and a friend were attacked by police, leaving him injured and resulting in the seizure of his iPhone 16 Pro Max and $1,200 belonging to his brother. A video shared online showed blood on his face and shirt following the incident. The Lagos Police Public Relations Officer SP Abimbola Adebisi said statements are being taken from the actor, his friend, and the officers involved in the promised further updates as the investigation continues. And it's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that gunmen have killed 13 in Benue.
Also, ADC.
On the foreign scene, we told you that Trump has removed a video showing Obamas as monkeys.
In business, Naira sleeps after 2-day gain.
Well, in sports news, Ronaldo to miss second consecutive game for Al Nassr.
And in the world of entertainment, police detain officers over Ijoba Lande attack. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television, and other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 081-4606-4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Good morning, Nigeria, and welcome to VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chupuma Okoro. Thank God today is Friday. TGIF, as usual. I get to rest over the weekend. I'm always happy on Fridays because, it's my rest period. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you, Prof.
Beautiful people, good to have you. Good morning, Otumba. Good to have you this morning.
Oh, yes.
All right, well, in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through very interesting stories about what happened in Nigeria, politics, insecurity, economy, and all of that. Let's start with it. Akpabio, accused of forgery by colleagues as electronic transmission of results is dropped off in new electoral reforms. Away from that, terrorists successfully operated and killed several people before military arrived after 10 hours in Kwara village. Head laments. That is the head of the village is the one that said, look, we had to wait for 10 hours after we informed the military before they arrived. And by then, damage had already been done. And in party politics, no factions in PDP. We are taking over party secretariat on Monday. Samuel Anyanwu declares. Well, these are the major topics of discussion. You agree with me that they are very, very interesting topics. But we also have other trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of this show. Please come along with us as we get into all of it.
All right, come along with us. Yes, I'm Moses Humphrey. Now let's look at one of the conversations that Nigerians are having. Nigeria's troubled refining sector may be heading for a controversial shakeup as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, confirmed it is in advanced talks with one of China's biggest petrochemical firms to revive its moribund site-owned refineries. A move disclosed by the Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Julari, at the Nigeria International Energy Summit in Abuja. Now, the deal, which involves selling equity stakes to foreign operators, is part of NNPC's strategy to end decades of losses and underperformance across its 4 refineries with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. Officials hailed the talks as a breakthrough that could finally reduce Nigeria's crippling dependence on imported fuel, while critics, on the other hand, argue it amounts to selling off national assets under the guise of partnership, raising fears that ordinary Nigerians may still face high pump prices despite foreign investment. Okay, so here is my take on this one. And now, the company that Mr. Ojulari approached for, on behalf of NNPCL approached is not made known yet. And I wonder, because talking about, now, I don't have a problem with selling off NNPCL, NNPC, as it were. Nigerians have said, oh, some are saying it's national asset. It's not some monument that we need to, build a fence around. It's something that should serve. So if it's not serving the people, then we can as well give it to those that will make it work, all right? But the statements coming from Mr. Bayo Julari seems a little confusing. He comes in, initially he says, oh, we can actually make this thing work. And then later he says, oh, this cannot work. In fact, we've just been paying salaries and there's nothing that can be done. And now we are hearing, oh, it's time to sell.
it feels like selling was what the intention was from the get-go. But selling to Chinese, I understand that at some point, Mr. Aliko Dangote tried to purchase this, but we all know what happened. And then, don't we have other Nigerians that might be interested in purchasing higher stakes in NNPC, as it were? Because, if Nigerians purchase it, then we can have a balanced market, because we have Dangote Refinery producing, and then we have NNPC operated largely by Nigerian investors with the government of Nigeria. And then other Nigerians can also buy stakes in it, buy shares in it, and the money will just go round. The money will circulate within the economy. I think that's what they do in other climes. In China, you would rarely find an American going to invest in such an industry in China when they have Chinese that have the money to invest. And that, we should stop pushing out what should ordinarily benefit Nigerians, and then let other nationals take advantage of us. And Chinese are not, I'm sorry to say this, but Chinese are not the best people to do business with. We've seen how they handle workers in the industries that they've established in Nigeria, the factories and all of that. We've seen how they run these things. It was the other day we saw some Chinese nationals giving monies to policemen, and it was embarrassing. And how far that went showed that we've embarrassed ourselves as a nation. And now we're bringing the same Chinese. It's troubling to me to think about. But another thing is, will this solve the issue of fuel prices going up? I don't think so. Because it's going to be profit. That's just what would be the intention of whoever is going to invest in this, making profit. And it might just be at the detriment of Nigerians. That's my take.
Well, every investor is interested in making profits.
Oh, yes.
At the detriment of the people.
No, he doesn't care. Investors don't care. So long as they deliver value, if they deliver value to you and they take their money away, that's all that they want. I agree with you. The Chinese are not the best people, to deal with in terms of business. They are, even in diplomacy, they are very, very cunning.
So
yes, that is it. And they don't make it, they don't hide it. It's very clear. If you like, if the Chinese people are doing their business here in Ikeja, and here where we are, and there is a war going on in some part of Festac, they don't care. It's not their business. They continue with what they are doing, so long as they are not affected. That's who they are. That's the way their politics is structured. Now, that said, we talked about the NNPCL yesterday and the number jumbo it has become over time. I think the Nigerian people, the Nigerian government has not managed the NNPCL well right from inception. Right from inception up until this moment. I think Dangote happens to be one of the luckiest Nigerians, alive. He paid some money for the refinery at some point. And he was refunded. I think it was good for him. Now that he has his own private refinery, government said they invested they have equity stakes in that business. Up until this moment, we don't even know how much. We are still holding a debate about how much was paid, how much was allotted, and all of that. But the issue is that Dangote owns more than, the 50% or about 80% of the interest in that refinery, and it's good for him. Talking about Bayo Ojulari, like I said yesterday, if I were the president, I would ask Bayo to step aside, because he has clearly told me that he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know his onions as far as that job is concerned. The refinery has become an albatross to the extent that you sell is a problem. You return it is a bigger problem. Because you have officialdom, managing director, chief executive with the executive directors, general managers, senior staff association, everybody that goes to work every day and they get paid. They even attend overseas training. And I ask myself, what are you going to train them? When you train them, when they come back, what do they do? Because the refineries are not working. The refineries are not working. But I would like for us to also know that there are some companies within the NNPCL that are working, you know, the people that are into exploration and the downstream sector people, you know, they are working. But we are focusing on the refinery. The refinery has become like an albatross. What do we do with it? Is it to sell or is it to keep? If you sell, Moses was talking about how many Nigerians that can buy. Nigerians can buy, but who is interested in buying what is more like a scrap? Some of the equipment there, the OEM are no longer there. The regional equipment manufacturers are no longer there. The Port Harcourt one, I understand, was built in 1965. That's about how many years ago? About 61 years ago. Oh, yeah?
Yes.
61 years ago. So, I mean, some of those equipment, they cannot be maintained and all of that. But we also are told that, well, somebody might just buy, not because of the carcass, but because of the land itself, the asset, the property assets to it. They can use it to do another thing. It has proximity to the ocean, you know, in the one that is located in some parts of Eleme. Eleme is very close to One in Port Harcourt, and so people might just buy because of the land, the property there and all of that. But for refinery, I think the earlier the government, you know, I don't even know what to say, but the government should just, you know, find a way. Yeah.